If you are a person who has zero coding experience and want to become a web developer, this course is exactly what you need. In this course, you are going to learn the basics of Git, how to code, what tools to use for coding, how to create your first HTML file, and also how to develop a portfolio website using a design. Now, this is a skill set which a lot of clients on Upwork.com and freelancer.com, they basically search for developers for just this skill set, converting a design into a working web application using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. In this course, you are going to learn HTML and CSS along with a Figma design of your own portfolio website that will be mobile responsive, because guess what? Most of the people in the world serve using their mobile phone, so your site has to be mobile responsive. This course is absolutely free on YouTube, so the way you can pay back is just by sharing this video within your circle, so hundreds of thousands of people can actually get this video and get their career started, and I would be very happy to do so. Now, without further ado, let's get started. So first of all, this is day one of our 5 days web development bootcamp challenge, and I would like to again welcome to all of you, each one of you who is here, because remember this, at this hour of the day, you are here, which stands you aside of everyone else, because you took the step, you took the action to do something about it. You took the action because you want to be a web developer, you want to grow your skills. So first of all, kudos to you. Big round of clapping for you especially. So definitely welcome to the bootcamp. First of all, whoever doesn't know about me, I'm going to explain who I am. I'm Mohammad Hassan Ayaz. I am a GDE in Angular, and that means that Google itself believes in my expertise in Angular. So Angular is a framework that you use to build web applications, and Google has a program called GDE program, in which Google acknowledges or honors or awards different experts from the world, and I'm one of those experts. I think right now in the world there are 140 Google acknowledged experts, 146 or 148, and I'm one of those. And I was, I think, the third expert from Pakistan. I'm also a software architect at Synchron. So my role right now in my company is to make sure that the front end of the entire company, of all the products, is up to the mark, up to the standards, and they're consistent with regards to UX and UI. I'm also, what do you call it, a worldwide published books author. So I've authored a really cool book, and I can quickly probably show you what that looks like. This is the book, the Angular cookbook that I wrote, and it's, as you can see, it's very thick. It's about 600 pages, 600 pages long, what do you want to call it, and it contains over 80 different recipes that you could learn for increasing your skill set with Angular. I saw someone was an Angular and .NET developer, so if you want to increase your skills, your potential, look at performance optimizations in Angular, architecture practices, animations, progressive web apps, whatever you want to call it. If you can think of a particular subject in Angular, most likely it's going to be in the book. So yeah, I'm the author of this book, and I think we have sold more than 500 copies, alhamdulillah, in the past 6 months. So now let's talk about, why am I doing this? What do I want from you, right? No one does anything for free. Let's be honest. I mean, there's a particular saying in, especially in Pakistan, that if I put my shirt on a string just to make it dry, someone will take it, because we don't want to do things for free unless you do have what we call some sort of strong iman, right? So what do I want from you? Even after having a strong iman, I want prayers from you. So I want you to include me in your prayers, my family in your prayers, definitely, especially because it's Ramadan. So please include me in your prayers, my father, my mother, my grandmother, my entire family, my entire kabila, whatever you want to call it. That is my primary ask for you once you learn a lot from this particular bootcamp. Secondly, I want absolute hard work from you. If you put time and efforts in this bootcamp, if you focus, if you learn from this, and then you practice also it, I can guarantee that you will start as a really good developer and you will boost your career in web development. I can guarantee that. And third and final thing that I want from you is, please share this work. You can see that sharing is caring. Tom and Jerry has been teaching us since our childhood. So what do I mean by sharing? You definitely need to do these things during the bootcamp. you need to share the screenshots and your progress on Twitter and Facebook. So right now you can see me speaking on your screens, either your phone, either your laptop or PC. Just take a snapshot and then share it on Facebook and Twitter. Tag me in those. This is not because I want to be famous. This is because this bootcamp then will reach a lot of other people and that will benefit those people as well. So please do that for them, not for me. Whenever you post something, use this hashtag called CWA Bootcamp, and that will basically show us, what is the strength of our campaign. So definitely add this to your posts. If you want to sort of tag me on Twitter, you can tag by CodeWithAhsan, and then you should be able to find me and just tag me on Twitter. And this will also let other people know that okay, something good is really happening. And finally, if you find these things useful, you are right now watching this either on Twitch or on YouTube, follow the YouTube channel because there are tons and tons of videos coming up next, which you're gonna love because I have a lot of good things planned in the future. So definitely subscribe to the channel and follow the YouTube channel if you're not already. And yeah, if you want to connect with me, just feel free to search CodeWithAhsan and you will find me on all social platforms. I usually reply within 24 hours, so you would have seen my replies already now. If not, then just ping me and then say, hey, this guy doesn't reply or something. So let's get started. This is the moment where we are going to start this bootcamp. So first of all, let's talk about what's web development. And this particular day today is going to be a mix of some knowledge that I'm going to share with you and also some practical stuff that you need to do on your PCs. So you need to have your laptop and your PC, whatever you have right now for coding. Just make it ready through this talk because there will be a point where I will want you to basically say or code. Okay? Am I being understood so far? Does everyone understand what I'm saying? So what is web development? If we talk about web development in general, if I summarize it down to very basic words, is that it's creating or maintaining an application that basically works over the internet. For example, talk about Facebook, talk about Twitter, talk about WhatsApp web, not WhatsApp on mobile, but WhatsApp web. All the things that you can access via internet and you run on your browser are basically web applications. So when we talk about web development, this is essentially creating and then also maintaining those applications on the web. It involves a lot of aspects such as web designing. So web development comes after you have designed it. You need to know how it would look before you basically start developing it. Just like if you want to build a building or let's say a particular tower, you need to have a design of it. You need to have the architecture blueprint of it so you can know, okay, what is to be built. Similarly, we need to do web designing. Then web development also involves the core of it is front-end development, we have back-end development, we have database management also involved in this web development ecosystem, and then we have monitoring and logging as well. And there's much more. There are a lot of things in web development, but when you decide or when you get into it and try out different things, you're going to decide, hey, this is the particular thing for me. I like front-end development or back-end development and whatnot. And we are going to look into those right now. So what is exactly a front-end development or what comprises of it? So if we talk about the core of it, we have three different things that you need to learn. There are many more things that I can basically point out, but this is the absolute must. And as I mentioned, this bootcamp is for people with zero coding experience. So this is really essential for you to know these three different technologies. You need to know HTML. You need to know JavaScript, you need to know CSS. HTML is basically the structure. Imagine our body, the human body and the skeleton inside. So we have our bones, we have some flesh as well, but if we just talk about the bones, the structure of our body, that is essentially HTML, you could say. For web applications, HTML is the structure or the skeleton. JavaScript basically is the logic. So when you need to interact with your web application or when users are going to interact with your web apps, they are going to interact via JavaScript. For example, what happens if I click a button? What happens if I fill a form and then hit submit? So whenever there is an interactivity within the web application, that is JavaScript. And finally, how everything looks is the CSS. When you need to give a particular button a color, let's say you are saying, hey, this button is going to be red and this is going to have X amount of pixel of height and Y amount of pixel of width, then you're going to be using CSS. So if I summarize it for you again, HTML is the structure, JavaScript is the interactivity or the logic, and CSS is essentially the design or how everything would look. So I hope all of this makes sense. Now, when we talk about backend development, there are a bunch of things there. And I've taken this really nice image from Geeks for Geeks, which essentially shows you what the backend comprises and how many opportunities we have for the backend development. As I mentioned before as well, and I'm gonna open my cursor so I can point where I am right now. So we have Node.js, PHP, we have Python, Ruby, Java. These are all the languages that you could use to do backend development. We have Golang, C#. And as we talk about backend development, it mostly comprises of the server-side programming plus the database management as well. So when we are talking about backend, what could you imagine? So if I talk about, for example, if I give you a really quick example, I could basically go out just like this. And let's suppose we go to a particular example like flashback, for example. So if I go here and if I kind of go into this particular network request, and if I refresh now and show this right now, you will notice that we get some .css files here. If I click let's go, you will see that we got this particular key here. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So what happens is that this UI, this application that you see right now, this is a game that I built during a hackathon, by the way. But what I'm doing right now here is that when I click this button using JavaScript, this browser in which I have opened this application, this is the front end that you see or a user sees. And what I'm showing you here is something that this front end is interacting with the backend. So this front end sends a call, or you could imagine just doing a phone call to backend and saying, hey, get me the projects right now, all the projects that you have. And then what happens is that it goes to the backend and it returns a response with the project ID and this. So what's happening here is that this front end is requesting from the backend this data. Now this data could be somewhere in a database or somewhere. So if we talk about this, I'm going to actually open my one and only Miro board if I can open it right now. So let's talk about the front end and back end right now. So if we talk about front end, this is your front end. And then if we talk about the back end, this is essentially your back end. So I could say something like front end, and I'm going to kind of increase this. So we talk about front end. And then here we have the back end as well when it lets me write it. So we got a back end. So imagine your front end having a really nice color such as green. And then we have a back end which would have a really nice color such as purple. And we're going to change the text color to white. There we go. So if we have a front end, imagine that this is Facebook application that you're opening on your mobile. So I'm going to shrink it down so it looks like a mobile phone. And this is the back end. Now imagine that you are trying to request your posts, or let's say not posts, but your pictures, your own pictures in your own album. So what you would do is that you would essentially start a request from backend, from your front end to a backend. And I'm going to increase this so this looks a bit thicker, just like this, right? So your mobile phone is going to request from your front end and will say, hey, just return back to me some posts. Let's add this text here. So this is called posts, and I'm going to add this. So this will say, hey, backend, please return back posts for me. This is what the front end does. Then this backend will essentially go and check out something in the database. So if I can try to get wireframe library, database, and I'm basically showing you how to use Miro as well, which is so much fun. So I'm going to expand this, and this is our database. So this database will basically contain some information. So let's say it says something like, hey, whatever your name is. For example, I'm going to see Qasim Ali. So let's say we got a particular post for Qasim Ali, and this is a database in which we have a particular blog for Qasim Ali. And then there are some pictures from Qasim that we have in here. So let's say we say something like, hey, picture 1, picture 2, picture 3, for example, right? So if Qasim has all these pictures, this is where the database looks like, or this is what the database essentially looks like. So I'm gonna put it right here. So the backend will now try to go and get this information from the database. This will say, hey, get only the pictures for me, for Qasim, not of anyone else. And then the database essentially returns those pictures back to the backend. And then the backend basically returns those things back to the front end. And that's how you basically see those images right away. If you go to your profile picture, if you go to Facebook and your profile images, you will basically see those network requests. I'm not going to show you right away, but essentially this is what happens. So your front end is something that the user sees. So if I want to put it like this, I can say something like, hey, user or person. If I can put it like this. Ooh, so many happy persons. So let's say this person. And we got this person right here. So the person is going to use front end. The developers basically develop front end and back end both. And also some of those people manage the database. Let's move forward. So I hope you know a bit about front end and back end, and we are going to look at that later on. But we are going to focus on the front end first. So if you want a complete developer roadmap, I would highly suggest you to follow this roadmap.sh. I'm going to open this now, and then let me show it to you as well. So this is how it looks like. And you can go here and check out the front end roadmap, which essentially shows you whatever you need to learn. Now, the only thing that I usually don't recommend this is that when you see it, it seems a lot. For some people who don't have really strong heart or intentions, they kind of move away or kind of get scared from this. But the thing is that you don't have to do it in one day. You can do it over years. This is not something that you can do in like 1 month. This is something that you would learn throughout years. So having said that, let's go back and see what we are talking about here. So now we are going to talk about what tools do you need in order to start web development. So you will need a couple of things. First of all, you need a code editor, which means that you need some software in which you will write your code. You will write your HTML, you will write your CSS. Okay, so you need a particular tool to do that. For this particular bootcamp, I'm going to use VS Code because it is really easy to work with. I personally use it, and it has a lot of cool extensions that you can use to write code. I personally love it, so I'm going to recommend VS Code. But if you want to use something else like IntelliJ IDEA or WebStorm or Sublime Text, it's up to you. I wouldn't be angry at you at all. Then use whatever. For another thing that you would want for this bootcamp is a browser, of course. I'm assuming you already have that, unless you have Internet Explorer, in which case I would just recommend you to uninstall it. Yeah. No. Is Atom good? Yes, it is. But yeah, remember what I said about Internet Explorer. So you should have a browser, and then you also should have installed Git. So this is what I'm going to do right now. I want you to install VS Code. So this is the link for installing VS Code. When you go there, you will find links for Windows, Ubuntu and Mac. So you need to install VS Code, and that would be awesome. And then you also need to install Git. Let's talk about VS Code first. Here you can see that we have Windows. If you click this, you're going to have this exe file downloaded. You can see probably at bottom right. So here you see right here at the bottom left that I got it here. So you need to just run it. It will install this VS Code for you. For Git, you need to go ahead into Windows or Mac, whatever you have. Right now I'm using Windows, so I'm going to be using Windows for this one. And then you need to select either the installer, use the installer, the standalone installer, and then you need to select 32-bit or 64-bit. Many of the modern PCs, they already have 64-bit, so you probably would go with this. So when you install Git, you would see this option of installing Git Bash. If you don't have that, I think you can do download Git Bash. I think you can probably download Git Bash again, or you might need to run the installer again for Git Bash as well. But when you do so, I think this gives you an option of installing Git Bash as well. So if I do new options, yes. So here you can see we got this option of Git Bash here. That is what I'm asking about. So when you do Git Bash, this will essentially give you a terminal that you could work with, and that is very easy to work later. When you do so, when you have installed Git and VS Code, then this is what you need to do. you will want to go and basically just open your desktop. You go to your desktop and then you need to create a new folder called CWA, which is Code with Ahsan. When you do so, you can create another folder called My App, or just don't create that even if you don't want it. It really depends on you. But essentially, if you have the CWA folder, that is enough. Okay. Once you do so, you need to right click here and then you should be able to see this button called Open with Code. Okay, awesome. If you don't see the option, it also depends on if you're on Mac or Windows. But if you don't see that option, then what you can do is that you can just open it from start menu. So click the start menu or search it, and then you can say Visual Studio Code. There you go. So you can do this and then you can open it just like this, Visual Studio Code. Once you do so, you can go to File, Open Folder, and then you can select your folder, which is the CWA folder. So from here, then you can go to Desktop, CWA, and click Select Folder. Answer, there is also one way to do this. That is that if you go to your terminal or your command prompt, you can type code space whatever folder you want to open in, and then it lets you open it. For example, I could do something like this. So if I do ls, or if I do, for example, code dot in this folder called CWA, then it will also open this into VS Code. So yeah, those are the two ways to work this right. If you're not getting an option of opening it, the simplest way is to go and search for VS Code and then open it and then go to File, Open Folder, and then just select the folder. That is the easiest way. And this is so we are not blocked and so we can go forward. Now that we have opened this into VS Code, we are now going to look at some of the commands that we can run into this VS Code, or I'm trying to get you familiar with some of the commands or Linux commands. Okay. So first of all, you need to go to terminal and then click new terminal. This is a way where you can use a terminal or a command prompt inside your VS Code. So you don't have to like open this separately, as you can see here. So I can now close this because I can open it right here. Okay. One thing that you would want to do, and this is what I usually do, here you will see this plus button, and on the right side of it, there is this little arrow. So if you click this, you can select the default profile. I have selected Git Bash by default. If you want, you can use PowerShell, Ubuntu, whatever you want. I personally use Git Bash because this Git Bash basically allows us to run Linux commands easily within our terminals. For example, I could do ls, I could do all other things as well. So you need to do that. Once you do so, let's talk about some of the commands that we can do right now. The first command, the Linux command that we are going to get familiar with, is called mkdir. So you need to run mkdir, which is make directory, which means that now we can create a new folder within this folder that I'm right now in. So I'm right now in the CWA folder. As you can see here, it says desktop CWA. But if I say make directory my-app, then you will notice that this will create a new folder here called mk or called my app. Okay. So when you do mkdir my app, it will create a folder for you. So this is the first command that you need to know about. And if you want to take notes, you can definitely take notes and write it down for yourself. So mkdir creates a folder inside a terminal or inside the current folder that you are in. Another command is to go to that particular folder, and we have been taught it in our 9 class and other classes as well, and that is change directory or cd. So if you do cd space my app, you will notice that this desktop CWA will change to desktop CWA my app. So if I do this, you will now see that now instead of inside CWA, I'm right now inside my app. And this is important to understand in which folder you are in when you're working with web development, because you need to run certain commands from certain folders. So if I talk about my project right now, my projects folder is called CWA, not my app. CWA is the project that I have opened in VS Code. My app is a new folder inside CWA, as you can see, right? And now I can create another folder here. I can say something like mkdir src. So if I do this, then you will see that now I have another folder here called src. If I do ls, which is list all the directory, you will see it shows me that I have this source folder inside the my app. Why do we need to learn these directory commands, which we can do easily in UI? One reason, because terminal is cool. Yes, because UI is not so cool. So when you do this in terminal, it looks like you're a programmer, it looks like you're a hacker. Learn terminal. No, jokes apart, there are certain commands that you can only run from your command line or terminal. For example, when you need to install node packages, when you need to run the build command or the serve command, you need to run it from your terminal. So for that, you need to know which particular folder you are in. So as a programmer, as a web developer, you're going to be doing a lot of terminal commands. So we don't really necessarily need to do it via this, but we definitely need to do it in terminal. When we need to go out of a particular folder, we need to type cd space dot dot. Remember always, one dot means the same folder, two dots means going out of the current folder. So if I'm in my app, if I click this or if I enter now, you will see that now it changed itself to desktop CWA. So from my app, I came out one space and now I'm outside of it, right? So one more command to learn is clear, CLEAR. And now you can see that now I have cleared my terminal. So I'm now at the very top. So one question that Khubab Irfan has asked, really good question, that how to delete a folder using commands. So if I need to see what are the folders or files inside the CWA folder, I can type ls as I mentioned. So if you see ls, it shows me that my app is a folder inside CWA. And we know that, hey, CWA has my app inside and my app has source inside it. So in CWA, we only have my app. And if we want to open it, we can definitely go here and check it out. So here you can see that we got CWA inside, we have my app. So this is exactly showing the same thing. Now, if I need to remove a folder, the command for that is rm. So you need to do rm and then you will remove the folder my app. So if you do rm my app, you will see that the folder itself, it says it's a directory because you cannot remove it. But if you do rm-r my app, then you will see that it removes itself. And the reason for that is when you run the rm command, it expects this name to be a file, and it's not a file, it's a directory. It can have multiple files and folders inside it. So git bash or terminal basically is asking us, hey, I cannot remove it. It seems like a folder. It might have a lot of files inside. What do I do? So we say, hey, it's fine. Just do this R and then I'll remove it. This R basically means that we are telling terminal to remove this my app folder and everything inside it as well, which is basically saying, hey, remove everything recursively. So this R is essentially for removing recursively. Alternative is rmdir. You're probably right. So if I do mkdir my app, I'm creating this file or this folder. And then if I do rmdir my app, then it also removes the folder. So really good suggestion there, Nabil Ahmed. We can use rmdir to remove a folder. So you can write this down if you want to. Saya Sayyid Akmal says, as a developer, we need to familiarize with terminal. Yes, you're absolutely right. Is it necessary to learn DSA first to be a good developer? Apurva Adhikari, it's not necessary to learn this first, but at some point you will have to learn it to be a good developer. When I'm writing my command, it's showing like length name, last write name, and more. I don't really understand. Can you go back using a command if you make a mistake with commands, like basically redo command of Control-Z? No, Gofran, you cannot. Unfortunately, no. It's a joke in programming world that I do something like rm rf slash, and this slash, don't run it. Don't run it. It's like, don't run it. And that is because this will basically remove your entire folder, entire system. So don't run rmrf slash. This means that I'm basically deleting my whole operating system. Usually there's a protective layer in the operating systems to not allow this, but with root user or as admin privileges, people can do it. And this is a disaster. You cannot undo it at all. It's like going and deleting system32 folder. Yeah, it could be. Varda might be right. It could be that you're using different visual. If you're using PowerShell, it might be something else. So if I use PowerShell, and if I do, for example, mkdir, my app, let's see what we get. So we get this. So maybe this is what you are seeing, right? So if you see this, that is also fine. When we do mkdir, it basically runs ls for us automatically. For example, if I run ls now, you will see the same thing. And then when you remove it, I think it runs the same thing. So if I do rmdir my app, no, it doesn't run ls in that case. But if I run ls now, it doesn't show anything good. How to get inside or outside a folder with namespace in between? That's a good question. So if I do something like mkdir, then you would have to create a folder called my app. I think it works like this. Now you see that there's a space between that. So you need to use quotations in between those. And when you need to cd into it or change directory or go inside it, you can do cd and then you can do the same thing, my app. I think it should work. Yeah, you can go it like this. Or if you just do cd and then start typing my and then press the tab key, you see that it automatically does it for you. So a quick way, basically write the name or go to the name, is to press the tab key. When you press the tab key during a command, it will most likely autofill it. Hope that makes sense. Hassam Sayed, you are absolutely right. When creating folders, we should not be giving spaces, at least to our projects. I mean, in Windows, you can go create folders and do whatever you want to do. But in programming, it is usually not a practice to create folders with spaces. Usually the practice is to, you see how this shows this slash? This is also another way of doing this. You type my, then backslash, and then press tab and you will see it, or just type m and press tab and you'll see it. So when we are creating folders, we usually do mkdir my dash app. This terminology or this dash terminology is something that we call kebab case, which is not the kebab that we eat, but it's called kebab case. So you usually create your files just like this. We are going to go inside this folder and create our first HTML file. So that's what we are going to do now. So we are going to go and say cd my app. This is the first thing. And then we are going to create a new file and we are going to call this index.html. So to create a file, we say touch and then we give this a name. So we say index.html. And when you hit enter, you will see here inside this folder, we got this file. And sort of confirmation for this being HTML file is this icon. You see these brackets. That is what shows that, hey, this is an index.html file. Now you could create other files as well, but we are going to have a look into that in just a bit. So create this file. Is touch specific to HTML files? No, you can create whatever file you want. For example, you can say something like my dog.docx and this will create a docx file for you, Microsoft Word file for you. I'm going to remove this file now since I don't really want it. So I'm going to say rm mydog.docx and this will remove the file for us. Yay! All right, so now that we've got this, I want you to do one little change, and that is we are now going to switch our project folder. So right now, the project folder that we have is CWA. We don't really want CWA. I would like you to change your folder to my app, okay? You need to go to File, Open Folder, and then go inside CWA, and then My App, and then select the folder, and that way your project folder will then become the my app. If you're watching this video and if you like what you're seeing, press the thumbs up button on the video. That really helps the video push to a lot of developers out there. That would really mean a lot if you can do that right now. And thank you in advance for doing so. So now that we have this, we are going to write our first HTML. First of all, we are going to create our first HTML right now. And the way to do that is something called emit. There's something called emit in VS Code, which basically allows you to write HTML very quick. So the first way of writing an HTML is that you need to hold the shift key. When you click this HTML, first of all, you need to click this HTML file, then you click inside here, and then you click the shift or you press the shift key, and then you press the one key on top, which is this exclamation mark. So if you type this exclamation mark, you will see this emit abbreviation, okay? And if you hit enter, you will see this magical code that VS Code automatically provides us. So once you are done with that, you need to go here on the left, you need to go to extensions, okay? Then you're going to go here on search, and then you need to type live server. So you need to type live server. When you click this live server, you will see a button for installing it. So you need to install this. So this purple/pink live server is what we are looking for. So now that you have done this, what I want you to do is type Control-Shift-P. So Control plus Shift plus P. When you do so, you will see this command prompt here. Then you need to type live server, and then it's called open with live server. So try this. open with live server. If you do so, I think it's going to do the same thing, yes. So you need to click live server, install it, and then you need to go here and say live server, and then there's called open with live server. So use open with live server, and this will open it in the browser just like this. Now what I want you to do is you can basically drag this out of this browser by clicking and dragging, if you can do that. And then what I want you to do it is kind of move this alongside here just like this. So you can drag it like this on your right side. Then you can open your browser, or sorry, your VS Code, and then you can do the same with this, but kind of moving this toward the other side. So I'm going to do it like this. So just move it on one side and then move it towards the other side. This will make it easier for us to change some code and immediately see those in the browser. So now let me explain to you what we see in the code right now. So the thing at the top here, the doc type HTML, is something that you will never change. You will not have to change this line ever in your career. This basically tells the browser, the Chrome browser, first of all, understand this. Our index.html right now is opened into Chrome, the browser, because this is a web application. As I told you before, a web application is essentially something that runs on the web, on the internet. And right now our application is running on the internet, or not in the internet, but in our own machine. No one else can access this. But right now this is running on your machine, but inside a web browser or Chrome. So this is essentially an HTML file, and everything that you see on the web, Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch, or YouTube, all of that has this index.html somewhere, and they basically send that back to you on your browser so you see them. Similarly, this index.html is something that we are seeing on our browser or on our page. So that means now we can develop web applications just like anyone else. So the way this web application works is that we have, first of all, this doc type HTML, which tells the browser that the version of HTML is version 5. So there have been multiple versions of HTML before, HTML4, HTML3, but the latest one is HTML5, and that is what we use right here in the browser. So you will never change this file. After that, we have this HTML tag. And the way it works in HTML is that something like this. So what we have is, we basically have a bracket, then we have a tag open, then we have a bracket, then we have the content inside, then we have bracket, backslash, and then tag close. This is how the HTML structure is usually working. So imagine when we are working with maths, what happens? We say something like x equals to, then we open a bracket, then we say something like a plus b, but then we also want to say plus c. So we could do something like a, and then we kind of do this. So we basically add another bracket. So this is sort of called nesting things. I don't want you to go into maths. I want you to understand one thing, and that is each tag in HTML has an opening clause and then a closing clause. And this is what you will see here. See that this HTML has a bracket that starts, then we say HTML. So I'm going to basically remove this. So this HTML basically has an opening tag here, and then you can see its closing tag right here. If I remove everything from here, then this is how it would look. We would have an HTML tag, and then inside we would have something else. And then it goes on and on and on. So here we have the HTML, then we have this head tag. Inside head we have some things. You don't need to know about these at this moment. Ignore those. Then we have this title, and then we have this body, and the body doesn't have anything. The body is empty. So I'm going to repeat what we have here right now. We have this HTML. Inside we have two things. We have a head and a body. Okay. So at the top we have HTML, then we have a head, and then we have a body. Inside the head we have four things. We have one meta, two meta, third meta, and then we have this title. Now the fun part is that this title is exactly the same thing that you see up here. You see this is called document. If I go up here, it says document. That is because it comes directly from here. So if you go ahead and open something else, for example, if you go to Git, it says Git downloads here. Where is this coming from? This is coming from the title property from its HTML. How can we see? If you go to any page, right click and click view page source, you can go to their source and here you can see the title. Yay! Let's go! Woo! So that's how it works. In the HTML, every page that you see on the internet, it has this HTML. And each HTML has this title, and this is what you see right here on the top. If you go to some other page, for example, if you go to Flashback, you can right click it, you can go to view page source, and you will see exactly the same thing here. We have this title, and whatever it says is exactly the same here on this particular page as a title. Great! Awesome! That's really cool. So you understand what we are talking about. So similarly, if you open your VS Code now and you see this particular page that we have, if you want to change it to your application, your name, it really works. For example, the last name I see in the chat is Ruwaida Yusuf. So if I say Ruwaida Yusuf, and if I save this, you see immediately at the top, it changed itself to Ruwaida Yusuf. So you can name whatever your page will show on the tab up top in the browser from here. And then you can open it into any browser and this will show at the top. So this is essentially the title for your application. And when we talk about Google search, when you type something in Google search, Google also looks at these things to index those on top. So whatever matches the most with title, and this is not just a title, there are much more factors involved in Google search. That's a completely different topic, but this is one of the key factors. If someone is going to find Ruwaida Yusuf, sorry, Ruwaida Rauf, and I made a mistake. Sorry, I changed it. So if we have Ruwaida Rauf for some reason in the title and someone wants to find her, then this is what would happen, or him, I don't really know. But this is what would happen. They would find it, or Google will basically look into those places and try to see which page basically renders it, okay? So now that we have talked about this title, why don't we really see anything on the page? And that is because the body is absolutely empty. The body is empty. We don't see anything in the body. That's why. So what can we write in the body? If I go ahead here, first of all, I'm going to change this to my name because I know my name is my name. So I can say Mobile Responsiveness here. And then if I go into the body and if I type something like, hey, CWA community is the best. So if I type this and if I hit save, now you see that it came here. Yay, we got our first page, our first web application, which is the simplest web application ever. So here you can see that inside the body, whatever we type, that's going to show up in the browser. So everything that you see in the browser or in any application is basically inside this body. And that is essentially what you would see. So if you go to, for example, we were looking at this Git example. If I look at the source code here, you can see inside this body, we have got a lot of content here, div, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of things here that we see here. Exactly. So how do we start working with this HTML? So what you need to understand is first inside the body, you can type anything and that would basically show you the content. And now what I want you to do is try out a couple of things. I want you to copy or bookmark this page that I'm going to show you right now. You need to go to w3schools.com and here we have HTML and CSS. So you need to go to HTML. What I want you to do right now is just go through these things, go through the basics, try out these examples like H1, P. You will see some elements as well, like the P tag, the BR. Try these out in your code. For example, you can try this code. I'm copying this right now, and then I'm going to paste it inside my code, and I'm going to render my app. So if I go and paste this code inside my body, I will start looking at this. My first heading, my first paragraph. Awesome. Now that we know about the structure, what we have in HTML, let's talk about what we can use in this whole situation. So we can use a heading, and then we have several types of headings. So what I want you to do right now is try out all the headings. So what headings are available right now in HTML? So I'm going to remove this P tag. Now what I want you to do is to type H2, just like this, and then you will see that it will basically close this tag automatically. Then you can say something like my name, something like this. Or you could say something like heading 2 is this one. Okay, and then you can copy paste this one 3 more times or 4 more times and then replace this h2 with h3. So what we are doing is that we are using h1, h2, h3, h4, and then h5, and then h6. So we are using 6 different headings, and then you can replace the names here 4, 5, 6. Okay, so here we have h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, h6. So once you do this, press save and see how this looks. You can see that the first heading is the biggest heading that you can see. Then we got the second heading, and that is a bit smaller. Then we got the third heading, and that is a bit smaller. Fourth, 5, 6. We did not change anything apart from just using the tag itself. So we are just using a different tag, and on the browser, it renders differently. It shows differently. Does that make sense? So these are some of the things that we put as headings. Now it will depend on you how big you want your heading to be, and then you can use one of those. You don't have to use all of these tags. It really depends on what you want to do with which particular tag. So for example, we can look at some of the websites that we can think would have the heading. For example, this heading on roadmap.sh. So here you can see that if I open this, you can see that this is using h1 here. So this is a heading, and that's why you can see we get this really big text here. If I change this to h2, something like this, you will see that this might change depending on the tag itself. Or let's say if I change this to h6. Oh, do they style this? No, they have put the font style, so I'm going to remove that. So now we got this h6, and I'm going to remove the style from here as well. Cool. So if this is h6, this is smaller. If I put this h1, then they have changed this. So if I change this to h1, this is bigger. Then if I change this to h2, it becomes smaller. If I change this to h6, it becomes super small. So you can see that when we change a particular text in heading, even on multiple websites, they do see different. And then we can also style them separately, but it's up to us what we use. Now I shared a link with you here, HTML elements or the W3 school. But in this particular link, we have got a lot of HTML elements that we can use. We have the headings, we have the p tag, we have a lot of things that we can use from this one. So if you want to be familiar more with how HTML works, you definitely need to look at this or all of these things. For example, you can see HTML headings. This will show you exactly what I'm teaching you right now. Multiple headings that you could see. If we talk about paragraphs, you will see these paragraphs. So what is the difference between a heading and a paragraph? Exactly what you would use in a Google Doc. So a heading is bigger, but you can have multiple paragraphs, and each paragraph is separate. So if you put some text into one paragraph, it is going to be merged together. But if you do it into multiple paragraphs, you would see them differently. Let's try this out. So we are now going to try paragraphs in this code. So I'm going to remove this first heading. I'm going to keep h3 as my favorite heading at this moment, but it's up to you. You can keep whichever heading you want. I'm keeping h3 as my favorite one. So let's say here we say something like CWA Army, something like this. And then I save this, and you see that I got just this heading here. And now I'm going to use a p tag, and here we can have some content or some code or some text here. So in this p tag, I can say something like CWA Army is one of the best communities, or we could say tech communities in the world. For example, if I just put this and save this, you can see that we get this content right here. Okay, so CWA Army is one of the best tech communities in the world. Add another line here. Let's say if I hit enter, and if I try to add more lines here, let's say I say we work together, and let's say we learn together, we go forward together, for example. So if I save this, you see that the whole text is in one single paragraph, because this is a paragraph element. So if you use the p tag and add all of this together, then it basically merges both of those things together. So everything you write in here, even if you press a lot of enter keys, if you save this, you will see that it will be merged together, and that is how the paragraph works. So you don't really need a lot of spaces here. If you want this one line to be in one paragraph, but this one to be in a different paragraph, then you need to create another p tag. So just below this p tag, you could create another p tag. And here you can basically paste the second one. Now, if I save this, you can see that now these are two different paragraphs. Does that make sense? Now that we know about how HTML tags work, it's just a matter of you trying different elements out. There are different elements that we can talk about. We're going to now talk about some comments. So what I was saying is that if you want to have some notes here that you don't want to show on the view, but only want to keep it for yourselves, that is called commenting. Or if you want to just hide some code for the time being. For example, I really want to see how this would look if this heading did not exist. So one way would be I remove this completely and I remove this. And if I do this, you can see that now I can see how this looks. But if I just wanted to hide it and not show it on the view, one of the ways to do this is to comment this out. And the way to do that is you press Control and then you press this slash key. So if I put it down here, it's Control plus and then this slash key. When you do this, this basically comments this out. So if you do this here, you will see that this is what it shows. So it's a starting bracket or a less than sign, and then it's an exclamation mark, then two dashes, then it kind of hides your code just like this. It seems a bit different. And once you do so, it will basically do the same thing. So if I save this now, you can see that this is the heading. But if I comment this out, then you will see that it is gone. And now I can basically see how this looks. So temporarily, if you want some of your code to not be compiled and not be used in the output, you will use comments. And there are multiple sort of comments. We have single line comments, we have multiple line comments. For example, I could use the same situation with control plus slash to do this. And now you will see that here, this is a multiple line comment because we have this starting on line number 10 and then it's ending on line number 13. So now we will only see one p tag. Actually, it will break because I'm doing it in the wrong way. This p tag should be included. So if I do this, in this case, I'm hiding the h3 and the first p. If I save this, you only see the second one. So this comment is basically used for multiple things. One, temporarily hiding or temporarily removing this from the output. Secondly, just for nodes. So here you could say that this is going to be the topmost heading. Now this note is just for you. So if you want to add notes or comments to your code, this is how you would do that. You do comments by pressing Control plus this slash. So I hope this makes sense. And in the output, you don't see it. And you can put as many comments as you want. And none of those comments would go in the output. So it's just for you. I hope that makes sense. One of the things that we can use apart from h3 and p tag is images. So I could go here and type an image tag and then that would show an image. And that is super cool because we can use images into our web applications. That's what we usually see in, a lot of applications. So if I do something like img, and here I go ahead and close this bracket, you will notice that when you use the img tag or the image tag, unlike other tags, this particular tag does not need to be closed. As I mentioned before, there are only a couple of tags which do not need closing, but all the other tags, they do need closing. For example, if I type this is a tag, you see that it closes automatically because VS Code does it. But with the image tag, that really doesn't happen. So you don't need to close image tag. That is the first lesson that I want to share with you. Okay. But if you just do this, you will see that nothing happens here. And that is where we are going to introduce something new. You can also call them singleton tags, yes, or self-closing tags. There are so many terminologies for those. But now we are going to try to introduce one more thing into this whole course. And that is these tags can have multiple properties. They can behave differently based on different scenarios. For example, imagine your human body, or let's say we have this tag, which is h3. If I wanted to define the background color of this one, I would have to define what is the background color. That is one property of it. There are other properties as well that we can talk about. For example, here we have this image. If we want to define the width and the height of the image, we can use something called attributes. And the way to define attributes is that you define them into this space, which is the space of the opening tag. You always define attributes after the name of the opening tags. So we are going to take an example in this case. This image basically takes an attribute called src. This src is basically the URL of the image. Where do I get the image from? Over the internet. And you can specify a URL here. And when you do, this will basically get that URL and show that image to you. Let's try this out. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to my site, which is CodeWithAhsan.dev, and we can pick an image from there. So let's see. So I'm going to go to CodeWithAhsan.dev, and here we have this image. Okay, I can get the image by right clicking and then clicking copy image address. When I do copy image address, I can basically copy the URL and then I can go to my VS Code and I can paste it here just like this. Okay. So if we look at the output right now, there's nothing, but if I save it, you will start seeing the image. Yay! We got the image as you can see here. Okay. Although it's too large and we know that it's too large, but this is one way to do so. Some says, please try from Google Images. It really doesn't matter. If you want to pick from Google Images, you can definitely do that. You can go to Google and then you can definitely try to, for example, search something, code image background. So if you do code image background, go to images, then you can start using any of those images. For example, this one. So you could right click on this, or let's say go for programming. And now you can pick any one of those. All I see is PHP. Okay, let's pick this one. So any image, you can basically go right click, copy image address, and then you can paste them in your code. And then you can paste it right here in the source, just like this. And then you should be able to see that. Pixum.photos is a good placeholder for images. Yeah, you can also use that. Let's see. So we got pixum.photos. And here you can see this. So if you go to pixum.photos, you can basically use random images just like this. So if you use this URL in the image source code, you will basically see, I believe, a random image every time. So if I go back here, go here and it's save here, you see that we get this image. If I refresh the page, I see a different image. So Pixum basically is a service that provides you different images using the same URL. So you can use the same URL. I'm still going to go with my image that I was using to share something with you. First of all, the very important lesson here is that each tag can have attributes. These are called attributes, which define something about this tag. For example, here we are saying we have an image, but the source of the image is this URL. And this is important to understand. Similarly, we can have multiple attributes for different tags. This image can also take width. So here we could have something like width, and in the width you can define a number of what is going to be the width of this image. Right now you see that this image is huge compared to the text. The text looks so small and the image is so huge. So here we can define the width of it by saying something like 500. And if I save this, you can see that now the image is smaller. You can even make it like 150. And here you can see that now it's super small. So it's up to you how you define this, but this is another attribute that we can give to this image. And now you see that it starts to look a bit nicer. So we can define the width here. Definitely you can also define the height here. So you can say something like height, and then you can give this a height, for example 150, and you will see that now we have a height here. Okay, so it really depends on you. If I give this height a 300, you will see it being stretched just like this. So you need to be careful what you give the width and height. But the point here is that we have multiple attributes that we can give to these tags. And not just image, but other elements as well. So I'm just going to give this a width. We don't need to give this a height. That's fine. All right. Once you have used the width and the source, yes, this is also an interesting point from Xmetrics, that every element itself, they have specific tags for themselves. For example, this source attribute doesn't work on a p tag because a paragraph doesn't need to have source. Similarly, there could be other tags that we are going to talk about. Awesome. Now that we know about the image tag, let's try out another really interesting tag that we already know, and we use it so much during our surfing on the web, and that is the anchor tag. So we have something called the A tag, and this A tag is basically called a link tag. When you click this link, it basically takes you somewhere else. So this A tag requires some things, but the first thing that you need to know is that between these tags, whatever you write, this will be shown as a link. So let's say we call this something like code with, not KD, but rather code with Ahsan website. Okay, so here you can see that we got this tag written here as code with Ahsan website. You can see exactly what I wrote. We can see it here. But then what makes this a link? Right now, if I click here, nothing happens. And that is because this anchor tag requires a specific attribute, and that attribute is href, or we called it ref. Some people call it that as well, but it's called href, and that basically is supposed to be the link to where this should go when clicked. So here we have https, and here I can say CodeWithAhsan.dev. So if I'm giving this link https CodeWithAhsan.dev, and if I hit save, now you will see that this looks a bit different. You see the underline, you see the purple color here, and if I mouse over it, you see at the very bottom, see here at the very bottom here, you will see this showing a link. You see that black thing right there? That basically shows that this is a link, and the browser is telling us that, hey, this is a particular link, and we have to go on this page if you click it. So if I click this page, this link, you see that it immediately takes us to the website. And that is super cool, because now we can have our web page pointing to different links. So you could have, let's say, your blog post or your personal portfolio, or if this is your portfolio website, you can have links to your social media, you can have links to your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram, whatever you want. So this a tag is basically used for that. Okay, Yasir Khan has asked, what is the difference between a and link? The a tag is basically called for URLs. It's not necessarily called link. The link tag is used in the head, and that is used to link different resources with this HTML. So don't confuse the link with a URL link. Okay, basically whenever you want a particular, now the terminology is weird because I need to call it link, but technically the link tag is specific to the HTML and how you link different resources with HTML. The anchor tag is what creates a URL link that basically takes you to somewhere else. So they are both having similar terminologies, but technically they are different. So I hope you understand it. So one really interesting attribute is, you will notice one problem here. Imagine someone is on my website or my portfolio. This is my portfolio website, for example, here that I'm showing, for example. And if I want to take someone to my social account, let's say this was my Facebook. So here, let's say I would say Facebook here, and then I would change this URL to Facebook. So I would say something like facebook.com/CodeWithAhsan. Okay, now imagine someone being on my website and I click this Facebook, and now they are away from my website because you can see the URL changes, the browser changes, and now they're not on my website. What if I don't want this? What if I want them to open this link into another tab rather than this one? It's called target. So if you define a target here and then you give it a blank underscore blank, then if you click this, you see that it opened into a new tab, and now my website is as it is. So here, if you use target blank, it opens into a new tab, as you can see here. So here it is target. So if you use target blank, it opens it into a new one. Great. So I think you're understanding everything, and some of you know a bit of other stuff as well. Okay, we are going to talk about input now. So we have an input tag that we can use to create several inputs. For example, let's suppose you want to take the email from a person. What you would do is you would type this input tag, and this is also one of those tags that are self-closing, so you don't need to close those, just like image. So an input would basically have a couple of things. If I just put input here, you will see that immediately it starts showing me this input right after my link. So we have an input. Do we need something else here? We could have something else here. For example, this input right now, if I click this, I can type text here. But what if I want the user to define their age, for example? That is a very shitty thing to ask personally, but let's say for some reason we do want to ask them. The way to do that would be to define the type of this input as number. When you do this, when you define this as number, you will notice that now I see these buttons here, the top and bottom, and I can click those, and I can basically provide value just by clicking those things. Or I can go here and start typing a number. But if I type an alphabet here, what would happen? If I type some alphabet, I'm doing it right now, trust me, it doesn't accept any ABC characters or any alphabets. It only accepts the number, and that is because we are defining the type here. So this input type attribute is global for every browser and is supported on all browsers. We can define the type and then we get the specific input. And one really important thing about this is that when you use this into into a mobile phone, when you click this input, the keyboard that comes up within your mobile phone is going to be according to this type. And this is a stupid mistake that a lot of developers do. They don't use the specific type, or they forget to do this. So when they need to type the input, or when the user opens it, they really don't see the appropriate input. For example, imagine the keyboard types that we have on mobile. We do have a text type, we do have an alphanumeric type keyboard, and we also have a particular keyboard type for email, which basically shows, sometimes you would have seen if you go to different websites and you need to enter your email, the keyboard that comes up automatically has this @ sign at the bottom. It is on the front. You don't need to go to symbols and then pick the @ sign, because the keyboard type automatically provides that information for you. Similarly, sometimes when you need to put a number, they still show a text keyboard, and you are like, oh, okay, I now have to go to and click all those numbers. So it's really important to define the type here for a really good user experience. You can type E into there. No, you can actually. You can type E because, yeah, something like exponent. If we talk about other types, what do we have there? We have a color type. So if I use the color type, you see the color input. Yay! This is super cool. You can now basically have this color picker, and you can basically color pick it. So if I click this, you can pick a particular color, and you can see what color I'm picking here, and it is basically shown here. So you can have a color picker. You can also have an input type of date. And when you do that, you get this date picker. So this is based on browser. On Chrome, this may look different, but on different browsers, this may look different. So if you click this, you get this really nice date picker, and you can basically pick the date. Similarly, you have time, and you can define a time here. So there are several types of inputs that you can use for taking different inputs from the user. I hope that makes sense. And you can see these are all the types that we can use. We have input type button, type checkbox. So if we use the checkbox button, we will basically see or start seeing the checkbox. So if I use checkbox here, you see the checkbox here. So based on the type that you are showing, it will show you different things. And then there is also type URL, type time, text, telephone number, search. So there are a lot of things that you could use. And then there are some other input attributes as well. One of the things around this input value is also something called validation. So input doesn't only have this type attribute. The attribute that I'm going to talk about is something like max and min. So we have a max value that you could give. Let's say we talk about 10. Yeah, it doesn't limit. It said that it shows the visible length. But yeah, let's not go into that. I need to cover a couple of more things. So let's say if the maximum value of this input has to be 10, then if I try to go above 10, you will see that it doesn't allow me to go above 10 when I press this button. Similarly, you could have a minimum value, and that would be, like, say 5. So if I do this, if I start, you can see that it doesn't go below 5, but it also doesn't go above 10. So you can limit your user to what values there could be. And the best way to do so, whenever you are confused on what attributes to use, you can just Google them. Remember that you don't have to remember or memorize every particular attribute. Okay, you definitely need to understand that you can always Google. You don't have to memorize everything, and whenever you're confused, just Google it. You'll probably come to this page, and then you can find the attributes, whatever you want. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. So we did cover the input as well. There are a couple of other things that I don't really want to go into, but we definitely need to cover these things that I'm going to talk about now, which is the HTML semantics. So now I'm going to explain one really important thing about the HTML structure that you need to understand before you go professionally working into the industry, or before you get proficient with it. In the HTML world, we have two kind of elements. We have multiple kind of elements, but if we categorize them, we do get two different situations. One is inline, and second is block. An inline element is basically which comes in line with multiple elements in a single row. For example, you can see that this Facebook link that we have, or the anchor tag that we have, and this input, they both are right now in line with each other, because they both are in one row, even though their code is different on different lines. But If we talk about this p tag is not an inline element. Every p tag will be shown below the other one. So the difference between inline and block is that each block element will appear on a next line or after the previous one. Okay? So I hope this makes sense. For example, if I put this a tag, let's say after this p tag, the first p tag, what would happen in this case? You see that this p tag is a block, therefore it doesn't really accommodate this one within itself. And then this p tag is also block, that's why this doesn't allow this a tag to come along with it. But if I put this input between those p tag, then you will see that they both will appear together. So an inline element is basically which can appear together within the same row. Now I could put this input after the a tag and this would still be the same. We will get the link first and then the input because they are inline. So we have a couple of situations where we have to use inline and sometimes we need to use block elements. So how do we, if we have a situation, if I have a situation where I have to have this anchor tag, which is this Facebook link, and this input into multiple different lines, what is the easiest way for me to do so? One way for me to do so is that I use a block element and then I put these things inside a block. So that is how you would make this inline a block. So for example, this a tag, I could kind of cut this, create a temporary p tag or a p tag, not a temporary one, but a p tag, and then I put this inside. Now what would happen in this case is that after this p tag, we got another block in which we will have this link. So if I save this, you see that now they both are on different sides. Okay, does that make sense? So I could make this anchor tag inside a block. So the block is the topmost element and that is why it is on a new line. Similarly, I could basically move this input tag into a block just like this. So if I say p tag and here I can put input and you will see the same result out there. So it's the same result, right? But when we code, we don't usually use p tag for the same purpose. We have something called a div to do this. So instead of p tag, we use a div to do that. The div is a short form of, you could call it dividing element or something like that. And you would see that when we use a div, we do see them on top of each other. Yeah, we could also do that. So here, do you understand what's happening right now? If we do this particular situation, and we could also, according to Xmetric's suggestion, we could also do this. I don't know how that would look though, but if it doesn't look good, I'm going to remove it. So we got something like border, 1 pixel, solid black, border, or make it red. So what I've done so far is that we now can see each element sort of in their own shell. So first of all, this CWA Army H3 right now here, you can see that this is a block. Then this p tag is a block. Then we got this Facebook div, or actually this input is inside a div. So you see this input inside a block. And then we got this. So if I move this input simply like this, and if I wrap this anchor tag in a div, let's see what happens. So in this case, we are saying that, hey, this input is inline input, but this div is block. So if I do this, you can see that we got this red line here, div, and I could also style this, and we are going to learn styling later on. So I could say something like div, border, color, blue. So here you can see right now that when we wrapped this anchor tag into this div, you see this block element, which is this div, wrapping on this anchor tag. All right. So you can align your content if you want to do into multiple lines just by using divs, and then everything would be on their own line. So most of the times what you would use for stacking things on top of each other is going to be a div. And there are multiple elements that you could also use. For example, if I want to use something along each side, I can use rather something different. And that is essentially if I go ahead and do this, for example, just like this, and I'm going to remove this div. Let's say we got this anchor tag, but I do want to have particular sentence in which I want this anchor tag to be there. So for example, I'm going to remove this input, and let's say at the end, we got this particular situation where we have a p tag and inside we need to have an anchor tag. So let's say we talk about something like, hey, if you want to connect with me, go to my, and then we got this anchor tag, which is Facebook. So I'm going to cut this and then do this. So what I've done here is that I've said, hey, we have a p tag in which we have this text. If you want to connect with me, go to my, and then we have this anchor tag going on. So we have the complete anchor tag afterwards. So if I press save here, you can see that here now, since this a tag is in line, it doesn't go into a next line. Okay. Now what I want you to do is I want you to move this anchor tag into a new line. Rather than this, just put a colon like this to my colon, and then this link should go below there. And you already know how to do that. You need to wrap this anchor tag inside a div to do that. I think I missed the instruction, move a tag into div tag, right guys? So what you needed to do was you needed to move this anchor tag is kind of cut this. So you have cut anchor tag, then press enter, and then here create a div, and then inside the div, then you move your anchor tag. So basically your p tag starts, then you type your text, then you press div, or you have a div, and then inside you have this anchor tag. Once you do so, you should see something like this. So that is what I meant. Awesome. Great. So we are doing really good, and I absolutely love it that you're doing so well. So what I want you to do, everyone, is right now, because I do want to see all of your progress and all of your links, and I want to connect with you. Do me a favor and join the Discord link. I'm not really sure if you have a Discord right now, but I want you to join the Discord link right here so I can share the link with you, because I would like to see your URLs or your projects when you are done developing them to this. When you do so, you're gonna be coming into this Discord that we have. It's called CodeWithAhsan, and I'm going to create a channel for you right now. We can have a look at that. So we got this one, and I'm going to create it for CWA Bootcamp or Web Dev Bootcamp, and then here we can definitely share all of the things that we are just talking about. So it's gonna be Web Dev Bootcamp, and I don't know why, but I do need this thing right here. So hopefully you all see the link to the Discord now, and then you can go to the Web Dev Bootcamp channel and then share all of your stuff there, and I should be able to see that. Awesome. So now that we have really good idea about the HTML and some of the attributes as well, I want you to style your code a bit, and we are going to look at the very basic, the simplest way of styling anything that we are talking about right now. And that is using something called the style tag. So we have an opportunity of using a style tag on almost every HTML, or I think it's every HTML tag. So when you use the style tag, you can basically define several attributes. So style is not a tag, style is an attribute. So when you use the style attribute on any tag, you can definitely specify some properties. For example, you can specify the color. So if you use the color, you can define the color like red, and then with this colon. So look at this syntax very carefully. On this p tag, we are saying style, color, colon, and then red. And this is what we have entered here. So when you hit and save this, you will see that the whole p tag is now red. So now that you have done this, you can now specify a particular style of the same color, or actually not the same color, but the same style attribute to this div. And then you change the color, you say yellow to this and save. So in this particular situation, your styles of p tag will be different on p, and on div it's going to be different. But you will notice that the link itself, it doesn't really change. So instead of giving this on the div tag, try giving it directly on this a tag. So you're gonna do this. So two things that I said right now: give your p tag a style of color, and then give a style color to your anchor tag, and you can change the color as you want. So you can change the color. For example, one of the cool things about VS Code is that if you mouse over this, you can actually pick the color that you want. So instead of remembering the colors, you can quickly go here, pick a particular color. For example, I would pick the color close to my theme, and here you can pick this color. And now once you do so, save this, you will see the particular color here. One of the things that you could also do is I have this really nice extension called color highlight that you could use that highlights the color that you're using. And you install it by going to extensions and typing color highlight, and then you should be able to see that. I think that's the extension that shows me this color like this. You see this whole color colored, so to say. That's how I see it. Now, one thing that I really don't like about this link is that it really has this underscore by default. I don't really want this underscore for this link. So for that, we have another style that we can assign, and that is called, so you just need to press space after this colon, and then you need to press something like text decoration, text dash decoration, and you say none, and then you save it. Once you do that, you will see that you will not see the underline anymore. Mustafa Kabul, yes, we don't usually do this kind of styling, but this is really good to do for beginners to understand how this works. So now we have a link that looks like this. So one of the things that I want you to do, since this is second day, we are now going to, and this is probably going to be a very interesting part for us, especially because now we are going to step up our game. We are now not just going to be developing stuff, but we are going to essentially deploy this and show this to everyone else. And this is going to be crazy. For this, we are going to use Git. Remember, we installed Git in our first day. We installed it, but we did not do anything. So now we are going to do something about it. And now we are going to use that and deploy this. So let's see how we can do that, so we can share that with everyone that, hey, look, this is a website that I built, so you could share this with your friends. So let's do that. So what we are going to do now is we are going to run a couple of commands, and I'm going to explain to you what we are doing. So first of all, I want you to go to github.com and then create an account if you don't have already. Awesome. So now I want you to create a new repository. So you click the top plus icon, and then you click a new repository, and then you type here. So you could name it my portfolio. So you could say something like my dash portfolio. Okay. And you can name it whatever you want, but for the simplicity right now, we are going to use my portfolio, if that's okay with you. So you need to click my portfolio. Then you're going to choose public. Then make sure none of these are checked. The add readme file should not be checked. None of this should be checked. So just public, give it a name, and then you click create repository. Once you have done creating the repository, you will see a couple of commands that we are going to follow. So now what we are going to do is, let me quickly explain to you how this whole, what do you call it, GitHub situation works. So I'm going to copy this with no shame, because copy paste is exactly what I do every day on my work. That is what I'm paid for. Thank you. No problem. So this is basically your local machine, and this is GitHub. Okay. So I'm going to copy and remove this, and I want you to understand what we are talking about here. Let's put it and say code. So you have your code in your local machine or your computer. Okay. Then GitHub is another place where it has a repository. So it is repository, which is a code repository. So what happens is that when you code something in your machine, you can basically send that code to GitHub. So you update GitHub just like that. That's how GitHub works. So what we have right now here is that I have some code. I have this index.html, and this is not right now on GitHub. So what I want to do is I want to push this code to GitHub, so I can share this with everyone. Everyone who sees this code or gets the link of the code that I will send to them, they will go and see this exact code. So the point here is that we have two different copies of the code. One is always on your local, and the second one is on repository. When we have to send our code, our local code, to GitHub, we do an action that is called push, or we push our code to our repository. Imagine another situation. Imagine that this is your laptop, right? And then you got another PC that you have that's some sort of orange, and then you have your own PC. Okay. And now you somehow you code it on your laptop. Okay. You coded on your laptop, you sent that code to GitHub, and GitHub now has that code. But now you also want that on your PC for some reason. How do you get your code from GitHub to your PC? That is basically where another action comes in, and we call that pull. So when you pull some code from GitHub, or when you ask GitHub to retrieve code, that is called pull. And when you send your code to GitHub, that is called push. Does that make sense? right now the code again is on my PC, is on your PC or your laptop. It's not on GitHub. So we need to push the code, okay? But the problem is that in order to push the code, we have a couple of steps that we not need to perform. So I'm going to define those steps right now. We need to have one, we need to stage our code, okay? Then we need to commit our code, and then we need to push our code, okay? And I'm going to explain what these are. So we need to stage, we need to commit, and then we need to push. And here we can also call this message. So what is meant by stage? Imagine that I'm working on a couple of things. For example, I have another file, second.html, and I'm working on these things. And I want to only push this index.html and not the other one. This is where the phase of stage comes in, that I only want to send index.html. So I'm going to say, hey, stage index.html, and then I'm going to push it later on. I'm not going to touch second HTML at all. That is where stage comes in. So imagine these three steps, and we are going to do those. I'm taking a step back right now. We have a code in our repository that we need to push to GitHub. I'm going to put this stage aside. Don't think about that at the moment. What are the first steps to push this code to GitHub? First of all, we need to tell our machine, our code, our VS Code, where to push this code. So we need to assign this project to this GitHub repository that we just created. We need to link those things together. And this is how you do it. So here you can see that it says create a new repository on the command line. So these are the commands that we are going to follow. First of all, we need to run the command git init. So right now our project is a very innocent, very simple project. It doesn't know anything about Git or GitHub. It's just an HTML file. So we need to tell this whole project that, hey, you are actually going to connect to Git or GitHub. So in order to do that, you need to open your terminal just like this. And then you would have your terminal opened just like this. And then you need to type git init. Once you do so, you will see this message initialized empty git repository at blah blah blah. So once you are done with that, now you need to stage your files. So the easiest way to do that is you go to this right side, or sorry, the left side, and here you have this git button here. So you click here and then you see this changes, and here you have this plus button. So you click this plus button and then you will see staged changes. So click that plus button. Then we need to do the second step. So here I told you about a couple of things. First step is to stage things. So what we did is we clicked the plus button on the file, and now we can see this is in the stage section. The second thing is commit. So in this one, you are going to click here and type a message. So here you can say something like initial commit or my first commit, something like this. Okay, you can press this tick mark. So you need to press this one, tick mark. So once you do so, you will see that there are now no changes. Once you have done this, after the commit message, final step is to push this. Okay, I want you to type these commands. So you are going to run this command git branch m main into your terminal just like this. And the reason for doing this is that right now you see the name of the branch and the bottom left is master, or here you can also see it says master. So we are changing that to main, and now you see that the name is main. So run this command git branch m main. Then you need to run this command git remote add origin. So I'm pasting that command as well, but you can copy it from your portfolio. I think that's going to be much better, because this origin needs to be your repository, not mine. So you can go to your repository, whichever you created, and you need to copy this command git remote add origin. So you need to copy all of this command, and then you need to run that command into terminal. Type done in the chat when you have done these two things. If you don't change the branch from master to main, what will happen? Nothing will happen. Your branch will call master in that case. I prefer the main branch. Git also recommends to change that to main. Now finally you need to run this command git push u origin main. So just run this command git push u origin main. And the good thing is that all of these commands were provided to us by GitHub. So we didn't need to remember this. Okay. So now once you run this git push u origin main, you can refresh your page, this one, and you will see that you have pushed your code to GitHub. So if I refresh this now, I don't see that anymore, but I see now my file, which is index.html. Okay, so you see your file, you can click it, you can open it and see all the code that we just did. Woohoo, let's go! Yay! We pushed our first code to GitHub. Once you're done with that, I want you to go to netlify.com and then log in using your GitHub account. So when you go to netlify.com, log in with your GitHub account, just like this. Since I already have logged in with Netlify, I see something different. And when you will log in into Netlify, you will see something different. So what I want you to do is you need to click, or you need to see whatever you see or whatever you're seeing. There should be an option of adding a new site or selecting a project from GitHub. So I'm doing it right now. I'm going to select my project from GitHub. So I'm importing from GitHub just like this. You might see something like this. I'm not 100% sure because I already have an account, so I see something different, but I would imagine that you would see something like this. So what we are going to do right now is that we are going to connect our GitHub project with Netlify. So I'm saying, hey, I'm connecting to GitHub and I'm going to select my website that I've just created. So here I'm going to select the app. If you have already done that, you need to configure somehow. So if I click this configure, I would see this particular page. You might see something similar as well. So here I'm selecting my profile and I need to provide my password here, which is incorrect, of course. And then you need to select the repositories. So do you see something similar? Because you would see this select repositories, something like this, and then you can select this my portfolio, something like this. So here you can select that you can see that I have selected my portfolio, and then I can save this. And now it is asking me to go forward. So I'm selecting my portfolio, and then here in this options, you can see which branch to deploy. So here I'm selecting the main branch to deploy. So I'm going to just select the main branch. You don't need to set anything else. No base directory, no build command, no publish directory, nothing. Finally, just click the deploy site button and this will deploy this site for you. So here you can see that it says dazzling dango, blah, blah, blah. And then it's deploying from there. So this is deploying my site right now from my GitHub. So it's going to pick that index.html and then this will push this over the internet and give me a link so I can share that link with everyone else. So here it says processing. Let's see what this does in the end. And here it says site is live. Yay, let's go. So if I click this preview button, yay, I can see my site live and this is over the internet. So if you go back to this particular link up top, you should be able to see the site link, which is here. We only have to do this once, the setup that we just did. And the beauty is that if I push anything again to GitHub, if I make more changes to my code, and if I push it again to GitHub, then this whole pipeline will trigger again. This will again build this and basically deploy it to the same link, to the same dazzling dango that I have right now. It's going to push it. So I don't have to do this all again and again. So this is free. So this gives us a domain, a sort of a subdomain, and this also makes it available over the internet. So I can share this now with everyone that I want. Brother, can you please elaborate the concept of master branch and origin regarding Git? Yes, sure. So first of all, there can be many names of the default branch. Some people call it master, some people call it main. There is sort of an opinion of choice, to be honest. For example, I think some of my old projects had master. Here you can see that I have master in this one. This is an old project, but this portfolio one has main here. So there is a concept of, or there's a sort of controversy on the name, because when you say master, it's a concept of master slave, which kind of correlates with slavery, and people don't really like that. So that's why we changed the name to main. A lot of industries basically now use main as the name instead of master. So that is the answer of master. So we are going to look into HTML semantics. We are also going to look into the thinking of how we structure our HTML code. Then we are going to look at introduction to CSS and the box model and the flex box. First, let's talk about HTML semantics. So I'm going to go through W3 schools for this one. W3 schools is very close to my heart because this is something that I used a lot 8 years ago, or actually 9 years ago, when I started learning HTML and CSS. So this is very close to my heart. This is an awesome resource. I would highly recommend you to go through and look at all of these things step by step when you try to learn more things. Okay, I would take you with concrete examples. So first of all, let's talk about HTML semantics. What are semantics? The thing is that when we basically create different elements in HTML, we can basically do everything with the p tags, with the div and span tags, and whatnot. But we have some particular tags that we use for particular choices. For example, headings, for example, article, for example, table. So there are a couple of tags that we call for semantics. And why do we use them? We use them because we want to let Google know what is the type of content that we are using, and that really helps in search engine optimization. So there are a couple of things that you definitely need to know. For example, if we have a couple of headings up top in our page, for example this one, then the correct way to wrap those is inside this header element. Here you can see that at the top we have a header, then we also use something called nav, then we have some sections here that you can see. It could be some sections, it could be an article. Then we also have something called aside. Even on this page that you are seeing right now, the W3 schools, you can see that we have this on this right side. You see that we have these ads. You see all these ads. So this is something that would go inside a side tag, right? So it's about how we group things together. Where do we group these things and how to structure our HTML code? So first of all, we are talking about something called section. So how do we use section in different cases? For example, here we have, if you have two different sections within your HTML and both of those sections are different from each other. For example, in this example that we have, you will notice that we have this particular div where we have recent posts. Okay, this has a completely different information because it is only containing this person's recent posts. So this would come under one section. And then we got another white section, which is this one, and this is feature works. So this complete thing is a section. When Google searches it, or when we are trying to structure our code, we divide these things into different sections. Now, next thing that we want to see is article. An article is basically something that we use to define some text which has some meaning. So if you have something that is on your page like a bio, for example, this thing here where it says, hey, I'm John, creative technologist. Now this is a bit of bio, but if I had something like this, for example, this blog thing that you see here, we can definitely have them under article. So what would become of this whole blog right now? Then this section that you see, this blog, this is going to come into header. Header is one of the semantic tags. So if I go back to W3 schools, we already discussed that header itself is a semantic tag. Okay. When we talk about article, article basically uses in these things: forum posts, blog posts, user comments, product cards, newspaper articles, and whatnot. So these are the things that you would use the articles for. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to copy this article and I'm going to go and hide this, for example, for now. And we are going to do the same thing as we did yesterday. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to go my extension, try searching, or not even extension. I can press Ctrl Shift P, live server, and open with live server. So now that I have this, I can basically paste it right here, the article. And if I save this, I'm going to expand that a lot, just like this. So here you see that we got this Google Chrome H2, and then we got this article. So imagine if you had multiple blog posts, you would basically have the same things. If I wanted to copy the Figma design, which we have right here, notice what it has. It has the UI, it has a heading, then it has some text here, and then it has another text here. So what I want you to do right now is to basically copy whatever you see right here. So this is basically a heading, and then it has some text, and then it has some further text as well. Okay, so this is what we are going to do at this moment for practicing. So we have a heading, we have some text, and then we have some further text. And what I want you to do is to use the article to do this. Right now, if I open this into my browser, just like this, And I'm going to remove everything else that we just discussed because I don't really think we need that. So I'm going to remove all of this. Okay. Then what I want you to do is I want you to first create a heading up top. So let's do it step by step. One heading and one article. So first of all, I want you to use a h1 tag that says blog posts, something like this. Then I want you to use article, but then inside you use h3. And then you use something like this. So I'm going to show you the Figma design once again. And the Figma design looks like this. So we got this UI interactions of the week, and then we have some heading, and then we have some text. Okay. So we are going to have an h3. This one is going to be the h3. And let me show it to you in just a bit, or I could actually draw it. So this little guy here is an h3 in our case. This blog is going to be an h1. Then you're going to have a div here. So this is going to be a div, div, and we are going to use small cases for this one. So we got h1, h3, div, and in this div we are going to have two different, or actually three different spans. So I'm going to talk about that, but let's focus for now. So we got h1, we got h3, and then we have all of this wrapped. So we got this div, this box here. This box is basically article. So first I want you to understand this, and then we are going to code around this. So we got first of all this h1, then we got an article. Inside the article we are going to have an h3, a div, and then another p tag. So here this is going to be a p tag. So this is how we are basically structuring our code. Now, how do we structure all of this? If I wanted to structure this, so first of all, as I mentioned, on the top we have an h1. So this means we are going to say h1, and then we are going to say blog, and then we are going to close this tag. So this is how we write the code. First of all, at the very top we have h1. So that's how we write this h1 tag. After that, I mentioned that this is a second block which contains further things inside. So now we are thinking how to convert this design into actual code. So we break things down. We combine things that are together using tags, and then we see what comes under those tags. So for this h1 is pretty simple. We have the h1 tag and we have some text, blog, super easy, easy peasy. But second thing is this, and it looks like this is a combination of multiple things that comes together. So this whole thing that we discussed is going to be an article. So we are going to start the article tag, then we are going to close the article tag. Remember, we need to close every tag that we open. So we open an article tag and close the article tag. And inside this article, then we have multiple things. What do we see inside that? We see one h3, one div, and one p. So we basically press tab here, or not tab, you could say two spaces. Then we have the first h3 here. The h3 says UI interaction, blah, 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 whatever it says. Then we close this tag just like this. Okay. Second thing that we see is a div. This div is going to be opened and closed. Third thing that we see is a p tag. This p tag is going to be opened and closed. This is the sort of skeleton of how we are structuring our code looking at the design. So looking at the design, we have an h1, then we have an article as a body, and inside the article we have three things: h1, div, p. That's what we have in the code. We have article, h3, div, and p. Can we put article inside section? Yes, you could. Definitely you can. I personally like to use section in which, or distinguish between different section using the section keyword. Since all of these are actually blog posts, or the basically cards of the blogs, for me it doesn't make sense to use sections here, because all of this seems like one section where we have multiple blog articles, right? That's why I don't prefer using section here. I prefer using article here. But if you want, you could have something like a section that you can start. Okay, if you want to say that this section contains a lot of articles, if you want to say that, then you could do something like this. You could have a section, and inside that you could have multiple articles, just like this. So you could have multiple articles in that. But I'm going to keep it simple for now. It seems like Notepad doesn't really have a really good Control Z functionality. If you use div instead of section article, Yasir Khan is asking, if you use that, then we are not using semantics. Then the Google search engine will not anticipate this text as something important or something that could have a meaning, because a div or a span can have anything, right? It doesn't necessarily contain something important. But when we say that, hey, this is an article, then Google understands that it is either a blog or a or a form or something like that. So if you go to HTML semantics, as it says here in W3 schools, that the article element can be used for forum posts, blog posts, user comments. These are the things that are meanings to this tag, and this tag is created in web development or HTML because they wanted the search engines to understand what could come under the article. So if you put in it under div, the Google search engine or other search engines might not consider this as important. But if you use the article tag and put them inside there, that's when it understands it more. So I hope that makes sense. So how do we look at Figma in this case? So I think first of all, you need to create, or you need to log in. So you need to log in, and I'm going to log in via my Google account. So you're going to have to log in into this. So in here, once you are logged in, you can basically click a particular link and you should be able to then copy the text. So for this blog, you would click this tag here, and then on the right side, you should see the text here. You can see the content right here. So you can basically copy it from here. Okay. So first of all, what I want you to do is put this structure into your code. Article, h3, div, p, article. Before even going to Figma, I want you to use this structure. h1, blog h1, then article, then h3, div, p. Put this in your code. So I'm going to go to my UI, and here I'm copying this and pasting this. So you got blog, article, h3, and div. Which font family are you using in Notepad? I'm not really sure. I can check. It's Fira code. It's the one that I use for coding as well, and it's open source. Done. Cool. Now that you have this, I'm gonna remove this h1. So we got blog here. We got article, h3, div, p. Okay. Now I need you to go to Figma and then click this heading, copy the text from this content side, and then paste into the article h3, just like this. Copy the contents of all of the things that we discussed. We should have this heading. You should copy this content as well, which is 12 February 2019. Okay. Don't worry about this middle sign that we have. Don't copy this one, but just copy these two things, 12 February 2019 and then express handlebars. Just copy these two things and then paste in your code. So 12 February 2019, I'm going to copy it into my div. Then just press a space or two spaces, whatever you want. And then copy the express handlebars just like this, and then paste it as well. And then finally, this text that we have, you need to paste this into the p tag, the final p tag. Okay. So this is how it would look. You would have your h1 blog, then in the article you have h3 div p, and you have this text there. So what I want you to do is kind of duplicate that into your page. So instead of one article, you should have at least 3 articles, something like this. So then you would have something like this. And one change that I want you to do and to understand is we are missing one thing from this view, and that was the pipe. So this pipe that we have, we are missing this one, this pipe. Apart from that, we got everything. We just are missing this particular pipe. So what I want you to do is just use the pipe key on your keyboard. It basically looks something like this. Usually this key is just besides the enter key. So the enter key at the middle of the keyboard, it's just beside that. So if you press shift and then that key, that should basically print this. So you also need to have this pipe in the middle, just like this. One space, pipe, one space. So that should be something like space, pipe, space. And when we see this now, this should be very close to our final design. So now you understand why do we use this, and you also understand how do we structure different things, and you also understand that coding is basically copy pasting. That's what we just did. We just pasted one thing. Yay! So we pasted one thing, and then we copied it, and then boom, we got so many articles there. So you copy from one place, you paste into another thing. That's what I get paid for. I don't know why they pay me so much. So now we understand how articles work. We are also going to, before we actually start looking into coding, I want you to go through some other semantics as well. This is just good to know. We may or may not use it. But for example, if we have some headings on the page, it is good to wrap them under header, or even header could be used within those articles. So here you see that we got this header, and inside the header we have the h1 and p. So what I want you to do now is the heading that you have into your article, you wrap it under a header. Okay, so you just go ahead into your code, and all the headings that you have, the h3, you basically go here and then you cut this and paste it here. So you see that now we got an article, inside that we have header, and the header has h3. And now I'm gonna do What? I'm going to copy paste again. So I'm going to basically replace this with header h3 and header h3 and then save it. And then you will see that there would be no difference to the UI, but the good part would be that when the browsers or the search engines look at this, they will understand that this is an important thing. So when you search something like on Google, if you go search UI interactions of the week, it will bring you right to this particular page because it would have that factor, the weightage factor of the search engine optimization. So I hope you understand that. So now we are going to talk about one of the best things that happen to web development, and that is CSS, that every front-end developer hates. Yay! Yes, but they hate it in the beginning when they don't understand that. And the fun part is that during development, and trust me on this word, if someone else tells you otherwise, punch them in the face. But let me tell you this, every development work that you are going to do that you don't know or you haven't done before, you're gonna hate it in the beginning. You're going to spend a lot more time on that, but once you are done with that, then you will feel satisfied. You are going to feel great about yourself that you solved the problem. That is how it works in development world. That's how being a software engineering is. So what I want you to understand is that CSS is not tough. It's just a matter of practice. Once you learn it, once you practice it a lot, you're gonna get really good at it. So first of all, what I want you to do is create a new folder. So you right click on your browser, click new folder, create a CSS folder. Then you hit enter and then you will have this folder. Second thing that I want you to do is right click this folder and create a new file and call it styles.css. Notice that this CSS file is inside my app. I think Ruwaida had a my app folder, so you need to have your CSS folder just alongside the HTML file. So wherever you have your index.html, you have to have the CSS folder right besides it. And then you should have the style.css. Now, if we talk about styling, there are basically 3 ways to style your HTML. There are 3 ways. Number 1, we got inline style. Okay. Number 2, we got a style file. So the third one is a style tag. So this style file is basically external, whatever you want to call it. And then we have a style tag. Now imagine this case. If I want to tell CSS that, hey, you need to style this h1 tag, the h3 tag. So if I go to index.html and I say that, hey, this is the h3 tag which belongs to this one, I want to style this tag and I want to change the color of this particular tag to blue. How do I tell CSS to do so? It's just like me asking my little brother to fetch a toy from a drawer. Now he would be like, which drawer are we talking about? In this home, we have so many cupboards. Then we have a kitchen where we have cabinets. The kitchen has drawers. The TV table, that also has drawers. Which drawer are we talking about? So we need to point CSS to the exact element somehow to fetch that particular thing. And the way that we do this, or the way we tell CSS to go and pick something, is with something called CSS Selectors. Okay, the CSS selectors is something that we use for telling CSS this is the exact element that I want you to style. Okay, so for this particular reason, the first thing that we use, and there are many kind of CSS selectors, there are many ways to select HTML, but the most basic one is using something called ID. And understand this, that the ID is unique per page, which means that there can be only one element on the whole page which has that particular ID. Okay, it's just like if you go into a colony of people, then you would have addresses, the home addresses. Now there could be only one 3A in one colony. There could be another 3A in another colony or block, but in that particular colony there could only be one address that has 3A. And when a postman comes in and goes to that address, he can just go and find that because there's only going to be one. If there are more 3As on a single colony, then the postman would just, I think, quit his job and never come back. So the ID is something, when putting the IDs, we need to make sure that they're only one per page. Okay, so how do we give IDs to particular elements? The way to do that is to use attributes that we discussed the day before or on the first day. So how do we give IDs? If I want to call CSS to style this particular element, I need to give this h3 an ID attribute. The way to do that is to say ID equals to, and then you can give this my ID. You could call this something like first heading, and that is fine. One of the practices that we usually use for giving IDs is that we don't really use this dash case, but rather we use something called Pascal case. No, we use camel case. So it would be something like first heading. So the first letter is small and then the second word is essentially capitalized. So it's called first heading. So this is the way to give ID to that particular element. Now that we have given this particular ID, I can now tell CSS to find this element and then style it. That also means that if I want to give this second element, this UI interactions of the week, some style, I can also give another ID to this one. But as I mentioned, I cannot have the same ID on multiple elements. So I need to give this one a different ID. So I'm going to say something like second heading. Okay, this is fine. Now I have two IDs there. Now that we have those, we're going to talk about the ways we can style all of these things. Now, the first way that we talked about was inline style. Okay, the inline style means that I can go to the particular tag and I can add another attribute just like this style, and then I can here say this color should be red, for example. And this is going to give this element the color red. Yay, easy peasy. So this is the first way of using styles. That means if I need to give the other one the color blue, then I need to copy paste this and change this to blue. And here we go. We got this one blue. Similarly, we could have the third one being green. Why not? But this particular way of styling is not really popular and it's not really encouraged to do so because this is very hard to maintain. It seems easier for smaller projects, but as the project grows, this becomes very painful to do so. So what are the other ways to do this? Instead of using these kind of styles, we can use CSS selectors. Here you can see that I did not have to use this heading at all. I could just go and put the styles here. In fact, I can do that with anything. I could go and put it in this div and this p tag. And if I save now, you see that all of these are red because these do not require any sort of CSS selectors. You are basically yourself going to the HTML without talking to CSS selectors. You're going directly to the HTML and you're applying the style. So this is one way of doing this. If we want to do the other way around, that is to use the style tags. That's where we can use these IDs. So the way to create a style is in the head, in the HTML head, which we have not used at all so far. You're going to use the style tag just like this. And then inside we are going to start writing CSS. Okay, how do we say find this ID and style it to color red? The way we do that is we have this syntax that we use. For example, the syntax to use, the syntax of CSS is something like this. You first define your selector, then you open a bracket, close a bracket, and then inside here you basically say key value colon, then another key colon value, and then semicolon. So this is how you structure your CSS styles, and this is just a structure. Ignore it. I'm going to paste it here and show you how this works. For the IDs, the selector is prefixed with a hashtag, not a hashtag, but this hash sign. So when we use the ID, something like this, so you could say something like ID selector, then you can give the style. So you can say something like color and then red. This is exactly what we are going to copy and do it here. So I'm going to go to style, paste this, and here instead of the ID selector, I'm going to use the first heading just like this. Now this is a CSS style here. So here I'm saying, hey, get the element with the heading, and if I mouse over, VS Code automatically tells me this. So if I mouse over this, you can see that this says element with the ID of first heading is going to be selected for this CSS. So all you need to do is say hash the ID, and then you can say color red. And if I save this, you see that it automatically highlighted the first one. Okay, now that I have this, I can simply copy paste this, and then I can say I also want this second heading to be red. So I can say second heading and then save this, and you will see now the second heading is also done because now we have two rules. Okay, one other thing that I could do apart from defining two things, because let's suppose if we have 10 different headings, okay, would we want to give 10 different IDs to 10 different HTML elements and then style them? Would that be the most optimum way to do this? No, I don't think so. What if we have some sort of pagination here? For example, there could be a button that says load more. So there could be some blog post that would come later on when I scroll down or when I click a button. How would I do the IDs on them in that case? So there could be, let's say, 100 blog posts. That means I would have first heading, second heading, 100th heading. That really sounds stupid, right? Because that is not really optimal. So first of all, one step to improving this would be, instead of creating two different things, we combine them together by doing a comma. So if I say comma and then second selector here and remove this entirely, now this means that this rule will work for every comma separated style here. So it will work for the first heading and for the second heading. Okay, so if I save this now, you will see that still I get the color on both. If I remove this one, I only get for one. If I put it back, save, I get it for both of those. So you can combine multiple selectors together for a single style. And now I can basically do a lot of things. I can say background color, let's say gray or green, let's say green yellow. If I do this, you see that we got a background color on both of those because we are using the same set of styles. This is super cool, right? With one style, we can basically select both of those using IDs. Now, another way is to directly target a tag. So I could also tell CSS that I want to basically style all the h3 elements on this page. And that is super easy. Instead of using these IDs, I could just specify the h3 here. That means every heading will be styled. So if I save this, you see all the three headings right there. They're all styled because now it is fetching them by h3. Let's suppose this one is from 2022, this one is from 2021, and this one is very old. This is from 2019 in this case. Okay, so if I do this, you can see this is 2022, this is 2021, and this is 2019. Let's suppose if my application had this logic where these two headings are the recent blogs and this one is an old one. So I want this one to be a bit different. Now the problem is that I want these two headings, or let's say my styles is I don't want this to be color red, but rather I want this to be something like text decoration underline. Let's suppose our business requirement is that we need to show anything above 2021 as underlined, but anything before 2021 should be not underlined at all. Now the problem in this case is that we do have this style, which is h3, and unfortunately it basically styles everything, right? So when it styles everything, then that becomes a problem for me, because now I don't know how to differentiate between one type of elements with another type of elements. So whenever we have this situation where we have to categorize things in different ways, we basically call them classifying or breaking them into different classes. Okay, that's where classes comes in. So we have something called CSS class. As we have the ID selector, we also have a way of defining a a class selector just like this. And then we have the styles something like exactly the same, the color red, for example. And we also discussed about one thing, tag selector, and then we have ID selector, and then we have the class selector. So we have three kinds of selector. When I say tag selector, that is basically this, directly getting the h3 element. When we talk about the ID selector, then we are talking about the first heading, this kind of selector, where it gets the element with the ID, as you can see here. And this works only for the first element now because I'm using the ID, right? Both of the second one are not styled. If I use h3, it does it for all of them because we are using the tag. It finds all of the h3 tags and then basically assigns them. The third type that I was mentioning is class selector, in which we provide a class to multiple elements and then we style them. So instead of saying every h3 possible on the page, we say only the elements with this class will be underlined. So in that particular situation, instead of giving this h3 an ID, I can give this a class, and then class would be something like this. We could call this, for example, recent. Okay, so when we say recent, that means that I can now use this class to style this way. So I can basically copy this, paste it here in the first two, and now you will notice one interesting thing compared to IDs. The ID of each element has to be different. We have first heading, we have second heading, but when we define a class, this is basically the same class because we are classifying them together as one type of thing. That's why we got recent on both of these. Now that we have those, we can use the class selector which has a dot before the selector or before the name, and then this dot will basically tell CSS to find this by class. So if I change this to dot recent, you will notice that if I mouse over, it says class recent. So every element with the class recent is going to be found. So if I save this, what would happen? If I save this, you will see the last element is not styled. Yay! This is what we wanted. And if I needed to change anything, all I need to do is remove this class from here. And let's say if I move this here, then the middle one will not be styled and the last one would be styled. In fact, if I put this class to any other element, that would also get the same underline class. For example, if I say, hey, I do want this last p tag to have underline styles. So if I save this, you see that this whole p tag right now is underlined. So this is how class works. So that means if now you want to style something, you are going to style them according to their type, and we're going to be rocking the floor in that case. So now that we understand how styles work, what I want you to understand is another thing, that how do I actually get to a particular style, or how do we use a style file instead of doing it right here in the style tag. So instead of using it here, I'm going to copy this, go to the CSS file and paste it there. Now the problem is that if I remove this whole style right here, then you will see none of the styles would work because we don't have any connection of our index.html with the style one. And the way to connect this is to use something called a link tag. So you need to use this link tag. Then you define the rel equals to style sheet, because this CSS is basically cascading style sheet. So you define it style sheet, and then you say href, and then you basically give this the path to the style file. So remember this, if I want to say, hey index.html, go to the CSS folder just besides me and find the style CSS file. All I need to do is to say dot slash, and then you can say CSS and then slash style dot CSS. Okay. So what I want you to do is put this link in your HTML. Make sure the name is correct of your file called styles.scss. It is styles with the S, styles.css, and then put this link into your HTML, and then have this recent text decoration underline or whatever style you have. You can basically give any styles here, and then make sure that your styles are working. Right now, as you can see, this is still highlighting my styles here. I could also just say here, for example, background color red, and then you see that this is working. I'm right now coding into the CSS file, and still I get the changes here. All right, so now that we have this, we are going to try to finish our blog post page. So what I want you to do now is look at this page and see what do we have changed apart from everything that we have. So first of all, we do want some styles into our web page. The first thing that we would want to do is to use the font that we are using. Right now, we are not using the font that this Figma file uses. How do I know? Because if you click this blog, you will see that on the right side here, it says Hebo. We're not using the Hebo font. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to find this Hebo font for you, and I'm going to share this with you. So let me quickly find it. Font Hebo. So here we have the Hebo font. And the way to include the font within your file is, or a Google font, because this is a Google font, you need to basically see this. Let me quickly see if I can find this. Size 20 pixel, 500 medium, 700 bold. So what I would want you to use is, let me see. We do have other fonts as well. All right. So let's see. Let's see. We're going to use regular, medium, and bold. So this is the link that I'm copying for you. So what you want to do is you want to copy this code first, then you need to go to your file, and just below this title, you're going to paste this just like this. So just below your title, you will paste the code and you will see these new 3 link tags. Then you also need to do the second thing, which is this font family Hebo sans serif. You need to copy this, and then you will paste this on the top of your file under HTML, body, and then this. As soon as you do so, you will see that our code now looks a lot like the final Figma design, which is super cool. So first of all, what I want you to do is copy some styles from these links from Figma and then assign it to your articles. So I want you to copy these things: the color, the font size, the line height, and the font weight. Once you copy this, I want you to go ahead into your CSS and define a class for each of the elements, okay? But not for each of the elements, just for the articles. For this article, I want you to give the class called class equals blog item, okay? So for each article, I want you to give this class blog item. Give this a class, give this article a class, blog dash item, and then this one is going to be class blog dash item. Blog item, I want you to style the first thing, that is the heading. So I want you to remove this recent whatever class that we gave. We don't want that. You are going to use dot blog item, okay, and then space, and then these curly brackets. But one more thing that I want you to do is after the blog item, press space and H3, space H3, and then you paste the code that you just copied and then press enter. So I'm repeating myself again. The reason why I'm asking you to not copy the other styles is that they're rubbish and you will see a lot of problems when you do so. We don't need the width and the height, left, top. We don't need any of those things. Just copy the styles that I'm telling you to do. Now I want you to do the same for the next one. Okay, there is going to be one slight little change in our code, and that is you will notice that if I click on this particular element, the 12th Feb 2019, we have this color which is 21243D, something like this. So here you see we got color and then line height and then font size. So if I click this 12th Feb 2019, I get a different color, but if I click this express handlebars, then I get a different color, something like this. So you see here we got a gray color, okay? So the reason is that they both are different elements. What I want you to do now is to go into your HTML and where it says express handlebars, just wrap this inside a span. That is because if we wrap this inside a span, we can style two different things differently. We can style this div differently, and then we can style this span differently. What you could also do is you could remove this 12 Feb 2022 and then you could also define this into a span. So we got two spans inside a div, one containing 12 Feb 2022 and second containing express handlebars. So you can copy this div. After doing this, I'm going to show this again to you. What we did is that we first wrapped this express handlebars into a span, just like this. And then we wrapped this text into span, just like this. And then you can replace the other instances as well, just like this. And you will see there's absolutely no difference on the UI when we do this. Now, the thing that I want you to do is, just like we did with the H3, what I want you to do is to do the same with the others. So the reason for that is we are going to now style each particular element with their CSS class. So for now, what we have done is that we have said, hey, inside this blog items, when we define the style like this, where we say dot class, and then we say H3, this basically means that, hey, CSS, find any particular item with the class blog item, and then inside that, find the H3. And that is how this is working. So we are saying CSS, hey, find the blog item element, and then inside find the H3. Now, if I wanted to target this P tag, what would I do? I would do exactly the same thing. I would say, hey, blog item P, and then it would find all the P tags, and then it would basically assign the styles to them. For example, if I do this, you see all the P tags now have red background. Similarly, if I wanted to do this with this 12 February 2022, this is a span, right? So if I wanted to do the same thing, I would say something like space blog item span. So a span within a blog item is what I've written here in CSS. And here I could basically say background color green. If I do so, you see both of them are styled. So this is how I'm telling you to style those things or target those things. This is how CSS works. We define a parent class with the dot notation, and then we specify the element within. Now here is a problem. I want these two spans to look differently because in our Figma design, they both are different. One is this dark and the second one is this light color. How do we differentiate between these two spans? That is our problem because they both are spans. I don't want one to be green and the other one to be green. I want one to be different, second one to be different. Again, that is where classes comes in. So instead of using this span, I want to use a different class for a different element. Why don't we target directly p tag or span? Because there could be other p tags as well that are not part of this article. For example, if I use this blog item, if I just do this p, and let's suppose our design also had one paragraph just below this heading, something like this. If I say this is Ahsan's blog, if this was a text here, then what would happen? This would also get read because the style said get every p tag on the page. This is not what we want. We only want the p tags within these articles or within this class. Does that make sense? It's always nice to give a parent selector when you're assigning a style to a child if you don't want to make it global. I am afraid that I might have other p tags that could be styled. So that's why I need to give this a parent selector and then the p tag. So the parent one or this global one is not modified. Also notice one thing. I'm using blog item class here, although I could have just used article here and that would also work. If I use article on all of these, this would also work because that means I'm saying, hey, find every article and inside find h3 and you can see the style works. But the reason I'm doing is that there could be another article that I don't want to style. What would happen in that case? So we are giving specific classes saying that I only want to style the p tag within the blog item, not anywhere else. There could be multiple articles, I don't know. Similarly, if you want to be more specific, instead of saying h3, if you think that this article could have more h3s and you don't want to style all of them, then you can start giving this h3 style. You could say class, blog, item, header, and then you would have to then use the same class. For example, I could go ahead and say something like dot blog item header. Now this will only style the particular element that we have as header and not anything else, right? So you can see right now it's only styling the first one, not the second, not the third. So I hope this makes sense. So we are trying to be specific wherever we want or we can. Right now I know that this article will only have one h3. It will not have any h3s that I know of. So it's fine. I'm going to use h3. But if I'm afraid that there could be multiple h3s that I don't want to style in article, then I will not use h3. I would use classes. Okay, does that make sense? Similar as possible to the Figma designs. For that, we need to identify these two spans differently. How do we define those things differently? By giving them a class. So we are gonna go inside and we are going to give the first span a class that matches it. So we could call this one, let's say publish date, because it seems like it's something called publish date, 12th February 2022. All the first spans are going to have this class, published date. Then you are going to give another class to the second one. And here you could call them, for example, category. So here you're going to give them a class called category. So I'm going to call this, and basically I'm going to just copy this class category and then paste it on all Express handlebars. Now that we have got two different classes for two different spans, instead of using a span here, I can use those classes. For example, for one, I could say something like published date. And here we got the first green. You can see the second span is not highlighted. Yay! And then I can also style the second one using the second class, which is category. So category can be, for example, blue. And here, if I do so, you see that we've got another style for that one. So now you have all the placeholders. You have one for heading, you have one for the paragraph, the first span, the second span, and I want you to just copy the Figma styles for every particular element. Especially don't copy the position absolute, width, height, top. Don't do it right now. You don't need to do it right now. Hold on, hold your horses. You need to copy the font weight, font size, line height, and color. Only these styles are what I'm asking you to copy. Font weight, font size, line height, and color of all these three things. The p tag, this one, this one, this one. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is that since now we have got some changes, I'm going to push this code to my GitHub. When I do this, it's going to deploy this automatically for me and I would have this on my website. So I'm going to first do the same steps as we did before. First of all, you need to make sure all of your files are saved. If you don't have your file saved, you are going to see a circle like this. You see up top, this circle. This means your file is not saved. So once you have saved this, you will see all of the files are saved. Then you need to go to your Git section here, source control. You go here, you add both files one by one. If you click those files here, you also see what changes did you do. Here you see all of the green here. Everything is green. That means this is a new file that I added. If I go to index.html, you will see only the lines that I added are green here. So this way you can actually check what you are pushing, what code you are sending, and what did you change. And you can basically remove anything that you don't like. So this is the red part. I removed it. The green part, I've added it. So I've added this green part. So I'm going to just go and click this plus button, and both of my files are now staged. Now I can write a nice little comment here. For example, I could say something like Rocket learned CSS and worked on blog page, for example. Now that I've written that, I can click this tick mark. And now that I've ticked it, I can just press the sync changes button and then it will basically push this code. This action will push and pull comments to from origin. Yes. So if I click OK, this will basically push this to my main branch. Okay. So now that I've pushed this, I can go to my GitHub to verify if my changes are there. So I'm going to go to github.com/ahsanayaz. I believe that's where my code is. So I'm going to go to repositories and then find my portfolio. This is my GitHub link. And I can now see that I got my CSS folder here as well. Yay! And you can also see that it shows my last commit message that I just wrote, and you can see 33 seconds ago. So we are good here. We got index.html, we got the CSS file here, and all I need to now wait for is my netlify deployment. So I can go to my netlify account now and log in, and I should now be able to see my dazzling dango, which is here, as you can see. If I click this, you can see already that this shows the snapshot that we see here on my local. So if I go down, I can see this commit that I just pushed. It's the same commit that we see on GitHub. So this is deployed automatically. I don't need to do anything on netlify. I just need to go to the URL. That's it. If I already know that, that's good. So if I say dazzling, dango, netlify, if I go there, yay, we got our app working already. So all you need to do is once you are done with this, you need to push this code and then you can show off this to your friends that, hey, this is what I've done so far. We're going to talk about box model or how it works. So I'm going to quickly go ahead and open my Miro board to explain to you what is the box model, what is the CSS box model, and how it works in general, and how to use it with different situations or with different scenarios. So first of all, what I want you to understand is what is this box model. So we're gonna give it this really nice heading. I really despise the size of the heading here. So it's gonna be box model. So we're talking about the box model, or maybe I could zoom in and then it would be not so bad. A box model is something that is used in CSS very heavily because it relies on a couple of things on how you structure your code. So let me tell you this situation. Let's suppose we have got a container and this is your screen. Okay. Then what happens is that I come inside and then I basically put another item here. And this is the new item. I'm going to give this item a really nice background. We'll call this something like, so let's give this orange background. And then let's say this is called a button. So for example, this is a button. If we talk about the box model, let's see if I can find it here on the W3 schools. If I do, I'm going to share it with you. No, it's probably inside the CSS section. If I say box model, there we go. The CSS box model here. So I'm going to explain to you what this is in my own way so you understand what we are talking about. So we have a couple of things when we cover in box model. Those things, if I kind of numerate them, it is padding. We got second margin, or we could call it, let's go in this direction. We got margin, we got border, we got padding. So I'm going to give this a left align so we can track them together. Now you need to learn these things in the same manner. What is a margin? When we are going to talk about these three things, the focus of our conversation is this button. Okay. At this particular moment, this button is just itself. I'm placing it right around the corner, okay? So this is where this button is at. If we talk about margin, margin is basically the spacing or the distance of this button from its surroundings or from everything that is outer in the space compared to this button. So this area, this yellow area that you see, this is inside the button. But what is outside of this button? This area that you see, this is outside the button. So if I say roughly that, hey, I want to give 10 pixel margin to this button from every side, that would mean that I'm talking about giving this margin top of 10 pixel and left of 10 pixel. That would mean that I'm talking about moving this particular button away downwards 10 pixel because I said margin top 10 pixel, but also I said left is 10 pixel, so it moves away somewhat like this. So this is basically what is called a margin. A margin is basically a particular element's spacing from its outside world. Do you understand what is margin? The second thing that we want to talk about is border. A border is something that is still outside of this particular element, but it's attached to the element itself. So a border is what we just saw. If I give this particular element a border like this and opacity this is the border. You can see that the border itself kind of comes within this button, and then you can see here it is attached to it. So the more border that I give, the further it would become. In here it feels a bit different, but in HTML it feels a bit different. So we are going to look at that right in the HTML. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to actually open the project that we have. So we had my app right here, and I'm going to open it, and we are going to replicate the same situation in the HTML just like we saw in Figma. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to comment out all of these things and just keep one little div, for example, or one little button. So I'm gonna go here and open my live server from the extension, or actually I can simply do here Control-Shift-P, live server, open with live server. So I have this code working. I'm gonna comment all of this out just like this, so you can see that this is commented. And what did I do to comment this? Control plus this slash, and this basically comments it out. And you can see here that when I do so, my page doesn't show anything. So I'm now going to create a button here. So I've created a button. I'm going to call this click me, and we have a button element in the HTML, and we did not discuss this yet, but we have something called the button in here. I'm also going to go ahead and give this HTML body, for example, right now, margin 0, padding 0. Don't worry about this at the moment. Just to explain to you what we are talking about. Padding 0. So at this particular moment, this button basically looks very simple. So I'm going to convert this button into the same thing that we had a look in Miro. So I'm going to say button is going to have a background color of something yellowish. So I'm going to say yellow, but it wasn't actually yellow. It was sort of something like orange. So I'm going to go ahead and pick this orange color. Okay. So we say button is going to be this, and then we are going to give this a bit of margin. So when we talk about margin, what is it? If I give this a margin in styles of 10 pixel, this is what it would do. Exactly the same thing that I told you. It basically gets its outer spacing and then it basically moves it itself. So it gives 10 pixel from top, from left 10 pixel, from right 10 pixel, and from bottom 10 pixels. One more thing that you need to understand is how margins work. How do we see what a margin is, or how can we know what a margin is for a particular element? I want you to right click on this, click inspect, and then you will see this Chrome inspector being opened, and we have the elements tab which is open. And then what I just want you to do is just resize this just like this, so you can see the button itself from here. So you can resize it from this line. Once you resize it, I just want you to mouse over this button. That's what I want you to do. Just mouse over this button. If you put your mouse over this button, the orange color that you see here, that is basically the margin. So you can basically see in Chrome Inspector how the margin looks, or what is the space that this button has got from the top and the left. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to change this button to a simple div to explain this in a better way. And I'm going to basically give this an ID. So I'm going to say ID, let's say clickety. So I've given this an ID, and I'm going to basically save this. So I'm going to go and change this button to hash clickety. As we discussed already last time, the way you give a particular ID or you get an element by ID in CSS is by using the hash tag or the hash symbol. So here you can see that it says element, whichever element has clickety ID, it will get it. Okay. So now we have clickety. You can see there's something different. It's not just like a button, but still everything else remains the same. If I right click this, inspect this, and if I just mouse over this clickety element, the same element, you can see that it shows me the margin. Okay. Now we are going to talk about something different, the border. When we talk about the border itself, that means we are talking about this style. We are saying border, and the way that you talk about border is first you give how many pixel, so the size, then you give it the color, and then you give this the style. So these are three different things that we use for border: the size, the color, and the style. Now for size, we give this 1 pixel. Then you can give this solid, or actually I messed it up. It's actually size, style, and then color. So this is the correct way of doing this. So you would first say the size is going to be 1 pixel, the style is going to be solid, and then the color is going to be whatever color you want. So here I'm going to call this, for example, red. So if I do this and save this, you will see immediately we got this border, right? And this border is 1 pixel. All right. Now what can we change from here? We can make this 4 pixel. You see that the border became bigger, right? If I undo this, you see it like this. But if I redo this, you see it like this. All right. So one thing that we can do is change the size. The second thing that we can do is change the style of it. So instead of solid, we could say dashed. If I save this, you now see that we got this dashed border around it. You might have seen this dash border in different websites where there is a file dropper. So when you drop a file after dragging, this is how usually it looks. So you could use dashed, you could use dotted, which looks something like this. It's up to you how you want to style it. So a border basically is this. Now I was talking about the border with you on Miro, and I said that, hey, this basically works a bit differently in HTML, and that is because see what happens if I remove this border. If I remove this border and if I mouse over it, right below here, look at here what comes here when I mouse over. So what I'm trying to say here is that right now, if I show you this div and if I mouse over it, it has a size, it has a certain height, and right now I can see the height is 23 pixels. If I add this border of 4 pixels, what would happen? If I mouse over now, it is not 23 pixels, it is right now 31 pixels. So it has changed from 23 pixels to 31 pixels. So I'm talking about this here again, and this is where some maths comes in. So it was 20 pixel before, and if I see now, it's 31 pixel after. So it's now 31 pixel. What has changed for us? The change that we have now is we have added a 4 pixel border, and the change that we are talking about, this is height. So 23 pixel height was before, and right now it's 31 pixel, and we have 4 pixel of border. The fun part here is that the 4 pixel border is both on the top and on the bottom. So if you add 4 pixel, that is 8 pixels, and if you add 23 to it, so 23 plus 8 is exactly 31 pixel. That's why the height increases. What I'm trying to convey here in this whole conversation is that when you add border to a particular element, the height of that element increases. And this doesn't happen when you just give something a margin. For example, if I remove this border and you can see that the border is gone, if I mouse over it, it's 23.33 pixels. If I remove the margin, nothing happens. If I mouse over, it's still 23.33 pixel. So margin does not change the height of a particular element. It just moves it around. So if I'm saying margin 10 pixel, I'm basically saying something like margin top 10 pixel, then margin left 10 pixel. So what I'm saying by this one shorthand, margin and text 10 pixel, is basically a combination of these 4 things: margin top, margin left, margin bottom, and margin right. So just margin is basically a shortcut of all these combination. If I mouse over it, it basically would show you if you go to the MDN reference. It's basically a combination of all these things. So if I remove this and use these four things, it will exactly be the same thing. If I mouse over, you can see all the margins on all four sides. But you will still notice that the height right there is still 23.33. So margin does not change the height. Border changes the height. If I add a border of 1 pixel, that would mean that I'm adding 2 pixel height in total, because 1 pixel would be at the top border and 1 pixel would be at the bottom border. So I could basically do something like this: pixel solid CCC, and this means that now height, now it's from 23, now it's 25. I hope this makes sense. This is probably the most in-depth thing about border that you can learn over the internet today. Now we are going to talk about the final thing, and first of all I'm going to make this red. So we got, or not hash red, but just red. So in this case, we talked about 1 pixel border. Let's make it 2 pixel, okay? So we got 2 pixel. Now, the final thing that we need to understand is padding. So we discussed about margin, we discussed about border. I'm actually going to give this a bit of border. Let's make a bit thick, just like this. When I talk to you about that, hey, HTML has a different implementation than this design, because here you see that in Miro, if I give this a border, the actual height of the button doesn't change, which is not technically correct with respect to HTML. In HTML, the actual height changes. In this design, no, the border is basically just going inside. That's not really the border of HTML. So anyways, we got this here. Let's say this is a border. Now let's talk about padding. We talked about margin. Margin is the space from outside. Padding is the space within the element itself. So if we have an element and we want itself to grow internally from inside, that is where you would give it a padding. For example, right now, if this has X padding, if I make it a bit bigger, now basically it has more padding. So padding from what? Padding from the corner of this element itself to the inner content. And the inner content right now here is text. Let's see an example with HTML. What are we talking about here? At this moment right now, we don't have any padding. If I say padding left and if I say 30 pixel, what would happen? This is what would happen. You see that this click me basically moved away 30 pixel. How can we check that? If I remove this, you see that there is no space between this click word or this C and this border or this outermost whatever line you would call it. Let's even remove the border. We don't care about the border. But if we talk about this padding, here we have, so padding, let's say left 10 pixel. If I do this, you will see that this moved away from inside. So padding is the space inside a particular element. Here, how can we check? When we inspect this into Chrome debugger, if I right click from here, go to inspect, and if I just mouse over it, you will notice this green color. You see the outside is basically orange, the inside is green. You see that green line? That is what is called padding, and that is the space inside this particular element. Why would we need this? We need this padding to make beautiful buttons. For example, if I want to make this so that we have some space from top, some space from bottom within this button, I'm going to use padding. So let's take an example of a padding. I'm going to give this padding left 10 pixel. I'm going to also give this a padding right of 10 pixel, which would make it look like this. Then I'm going to give some padding from top and some padding from bottom. If I do something like this and I say padding top 10 pixel and padding bottom 10 pixel, then this is what I get. You see that now we got some spacing from the top within this element. Since we got this within this element, that is why this background is applied to everything that we just talked about. So this clickety element is now bigger. Why it is bigger? Because it got padding. It's like when you pad your pillows or your sofa cushions, you put stuff inside it. You basically put stuff inside and you pad it. So that's why it's called padding. Now this doesn't look like a button, so I'm gonna basically shrink it down to padding top 4 and padding bottom 4. And if I do this, now it looks like a nice little button. Do you understand the difference between padding and margin and border? So I personally think the major difference that you need to understand is what is the difference between padding and margin. That is the only thing. I'm going to give you some really quick example. I'm not going to give you the time to copy it, but let me just code something really quick so I can basically demonstrate to you how this padding and margin is used. And that card will basically show what the padding and margin is. So I'm going to create a div, and this div will have a class called card, and then this will have certain things that I'm gonna explain to you now. This card will basically have another div for title, so I'm going to call this class, and here I'm going to call this card title. Then I'm going to also have something, another div. This div is going to be having class, and we are going to call this card body. Inside this card body, we are going to have multiple things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a shortcut to create 3 divs right now. So I'm going to call this something like div. If you type div and then multiply by 3 in VS Code, this basically creates 3 divs for you immediately. So if you hit enter, you will see 3 divs. That is a shortcut that you can use. And now I can type everything inside there. Let's say I call this my name, Ayaz, and then it could be something like ahsan at something.com, and then it would be 0 something something. This is, for example, my number. So if I have this and I have card title, and I could say contact me, for example. If I just paste it here, it looks something like this. This is not really beautiful. So I'm going to style it right now for you. So first of all, the structure that you see right now is that we have a card title, and then we have a card body which has multiple 3 divs. Okay, so I'm going to start with styling the card itself. First of all, I'm going to go ahead and say card. GitHub Copilot is basically giving me a lot of things already, but I don't really want to use this right now. So first of all, I'm going to start with a background color, and then I'm going to use a background color like FFF, for example. For this, I'm going to give the body itself a background which is lighter. So I'm going to say EEE. Okay. So this is a dark background that I have over the entire HTML. So my whole page is a bit darker. It's not white, but the card itself is white. Now you can see that the card is stuck to the left and to the right. It is stuck there. I don't want it to be, kind of pushed to the walls. I want this to be away from the walls. That's where the margin comes in. So I'm gonna first give this margin, this card, the margin, because I want this card to be away from those things. So I'm going to give this a margin of, first of all, let's talk about the margin top. I'm going to give this margin top 30 pixels. So it's further away from top. As you can see, it moved away. Then I'm going to give this a margin left of, let's say, 30 pixel as well. And then, or I could actually give this 60 pixels. So I could say 60 pixel left and 60 pixels right. And if I do so, you will see that now this card has a really nice margin from the left and the right. Okay, so it's sort of like in the center at the moment. Now what I want is, I don't really like this being stuck to the wall. So this content inside the card is now stuck to the walls. How do we give spacing within the card? We use padding. We don't use margin for that. We use padding. So I'm going to give this some padding. So I'm going to say padding, and here I'm going to say, for example, 30 pixel, which means 30 pixels from every side that we can think of. If I do this, now you see that we got some padding within the card itself, and now everything is pushed there. If I go and inspect this, you will see that exactly what we just talked about. So I'm kind of bringing this down, and here inside the elements, if I mouse over this card, you see the orange space. That space is margin from left, right, and you see this green space within inside here. That is the padding from the card itself. So you can see here we got the card. Now if I want, I could give this a border. I could say border 1 pixel solid gray, and that would give this a border. You see, it looks really good. Now there's one thing, actually I'm gonna remove the border. I don't really like it. There's one thing that a card really needs, and that is sort of a box shadow. So there's a really nice resource that I can use for this one. If I write CSS Box Shadow, there is a really nice resource which has 93 beautiful box shadow examples here. And now you can see I have a lot of box shadows that I can choose from, and they all are so cool. So I'm gonna pick this one, for example. And if I click this, it will copy it for me, and I can go to my code and add this box shadow style just like this. And I can now hit save. And you will see now we got this really nice box shadow. So I have a contact card now. Yay! Woo! So this is how the card would look. Now I'm going to tell you one more CSS property that I can use for this card. And that is, I really don't like this. You see this corner? This is very sharp. It's very pointy. I don't really want this to be pointy. I want this to be a bit curved towards the edges. So I can rather use something called border radius, and I can use 4 pixels, 8 pixel, it really doesn't matter. So I can pick 8 pixels, and if I do this, now you see we got a really nice curved card. So you can see the corners of this is actually really nice. So we have got a really nice card, and now I can put some more logic to this. What I want is I want this contact me to be a bit bigger, not so small. So now I'm going to style the rest of the things. I have this card title that I have to style. So I'm going to use the CSS selector for this one. So I'm going to say, hey, I want to get the card title within the card. So I'm going to give this the following style. I'm going to say, find the card element, and inside it, we have card title. So get that particular element and then give that a font size. We could call it 32 pixel. Let's see how it styles it. No, it's too much. We're going to give this 24 pixel, and we got other things as well. So we got contact me here. Then what I want to do is I want to give this some spacing from the bottom. Remember, we talked about margin, and margin is the spacing of a particular element from its surroundings. So when we talk about surroundings, we are talking about all the surroundings from top, bottom, left, and right. So when I give this particular contact me a margin from bottom, what would happen? It will move this contact me away from this particular element, or it will move this element away from this element. Okay, so when I do margin bottom on this contact me, see what happens. So I'm going to say margin bottom 16 pixels, and if I do this, you will notice that this element will push this thing down. So if I save this just like this, you see that now we got this space here. Okay, and again you can right click this, inspect it, and if I mouse over this card title, you can see that orange spacing, that is the margin. So that is how you would basically move things around. You will start giving spaces between these things after knowing how much spacing do I need to give to that particular element. A really good question, Nazish. I'm using something called GitHub Copilot. So you can install this GitHub Copilot, I think, from here, from extensions panel, I think. Yeah. So if you search Copilot, you will basically get this GitHub Copilot, and you can install it, and then it will start giving you suggestions automatically. So now that we have this, I want to do a couple of things. I want this particular element to be a bit bold, but these ones to be of different color. So what I would do is that I would now target these things. So I can say card body, and then I can get all of these divs to align with that. So the styles I'm going to give is card, and then I can say something like card body, and then we have a couple of things there. So the problem is that I cannot differentiate between these three elements. Why? Because all of these are divs. None of these is something that I can target and say, hey, this is the one item that I want to do. So I can do two things here. One, I can give every element a class and then target that. Another thing that I'm teaching you right now is we can also say which div I want to target. So CSS also has an option to say the first div, the second div, the third div, whatever. So I can now target this, for example, saying that the first div should be bold. The way I would say that is I would say get the card element, then get the card body, and then get a div, but then I'm using this colon saying nth child and 1. That would mean that it would basically go towards element class. It would find the card element, then inside the card body, and then this particular element, whatever that is. Okay, so this one I want the font weight to be bold. If I do this, you see the first element here is bold now because we get the style right there. All right, so this is how it would look. And now I can do two things. I could do, hey, the second and the third child just like this. So I can copy paste this. I'm saying this div, which is on number 2 inside the card body. So here we are talking about inside the card body, we have this second div, and we also want this to the third div. So I could say comma and then this third div. So on both of these things, I want the color to be different. So I can say color is going to be DC, 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 for example, or let's make it a 444. So here now you see that the color here is a bit different. It's not black, it's a bit gray. If you want, we could have something like 666, which is a bit lighter. So you see this is a bit lighter now. It's not exactly black. So now this card looks a bit nicer. Okay, you could reduce the margin to make it a bit nicer. For example, here I think the margin could be, I don't know, 12 pixel or even 10 pixel, something like this. And now this looks good. So we got some styles that I wanted to share with you. Now that we have done this, I do want to start working on something that we are going to use, and we are going to style this alongside. So I want to start working on the portfolio side that we have. So now that we have the index.html, we are going to start working on the portfolio, and this is going to be so much fun. Yay! So how do we start working on this? We are going to start working on this by starting with the header. So first of all, what I want is to implement the header, the top header that we have. So we are going to first click here, and here as soon as I click, you see that we get the height of it. You see that it says 50 right here. 50 means that this particular element is 50 pixel in height. So here you can see 50. So that means we have 50 pixel of height for this particular element. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically go to my style.css, okay? And then I'm actually going to copy this as well and paste it. And then I could say card styles, and then I'm going to refer this to card styles. So you can use it whenever you want. Okay, so card styles is there as a copy, and I'm going to remove all of this apart from the HTML stuff. So the first thing that we need to understand here, the font family, margin, padding, that is okay, everything is good. The background here is going to be what Figma has. So Figma has the background. If I click here, you will see that the background here is this E5, E5, E5. So if you click right on the body, something like here, you will get this background. So first we are going to copy this, okay? And then we are going to go and change the color to E5, 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 just like this, okay? And I've got two semicolons, so I'm going to remove one. And this is what we got. Now we got the exact background compared from the Figma design. So the first thing that I want you to do is, first of all, make your index HTML empty, which means there should be nothing in your body. Then in the style CSS, just have this style, HTML and body. So you would have the font family, and then you have margin 0, padding 0, and background color. We are first going to put all the structure of this HTML. Then we are going to style it, okay? So first of all, we are going to put all the structure of the HTML, and then we are going to style it. So first of all, we got this header, or at least for a few sections. So first of all, we know that we first got a header, and this header got three elements. We got this works, blog, and contact. So we got these three things that we need to cover, okay? So first of all, we are going to implement the header, and the header is 50 pixel. So first of all, I'm going to go into my index.html, and then we are going to start working on here, okay? So first of all, you need to define this header, okay? And then what I want you to do is use something called nav. The header basically is something that is on the top, and then we got a nav inside it. So first we got a header, then we got a nav. Inside that, we basically need a couple of things. We need some links. So we are going to use a UL for this, and inside we are going to have some list items just like this. So first we got header, then we got nav, then we got UL, and inside that we should have some li elements. So we are going to say li. We are going to open it and close it. Then we are going to have an a tag, okay? And then we are going to just say something like href index.html, close it, and we are going to have home, okay? When you have done this li part, then you need to just copy paste this li 3 times or 2 times. So we got ul, first li, second li, third li. And the links that we have got are works, blog, contact. So I'm going to change this to works, blog, and contact. Nabil says, can we consider padding as a distance from border to the content? Yes. When you have a border, then yes. When you don't have a border, then it's just the outermost outline of the current element. Awesome. Right now this looks very weird, but trust me on this, we are going to get around this. So now that you have written this, I need you to close the nav and close the header, so we can look clearly what we have here. And then we are going to work on the second section. So for the second section, we basically have this. What I want you to do is think about this section. This has huge height at the moment. We're going to look at what the height is, if I can find it out. If not, we're going to randomly guess it when it comes to CSS. But now we are structuring this into how we define this as in HTML. So how do we structure this? This is again where the styles come in, or not the styles come in, but the thinking of HTML structure comes in. So let me quickly explain to you how I structure it. First of all, I know that this particular element, this is the header. So this is the first thing. The second thing I know is that this whole section is a different element. So this is a completely different element that we are talking about. Okay. So this is the second element. In this element, we have these situations. So we have a particular section inside, which is just like this. Okay. Then in this element, we got a couple of things. We got two columns. So we are now talking about two different columns. So first column is this one. This is the first column. And then this image stuff is the second column. Okay. When we have talked about this one, then this particular column, the left one, has multiple things. So this one then has first this div or this element, and then we have another one, which is this, which is some text. And then we got this button. Okay. So we got these things. If we just talk about how this works, we can use article. Yes, definitely. You could use article in that particular case if you want. Article is, however, more suited for blog posts, forums. This doesn't really seem like an article in that case, but if you want, you could use it. So here is the overall structure of the HTML that we just discussed. Okay. So we are going to start from the top. The top one is a div or a section. Then we got a div inside. So we are going to basically do the same thing. So first of all, we are going to go ahead and we are going to create this section. So the section itself has another container inside or another div inside that we just discussed. So we are going to call this a div. Then inside that, we got two columns as we discussed. So we are going to create two divs for two columns. So we are going to say div multiply by 2, and then we got two different divs. We can give these classes right now. So we can say something like class main section if you want, or you could call this hero section as someone pointed out. This div could have a class called hero inner. So we are saying hero inner. Then inside the hero inner class, we got two different columns as I just discussed. So we have two different columns here. So we just did two things. One, this is the section, this pink. The inner section is this div, which we are calling hero inner. Then we got column left and column right. Okay. So here I'm going to give those two things exactly just as we discussed. So I'm going to say something like this div has a class that is called column left, and this another div is called column right. Okay. Then inside those things, we got the other stuff. Then the left column has three different rows. One is a heading, second is a text, and third is a button. So that's what we are going to do. We are going to go to our code and we are going to say on the left column, we got three different divs. So we are going to use h3. Here, we are going to have some text. Then we got another div. So I'm going to use a p tag for this one because it's a text. And then finally we got a button. Okay. And the button said download resume, if I remember correctly. So what I want you to do is to do the same thing. Here, I'm going to copy text from here. So I'm clicking using the select tool. I'm clicking here. And then from the content, I can copy it here. So here it says, hi, I'm John, creative technology, blah, blah, blah. Can I copy here? Yeah, I can probably. And then I'm going to put this inside h3. Then I'm going to copy this text, right click or control C, and then I'm pasting it inside here in the p tag. And now if I save this, you see that we got the text correctly here. We got the H here, okay? Then we got the text here, and then we got the button here. Isn't the tagline supposed to be wrapped inside H1, H2? Just read somewhere it's a good practice for great SEO. Yeah, if you want, you can use H1, no problem. But I think this tagline, hello, I'm John, creative technologies, I'm not really sure it's going to be really helpful for SEO. But yeah, you could put it into H1 and we can use it for styling. Cool. So here you can see we got the text, we got another thing, and we got the download resume. The column right that we have right now, that really doesn't have anything at the moment, and that is because we really don't have anything for that. So we need one thing. So in this column right, we do want this image, and that is the only thing that we want, right? So what I want you to do is pick your favorite image, whatever you want, and then basically just use it, right? So here, or actually we are going to use the same image, that really doesn't matter. So actually let's try to make it just like the design, and then you can customize it for yourself, put your image inside, put your text inside, do whatever you want. But right now I want you to use the same image. Now this is a really interesting part because we want this image out of the Figma design and we want to use the same image here. So what I want you to do is, using the select tool, you click the image, then you go to export, and then you export using the PNG. So you need to go to export PNG and then you click export. Okay, so you need to click export here, and then you will see that now I got this ellipse downloaded here that I can open. So I can open it via show finder. I can copy this, and then I can open my code, and then I'm going to paste it inside my folder. Go to your VS Code, and after that right click on the index.html, and you will have this button called reveal in finder. When you open this or reveal in file explorer, it's in MacBook, it's reveal in finder. When you click reveal in finder, this will basically open the folder for you, just like this, you can see. Okay, and then what I want you to do is just create a new folder here called images, and then paste the image inside. So you need to copy from here or cut from here, really doesn't matter. You can move it just like this. You can even rename the image. I would basically rename it to something like avatar, for example. Okay, yeah, or profile image, whatever that is. So once you are done with that, the image part, I have changed the name to avatar.png. You can see that I have this in my VS Code right now. And now what I want to do is, in the column right, I want to use the image tag with the source equals to /images/avatar.png with the alt avatar. Okay, when you do this and save, you will notice that you will get them right here. Yay! So we got an image from Figma into our code, and that is super cool. So this is how you would export things from a design file. And if you use something else like Sketch or Adobe XD, it really doesn't matter. They would have some way of exporting the files. But the idea is, at least in Figma, you can click and export the file. You can bring them in your folder right around the index.html. So this folder is just besides the index.html. Okay, and in the index.html, you can see I've used /, and / means right where I am. From there, look at the images folder. So it's going around and seeing the images folder, and then inside we got the avatar.png. You need to make sure that you're not making a typo there and you're not misspelling the name of the file, otherwise you will not see the image. Okay, so here you can see we got this avatar and we got also the alt. The alt there basically means that if the image is not available, then this text shows up. So here you can see that now it says avatar and the image is not loaded because I gave a wrong name here. So if I give this the right name, this text will not show, rather the image will show. Alt is basically shown when the image is not being loaded for some weird reason. The next step for us is to pick the next set of things from the design. So now we are going to talk about the rest of the things. So now what I want you to do is think about this second section. So in this second section, we first have this section, which is outside. So this is the section that we got. Then if you have a really close look at it, we got this first row. So this is the first row that we have. This first row has two different elements. One element is this one. Then we got one element, this is view all. Okay, so we got one row with two different elements, one on the left, one on the right. Afterwards, we got another container, and that container now contains two different cards. So one card is basically this one, and then we got another card, which is this one. Okay, so this is kind of being spaghetti, but I'm trying to explain to you how we are distinguishing those. So let me quickly write this down step by step. So at this particular moment, we have first of all a container, then we got two different rows. So if I do something like this, just like this. So let's break it down just like this. So outermost a section, and inside then we got two different divs. So I'm gonna go ahead, clear this out, and then close this section first. Then I'm going to call this section, and this particular section, since it contains posts, I'm going to call this recent posts. So I'm going to call this class, and here we could call this posts. Let's just call this post section. Inside that we got two different things. We got the first div, and then we got another div here. We just discussed that the first div is this one, which contains the recent post and the view all button. So we are going to call this particular div class, and we are going to call this posts header, something like this. And then this one is going to be, since this is sort of a list or a grid of posts, we are going to call this class and just posts, for example. Let's just call it posts. And then inside that, we got two different cards. So we are going to call each card a post item. So we are going to create a div, and then this div will basically contain the post item class. So we are two divs, or we have two divs. So we are going to call this class post item, and then this is going to be another class of post item. Now that we have this done, we don't see anything because we have just laid down the structure of this HTML. We have not written anything or any text so far. So now we are going to differentiate between two things. One, the first header class, it has a title called recent post and then a button called view all. So here I'm going to give, first of all, here I could say something like h2 and I could say something like recent posts. Okay. And then I'm going to have this button or a link that we call view all. So I'm going to use an anchor tag, and here I'm going to say something like href index.html, just because when we click on it, it will not do anything. It will just stay on the same link. And here we call this view all. So if I do this, you will start looking at those things. So we got here recent posts and then view all, as you can see here. So first we completed our HTML for the top. Then we have these cards. So I'm going to implement one card at a time. So in this card, we did already this code where we had the blog item, if you remember, the blog card itself. So what I'm going to do, I think I already have that on my code, or I think I can probably steal it from Ruwaida. Yay! Stealing and copy pasting is what I do. That is what I get paid for. Yes. So I'm going to basically copy this article completely, and then I'm gonna go and see the CSS if there is some good CSS here as well to copy. We do have something, but I'm gonna just keep HTML for now. So in this post item, I'm going to copy paste this article. As you can see, just keep one article at the time, right? Just like this. And I'm going to basically change this div to article and remove this inner article and just make it just like this. So you can copy this. So instead of this div post item, we're going to have an article of post item. So I'm going to copy, paste this, and this is how it looks. We got a div. Within the div, we got an article called post item that has a header with h3, that has the div that you can see here, and that we have other things as well. So this text is not exactly the same as Figma. So what I want you to do is first write this structure looking at the screen. I'm kind of making it big for you so you can copy. So copy this entire post section. So we got all of these styles. Now, how can we set the border of the image round? You should not be basically doing that if you have a round image already. If you have your own image, then you can use border radius 50%, and that should make it round. So I'm gonna now start styling it, and let's start looking at the design and then the implementation itself. First of all, the header is 50 pixel and 375 pixel wide, but we don't really need to consider that. The things that we need to consider is this. We got this FFF as the color, which is wide, and we got the height of the element. Most of the times we are going to look at the height of the elements. Most of the time we are going to look at the width of element, but we are going to make some choices right there. So first of all, we are going to start with header nav. So I'm going to go into my styles.css and I'm going to say header and then nav. The nav should be essentially of height, what was it, 50 pixel. So here we got 50 pixel. Then we are going to say the background of, or the background color of this would be FFF, which is white. So you can see we got this right now. The only thing that you see right now is that we got some spacing from the top and from the bottom. Now we got to see which one is that. So here, if I mouse over header, it doesn't have the margin. If I go over nav, that doesn't have the margin. If I go over UL, ooh, we got this guy, which has the margin. So we don't really want this margin from top. So what we are going to do, we are going to give this UL a margin of 0. So we are going to say header, nav, and then UL, and then we are going to say margin 0 in this case. And when we do so, you see that boom, the top margin is gone. That's really good. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want all of these elements to be towards the right side of it. That's one thing. Second, we don't really want these ugly underlines. Third, we don't really want these bullet points here because that's not the part of the design. So if I go to the design, this is how it should look. Works, blocks, content. No bullet points, no underlines. So first of all, let's remove the bullet points. The way to remove the bullet points is that we go to select each particular li element, which is this, and then we define a list style to it. So we say li should have a list style and then it should be none. If I do this, you see that the bullets are gone. Yay! Second thing, we don't really want these underlines, and the underlines basically come from the a tag. So each a tag by default has this style from the browser which is underlined, so we don't really want that. So we are going to go ahead and say header nav lia because we have header nav lia. So here we are going to say text decoration is going to be none. When we do this, boom, you see that now this doesn't look like that particular scenario. And we also need to style it. We are going to style it using the style in Figma. So I'm going to select it, select this, and then I'm going to see what are the styles. As we discussed before, we are interested with font weight, font size, line height, and that's pretty much it. So I'm going to basically use all of these three things just like that, and the color as well. So I'm going to use all of these things and I'm going to copy paste just below this. And if I save this, you will see that now this looks good. We have this black color being used right as it should, just like this. Okay. The only problem right now is that they are not looking like the design because first, they are not in one line. Second, they basically are not towards the right side. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to tell this nav that, hey, all of the text would go towards the right side. So I'm going to try something and see if that works. So if I say text aligned right, you see that it goes all the way to the right. By that, I've shortcutted it. I've used a shortcut in CSS. There are other ways to do this, by the way. But what I've used is I've just said, hey, this nav will have all the text towards its right side. Okay. Do you go in mobile first or desktop? I'm going with desktop first, but it's going to be mobile responsive. I'm just not going with the other approach. So maybe I'm going to go with desktop first and then we are going to go with mobile, but it's going to be fairly very easy. The design or the HTML architecture is basically considered or has in mind that we are going to go with mobile. So it's not going to be a problem. So the first thing that we did was we did something with text align. So I want to teach you something called flexbox. So if we don't do this text align thing on the UL or on the nav, another way of doing this is using something called flexbox. So I could use something like a flex or a display flex. And when I do so, I can use a property called justify content flex end. And if I do this, it does exactly the same thing. And this is using flexbox. What I've just said is that this nav completely is a flex box or a flex or with a display flex. And then when I say justify content, it basically means horizontally, where would it be? Would it be at the center? Would it be at the start or would it be at the end? I've used flex end, but if I use flex start, they come toward the start. If I use something like center, they will be at the center, but I can easily say they should be at flex end. And this is how easy to use flexbox and say, hey, I want something at the very end. All right. Sounds good. Great. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make these things in line with each other. So they are in one line. And the easiest way to do that is to tell this UL that this UL itself is a display flex. When we do that, it basically makes every item inside the UL in one line. So if I say something like display flex, if I save this, you see, boom, we got that particular thing in one line. Okay. It really doesn't look still like the end result. So I'm going to add some more things, but the point is if we say display flex, that means that it basically aligns them in one single line in a row, because by default display flex works in row. I could make it in column as well by changing this to something like flex direction column, and now they would be in a column. If I say this row, they would be in a row. So you can repeat this video later and understand flex in general, but by default I'm going to remove this because it's row by default. So now you see that they are in one line. I want to look at this particular element and see how they look. Right now you can see that this nav basically pushes everything towards the end. The purple area that you see up there, up left, is the empty area, and the right side is where the content is. Now this UL, as you can see, here it has this flex, but everything is up top. It's kind of sticking up to the top. So we already discussed about how to move things towards the end or center or beginning horizontally. But what about vertically? If I want to change something vertically and move it to the center, there's another thing that we can use, and that is called align items center. If I do this, you see that now it's centered according to the vertical alignment. So for horizontal, we use justify content. For a row scenario, we say, hey, horizontally, it's gonna be justify content, and vertically, it's gonna be align items, right? So this is how it works. Now I just want to give a gap between those things. So I need to understand what is the gap between these elements. So if I click one element and mouse over to the other, you can see what is the gap between those two things. Here, the gap is 75 pixels, as I can see. If I click this one and click here, no, it's 33. This one and this one, this feels a bit weird because Figma ditches us, but it's actually 33 pixels. So 33 pixel from here, 33 pixel from here. So the gap there is 33 pixel. So I'm gonna give this UL in which we have display flex and align items a gap, and we are going to call it 33 pixels. As soon as I save this, you see the exact gap. That's what we are talking about. So you give the display flags to the container of these elements. These are LIs. These are list items. Works, blocks, content are list items. We wanted them to be in one line, so we gave their parent, the UL, a display flags, align item center, and gap of 33 pixel, and this is what we got. Now, one thing that I also want to do is to see this thing that we forgot. You can see that this also has a gap. This contact has a gap from the rightmost border. We don't have it. Our contact is right there to the wall for some reason. We want this to be aligned, or we want this to have this gap of 60 pixel, as you can see. So this should have a 60 pixel gap. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to either give this contact a margin, which is the easiest way to do. So I'm going to go ahead and say the last item, this particular li, has a margin towards the right side. That is one way of doing this. Another way, or the reverse of this, is I could say this header itself has a padding. So if I say this header has a padding, this will push everything within that further inside, which means that this contact would push further inside itself. So I could give this li a margin, which means li take some space from outside, or I could say, hey, this nav or this header could have a padding inside. So it's either of those things that I could choose. So what I want to do is I want to choose the header one, or I want to choose the nav situation where I could give this a padding. So I could say padding right, and I could say something like, 60 pixel. And if I do so, you see that we got this exactly how we want it. Now, if I kind of do this, you see how similar it looks from our Figma design, right? So this has this gap now that we are talking about. Cool. So we give this padding right, and if I hover over it, you can see this nav. And this nav, you see up top, that green area, that is the padding. So everything has been pushed inside now. Now that we have this, I'm going to save this. We got the header covered. Now we are going to style the rest of the stuff. So I'm going to go to portfolio and look at the rest of the stuff, which is essentially this section. So first of all, this section itself has the color background E5, 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 which is exactly the same. Interesting. It doesn't look the same. It does look white to me. That's interesting. So this one is FFF. This one should have, or probably this doesn't have a style. That's why it looks so weird. But I can see that this is white. If I go and pick the color picker extension, and if we come here, yeah, this is white color. And by the way, you can also use this extension called color picker. This is white. So yeah, I'm not gonna give this another color. So we're gonna go to our second section. I'm going to close header. This hero section is what we are talking about. So we are going to go ahead and style for hero section. So here I'm putting a comment of hero section, and then here we have dot hero section. The background of this would be FFF, as you can see. So you will see that this also becomes white. You see that we have got some spacing here. Where is this spacing coming from? Is this coming from a UL? This H is the culprit. So we have this H1, which has this margin. So what I'm going to do is that, first of all, I'm going to remove this H1 margin, and I can probably do it right from here. So I can say something like H1 P, H3, H2, H4. All of these have no margin, for example. Let's just do this so we can style them in a better way. Now that we have this, we are going to basically style this element accordingly. So first of all, we need to say what is the gap of this text from the top. So I'm going to go click here. You can see from the left side, it has a gap of 148 pixel. Okay. From the left side, it has 148 pixel. And from the top, it has 228 pixel. Now, this is where some math would come in. So we got 128 pixel and 228 pixel. Let me kind of rephrase it. So we got 148 pixel from here. Towards the right side of this image, you see 149 pixel, which is more or less 148 pixel. So we have to have 148 pixel from the left, 148 pixel from the right, or we could basically see how much they both are combined in that case. So if I use this and add this to it, how much does it become? 498, 106. I'm assuming that this is going to be 960. Can I check it somewhere else? So this is about 418. This is about 418 and the gap is 20. So if I add something like 418 plus 418 plus 20, it's 856 pixels. So all of them combined are basically 856 pixels. So for this hero section, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a max width of, what did we get out of it? It's 856 pixel. I would use the 960 pixel for simplicity, and then we are going to use it because 960 is a standard that we use. So when we use 960 pixels in that case, and this is where things become interesting because we would have this section or the hero section. This is not supposed to have max width, but the inner would have a max width. So here we would say hero section and we will say hero, is it called hero inner? Yeah, hero inner is going to have max width of 960 pixel. If I move it just like this, you will see that it only takes so much space. This hero section, the hero inner, all of the margin, all of the orange area, that is not used because I'm saying that the maximum it can expand is this. Now we need to center it. So when we need to center it, we need to do something like margin 0 auto. And when we do this, you see that now it's centered. Okay, I'm going to remove this so we can see this clearly. So here you can see that now this is centered. This whole section is centered. So we are going to do this. And now we are going to move forward. So first of all, we have this section which has some gap from the top. The gap from the top is 228. We already know that the header is 50 pixel. So we are going to subtract basically 228 minus 50 pixel, which is the header, and we get 178. So this particular text is 178 pixels away from the header itself, or 158 it seems like. Yes, 158. So here you can see we got 158 pixels away. So we are going to give this a margin top of 158. So hero inner would have a margin top of 158 pixels. And if I save this now, you can see that we got this just like this. We shouldn't have this, but we should have padding top 158 pixel like this. And now we got this. Cool. So if I move this like this, you can see that we got this text here, then we got this, and then we got this image. So we got 156 pixels from the top. Now what we need to do is we need to style it for the rest of those things. So I'm going to quickly go and do that. First of all, we need these two columns in one row. So for that, we are going to go to index.html. And here we have this hero inner in which we are going to give this a display flex. So we are going to say display flex. If we do this, you can see that we got this on left and right, just like this. So we got the text on the left and then the image on the right. The second thing that we need to do is we need to identify how long can this text be. So you can see that this particular text at max is about 497 pixels here. So we are going to give this hero inner and the left column, the column left, a maximum width. So here we are going to say hero section, hero inner, column left, maximum width is going to be what we just discussed, 497 pixels. So here it's going to be 497 pixels. So we got this one done. And now we need this particular image to go all the way towards the right side. So we are going to go and give the column right something called flex 1. So here I'm going to go and copy all of this here, and then we are going to give this column right a flex of 1. After we have given this a flex of 1, we need to give also this a display of flex. We are going to give this justify content flex end and align items center. And here you see that now this image goes towards the right side. All right. One more thing that we need to do is that apart from just padding top, I do want to give this a padding 5 pixel, sorry, 158 pixel 0. So we get some content, some padding at the bottom and some at the top. What I just did is that I've changed padding top to be padding top and padding bottom. The shortcut for doing this is saying padding 158 pixel, which means top and bottom, and then 0. 0 means left and right. So left and right, no padding, but top and bottom 158. So they both combined is this. Okay. So I'm going to use this. I'm going to comment this for your own learning. And then you can see that it pretty much looks like what we have in Figma if I kind of move it like this. All right. So in this particular situation, we got that image just like there. And then we got this spacing that you see here. The only problem is that they are not aligned. You can see that this text is basically centered according to this image. And here we don't have this situation. This text goes above the image somehow. And that is because this hero inner has a display flex but doesn't have align item center. If I do this, you will see that now the text came a bit downwards. Let me do this again. If I do Control Z, save this, you see that this is up top. It is aligning with the header or the top of the image. But if I change this again, you see that now it comes below. All right. So we got this done. Now that we have done this, we need to see how this plays out with the text. So one of the things that I'm seeing here is that we got this text where it says, hi, I am John, but then creative technologist. But I also see that this is in 2 lines. So I'm going to make 2 H1 and I'm just taking a shortcut, for example, here. And I'm going to remove this from the first one and this from the second one. So if I save now, hey, I'm John, Creative Technologies, right? So now you can see that we got this really nice text there. Now I'm going to go back to my portfolio and see what is the gap of this whole text from this bottom. Before I do so, I need to copy the styles. I don't think we really did that, or did we? I don't think we did that. So font weight, font size, line height, and color, because I can see these are a bit close, but this one, portfolio UI, it's a bit different. So I'm going to go ahead and style this by saying that, hey, in the column left, we have something called H1. In the column left, we called H1. So we are going to give this a style. So here we are going to say hero section, hero inner, call left, and then H1. And here we can give this a style, right? And then I can basically save this. If I save this, this looks nicer because now it looks like the Figma design if I kind of zoom out like this. So here you see this and then you see this. It's quite the same, exactly the same. Now that we have this, we need to see the gap between this one and this one. So we are going to go to portfolio, click on this one and then mouse over on this one and you see that we got 40 pixel. So it says 40 pixel of distance between these two. So I'm going to give this one a margin of 40 pixel. So the content below pushes away. So I'm going to say, or I could give this p tag a margin top. It's either of those. I'm going to give this p tag a margin top. So I'm going to copy this style, paste it here, change this H1 to p tag, and here I'm just going to call this a margin top of 40 pixel. As soon as I do so, you see that we got this gap. Woohoo! And now we are going to look at the styles of this text because it seems like they are not the same. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy the font weight, font size, and the color. I'm going to go to my code, paste this just like this. And now we got this color as well. So now they look quite the same. And finally, I need to style my button that we have right here. So for this button, first I need to understand the gap. So here the gap is 38 pixels. So I'm going to give this a 38 pixel gap. So for this, I'm going to go ahead here, say this is a button. We could use div, we could use button. I'm going to use button at this moment, I think. And then we got this margin top 40 pixel. This is going to be 38 pixel. I'm going to save this. And now we got a nice gap, which is quite similar to our design. As you can see, right? They look quite the same. And then I'm going to color this. So here the colors are primary. So I'm going to copy all of this code, the width, the height. I don't really think I should copy position absolute or the left or the other things. So I'm going to just copy width, height, and background and border radius. So I'm going to remove the left and top. And if I save this, yay, this is how it looks now. The only problem is that this looks weird. And that is because it's a button. If we change this to a div, then this would be fixed. So if I change this to a div, and what did I do? Download resume. Oh, because I said button there. So we can probably give this a class of action button, and then we can style it from here by giving the class action button dot action button. And here we go. Now we got this, and this still doesn't look good because we got the styling, but the text looks weird. So what I would want to do here is I would want to first give this a color of white. Then I'm going to give this a line height of the same height that we have, 47 pixel. And then I'm going to give this a text align center. If I do this, you see that now it looks probably exactly the same as the design. Sort of, not exactly. The padding here is different. So the padding is 20 pixel, and what is it from top and bottom? It's 9 pixel, then 17 pixel. It feels a bit weird. No, it should be 9 pixel. 9 pixel, so let's say 10 pixel, 20 pixel. So the padding of this one should be 10 pixel, 20 pixel. So I'm going to remove the width and the height and rather give this a padding of 10 pixel, 20 pixel. And this should be, or did I make it incorrect? Yeah, I made it incorrect. It's 20 pixel, 10 pixel. The max width should be fit content. This should be 10 pixel, 20 pixel. The line height should not be 47 pixel. And now we got it. Let's compare it with the design. Yay! Now it looks just like the design. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome. So if I click this text here, I can also see the text properties. I can basically copy font weight, font size, line height, and color. So I can basically copy this here just in the div, and let's see how this looks. So now it looks pretty much the same. Good. Awesome. So at the very bottom here, we got this color, which is something like EDF7FA. So I'm going to copy this background color from this, and then I'm going to go to my HTML and actually the CSS file. So I'm going to open style.css, and style.css inside here, I'm going to start styling it. So we already saw that the class here on this section is called posts section. So as we discussed, the CSS style for a particular class should start with dot, and then I can say post section. And here I can give this background color. So I can say background color, and then I can give this color right here. Okay. Now, one more thing to understand is what is the gap from top and bottom in this particular content. This blue content that we just saw, we can see what is the spacing of this, like this space from top and bottom. So here you could say something like, if I click this particular element, and if I kind of mouse over here, you can see that this says 32 here. So this blue colored background box or this section has a spacing inside or has padding inside of 32 pixel. That's what we need to basically give it. So we need to give this a top and bottom padding of 32 pixels. So I'm going to do exactly that. Right now, you will see that here we got the blue color of this content, but we don't have that spacing at the moment. So we are going to start with that spacing. We are going to give this padding, and we are going to say that, hey, if I do 32 pixel, that means top and bottom. And if I say 0, that means I'm not giving any spaces left and right. So the first one is top and bottom or vertical, and then this one is horizontal. So we are saying padding 32 pixel top and bottom, and left and right it's 0. So if I save this, go here, you can see that now we got 32 pixel of spacing right here. What is the background color you gave? If you click this design and if you click here, you can go and at the very bottom right here, this is the color EDF7FA. So you can copy the color from there. I hope that makes sense. So we gave this a top and bottom. Now what I want to say is, you can see that in our website, you see this content right there. It's stuck to the wall, like here. It is stuck to the wall. Towards the right side is stuck to the wall as well. We don't want it to be here. We want this centered. So as we did for our hero inner, that we said, hey, this particular element can be at max of 960 pixel. We are going to do the same here. So we are going to have this inner element or this inner posts having a maximum width of 960 pixels. So first of all, let's see if we have that inner element. We don't have that inner element. We just have post section, and inside that we have both header and this div. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically close all of these. So I'm going to cut all of this, Control X, and I'm going to create a new div here. I'm going to call this div posts section inner. So here I'm going to call this class name or class actually. And here I can say posts section inner, and inside I'm going to paste what I just cut. So I'm going to paste everything inside here. So just see what happened. We just added one more div in the hierarchy. So first we have post section, then we have post section inner, and then we have everything that we had before. So before it looked something like this. So I'm going to say something like div, and here we got class, post section inner, and here we got this code. So now that we have this post section inner, I can use this in the style. So I can go inside and say something like post section inner maximum width 960 pixel, and here I'm going to say margin 0 auto. This is important. What this does is that, first of all, if I say maximum 960 pixel, you will see what happens. You can see that the overall size of this element became a bit shorter. Why? Because if I undo this, let's see what happens. You see that the size became bigger, so the width became bigger. But if I say something like maximum width can be only 960 pixel, that means that the size is now limited to 960 pixels. When I say 960 pixels just like this, then I can also say that, hey, give this an automatic margin from left and right. When I give this an automatic margin from left and right, it centers itself. That is one of the beauty of CSS, and this is something that you would see a lot on Stack Overflow and in discussions, that to center a content horizontally, you can give this margin 0 auto. So let me show you it right in the inspector. One more thing that we have not discussed yet is that you can always go and style things even before writing a code right here in the inspector. So all you need to do is right click, click inspect, and then you can choose the element that you want to style. Here you can see we have post section inner. So I can select this, and here you can see I can see the CSS styles here. So max width 960 pixel that I just have in my code right here, I can also see that here in the inspector. So you can directly style from here, try out different things, see how that looks, and then you can copy from here and paste in your code. So it's a quick playground that you can play with. We have not done that yet. So I can click here, and then you can see it gave me another cursor here. So I can now here say something like margin, and here I can say 0 auto, and you can see everything now became centered. So that's how you center something which has a maximum width. If I remove maximum width from here, this will not be centered. If I remove margin 0 auto from here, this will not be centered. So we need both of those things, margin and maximum width. Does that make sense? So one of the reasons why we don't use width here and we use maximum width is that we want this to be responsive. We want this to be flexible, which means that we want this to be taking as much space as we want, but the maximum width means that it can only expand to that maximum width. Okay, so if I move this and if I try to take this inspector on the right side, see what happens if I scroll, if I do this, if I resize the screen. If I resize the screen here, you see that here we got this element, and you notice the text here. If I expand it, you can see the text also expands, right? The text is expanding, and that is because we don't have a fixed width given here. If I give this a fixed width instead of max width, then what happens? If I do this, then you see that we get this scroll. Do you see that? And this is one of the things that you don't want. You don't want to give things fixed width because that would then mess with the responsiveness, right? So do you understand this responsiveness thing? We usually avoid giving fixed widths to elements when we want things to be responsive. This is very, very important to understand. If I give this width 960 pixels, that it means that it doesn't matter which width I am on, or if I'm watching this on a mobile or a tablet or a desktop. If I'm viewing it on any particular screen, it will always be 960 pixel. If I do the screen like this, you will see that it is still 960 pixel because we got a scroll, and this is 960 pixels. And you can definitely check it by mouse overing the element as well. So if I hover over this post section inner, right here, see just right here what shows. You can see that it says right there that it's 960 pixel. So we don't give widths or fixed widths, rather we give maximum width. So when we say maximum width, then what happens? Then by default, when we say maximum width, it is going to give all the width it can on smaller screens. So on small screen, it is taking as much width as possible, 100 pixel width, and that is fine for us. We don't want to limit the user in this case. But if we go above a certain screen size, then we want this whole thing to be of a maximum of 960 pixel. Now we are going to style these two things. So first of all, we know that this particular element has two things, one recent post and then view all. So first of all, we are going to click recent post. Then we are going to go ahead here. And then you can notice here that we got this color that we can copy. And we got font weight, font size, and line height. So we are going to copy all of this from here for the recent post element. I'm going to go to my code, see what is the class on recent post. This recent post is an h2 and it's inside post header. So I'm going to give this a hierarchy. I'm going to say post section, post header, and h2. So here I can go ahead and say something like post section, then post header, and then h2. And then we are pasting this code. Now I don't want you to use this display flex and align items flex, and this is not necessary in this case. So I'm going to remove this. I'm just keeping the font weight, font size, line height, and color. Okay, so I'm going to save this and I'm going to go to my page here. And now you can see that this particular link basically looks like the design. So recent post here looks exactly like this recent post here. So this is exactly the same. Okay, now I do want to see if I have margin auto here, and I have not. So I'm going to put it back again, margin 0 auto, as we discussed. And now this is centered. We got the recent post here. But now there's one thing that you see here. This recent post and this view all, they are on two different lines. Okay, but they both are in one single element. So they are basically sort of siblings. So when we have two different things like this H and this view all, as you can see, when I mouse over these, I can see them highlighted. Both of these elements, and I'm going to zoom in a bit so you can see this clearly. So this H2 and this anchor tag, they both are siblings and their parent is post header. So they both are inside this post header. How do we make sure that they both are in one line if we have a parent? So what we do is that we click the parent and then we give this a display of flex. So we say something like display, and here we say flex. When we do so, you can see that now they both are in a single line, right? You can see that they both are in one single line. The problem here is that this view all is now kind of sticked with this recent post, and we don't really want that. So the first step that we did is that on the parent we set display flex. So both of these siblings are in one line now. Second step, we want these two to be vertically aligned with each other. Right now the situation is that we got this view all above this recent post. So this is recent post, this is view all. We want them to be aligned vertically together. The way we do that is that we say something like align items center, and now you can see that they are both aligned together. All right, do you understand what we are talking about here? So they are now aligned together. Finally, we want a gap between these two things. So in the design, you can see that one is towards all the way left and the second one is towards all the way right. So we want the space between those two things. The way we give this space between in a display flex situation is we use something called justify content space between. And as I do so, you can see that now they both have a space between those. So this is basically Flexbox for you. This is how you use Flexbox. You give the parent display flex, so they both are in one line. Okay, you can see that if I don't give display flex, they are not in one line. So if I give display flex, they become in one line. If I want them both to be aligned vertically, I'm gonna give this align item center. And if I want a space between those two, I'm going to give justify content space between. If I remove this align item center, you will see that vertically now they are not aligned, but they still have space between them because we are using justify content. So I'm going to now copy this code and I'm going to put this into the styles. So here we have posts header that we need to style. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say something like post section, post header, and here I'm going to paste this code. And if I do now, and if I save this now, then we are good. We are getting these styles from the files right here, right? So you can see that if I mouse over this or if I inspect this post header, these styles that we have are coming from the file, the style.css, okay? So this is how you would do it. Now, if I kind of go just like this, you can see now this looks exactly like the design. Apart from one thing, that one thing is that this view all doesn't have the color that we want. So I'm going to click this view all and I'm going to copy whatever we are seeing here. So from font weight, font size, line height, and then the color itself. So I'm copying all of this and then I need to style it. So first of all, I could see this into the inspector if I wanted. So I would go and right click this, inspect this, and click here, element style, just click here, and I do Control V, and I can see the link here. Yay! So it looks quite like this one. The only problem that I see here is that this one does not have, and someone is clicking on it. So if you can move your cursor, I can basically show that this is not underlined by default. If I zoom in, you can see that this has no underline. Although our implementation has this underline. So we don't want this underline here by default. So how do we remove an underline? We already discussed this in the previous classes. We give this text dash decoration and then we say none. When we do this, now there's no underline by default, and I can mouse over and click this element. So I want all of these styles to be applied to this particular element, which is an A tag. So I'm going to go to my code and I'm going to style this just like this. So I'm going to say post section, post header, and then the anchor tag, which is A, because this view all that we see, it's an A tag, as you can see. So here I'm going to paste all of this code. I'm going to save this, and now we can see that this basically looks exactly how we discussed. So I'm gonna quickly refresh the page, see it's working, yay! So we are good. So I'm going to quickly show you that this looks exactly like our design, just like our design. So it looks exactly the same. So we got view all there, we got view all there. And now we are going to talk about these cards that you can see. We can see that we have this particular card, which is one card, and then the second card here. First of all, they both are in one line. We already discussed how we can make two different elements in one line. We give their parent a display flex. So that's how we center them, or that's how we connect them into one line. If I right click on this first element, which is this post item. So if I go and click post items, this is one post item, the article, and then this is the second post item. You can see these are the two post items that we are talking about. If we want both of them into one line, so I'm going to give this posts a display flex. And you can see that as soon as I do so, we get them in a single line. This is starting to look like our design. Very good. Now, what I want is to have these styles, but you would also notice one thing. That is, if I click this one item and see the space compared to the other card, I can click here. And then if I do this, you can see the word 20 there. So there's 20 pixel of gap between these two cards. And you can basically give this quickly by applying basically a style here that is called gap. And you can say 20 pixel. If you do that, you will get a 20 pixel gap between those two. How can we see that? If I mouse over here, you see that purple line in the middle. That is the 20 pixel gap that we want. Super cool. So all we need to do is just say, hey, these two elements or this flex box would have 20 pixel gap between all of their elements. And that is essentially what we want. So here we got 20 pixel gap. So I'm going to copy those two styles and I'm going to give this posts element these styles in the code now, because if I refresh, boom, everything is gone because we were just looking at the inspector. So you need to make sure that before refreshing, you copy the code. I'm smart, so I copied the code. Yes. And I've said this time and again. Yeah. I've said this time and again, people pay me for copy pasting. That's what I do. I edit files for a living. So you need to make sure that you're copying the code before you refresh. So here I can now go and I can say something like posts. And here these posts would have a display flex and gap 20 pixel. I can save this, go here and see this is working because we have this coming from the style file now. Super cool. Now we are going to style the cards. So let's see what the card looks like. First of all, this card has a white background. So I'm going to go to my code and first see what is this card called. It is called post item. Now I can either say posts article as the CSS, or I can say just post item in the post. Either of those works. By that, I mean I could say posts and article. I could say this, or I could say post item. Both of these are equally valid because in the first one, we are saying find the article within post. And in the second one, we are saying find the post item element, whichever element has the class post item. So I'm going to use the class one because I like it more. Here, we are going to start with the background color. The background color of this is white. So I'm going to confirm this by going down. Here, you can see that we got this white color here. We also have some box shadow if you see here. So I'm going to copy the box shadow, the border radius, and the background. Again, we are not copying the width and the height because we don't want this to be non-flexible. So I'm going to copy this background and every other style that we just talked about. I'm going to paste it here. So background, box shadow, and border radius. If I do save this now, go to the page, here you see that this has started to look like our design. You see this curve here, it's not pointy, and we can double check it. If I go to the inspector and see the styles, after clicking this post item, I can click this element, go here, remove the background is removed, remove the box shadow gets removed. The box shadow is very little, so you don't really notice that. But if I remove the border radius, you will see that this becomes less pointy. So here you can see it's very pointy. But if I add this box border radius, you see that it kind of becomes like this. You see there is a curve. So we definitely want the curve in our card because that is how the design looks. So we got the background, we got the border radius, we got the box shadow. Now let's talk about the gap within here. So if I just click this heading, I can estimate what is the gap of this element from all the edges. Right now I can see that from the top it is 24. From the left and right it is a bit different. It's like 23 pixel, 21 pixel. So I'm just gonna keep 24 pixel from all of the sides. So I can go and basically add a padding here of 24 pixels. As soon as I do so, you can see that it starts looking like our design. So here you can see that we got this gap from top and from left, and now it looks good. So I'm going to go into our code, and here padding of 20 pixel, or actually it was 24 pixels. Now that we have this, I can refresh and we can see how this looks. This looks a lot like our design. So now let's work through these titles. First of all, this title is called Making Design System from Scratch. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste this into the article. So where we had this as the first one. Then we had this text. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to replace this text here instead of lorem ipsum. Then we got this, creating pixel perfect, blah, blah, blah. This is the second heading. So I'm replacing the second heading with this. And then we also have, I think this is exactly the same thing. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste this just like this. So if I save this now, you can see that it looks a bit like this. So making a design system from scratch, creating pixel perfect icons in Figma. We also see that. But now that I have this, I do want to copy some styles. So we want the font weight, font style, line height, and color. So I'm going to copy all of those. And then I'm going to go towards the heading and style it. So here you can see that inside the post item, we have this header and h3. So I want to target this post item, header, h3. So I'm going to quickly go and say something like post item, and here I'm going to say header h3, and inside here I'm going to give this style that we just discussed. So I'm going to quickly do this, remove the comment, save, and now you will see that we get some gap or the line height. This is spacing that you see. Without the line height, you will see that this looks a bit different. So if I remove the line height, you can see it a bit moving. Also the font size, if we don't give it, it was looking like something like this. Now it looks something like this. And then the color also, the black and the other color, it's a bit different. So we got all of those things in line. Now that we have this, we need to see what is the gap between this element and this text. So there is a bit of gap. So here you can see that we got this 17 pixel of gap. If I mouse over here, you can see this, wait a second, this 17. So I'm going to just give it 16 pixels. So I'm going to give this element, this header, a margin bottom of 16 pixel. I'm going to save this now. And now if we go here, you can see this gap just like we have in here. So here we have some gap, and here also now we got some gap. Now that we have this, you can see that this is being applied to both of these cards, which is amazing. And that's how CSS is really powerful. So now that we have this, let's talk about this whole text. I think they have the same thing here. So I'm going to basically have the same font. So I'm going to copy font weight, size, and line height for all this text. And then I'm going to look at my code here and see which item is this. This is this div, okay? And in this div, we got this text. So if I give this style like this, we get this, but I'm going to do something different here. First of all, you can notice that here we got this one single item here, or this line here that we have. Then we have a gap here. So it's 26 pixel away from this line and 26 pixel away from this line. So it's kind of something in the middle, a line that we have. So we are going to be a bit smart about this. And what we are going to do is that we are going to replace this div with something. So I'm going to keep this as it is, but I'm replacing what we're talking about here. So we need a div. Inside the div, we have to have three things. So we are going to have a span, and we're going to actually have three spans. Or actually, if I combine these two things, div span into 3. If I do this, this is emit, and if I hit enter, you will see a div and 3 spans inside. So if I hit enter, you see it created a div with 1 span, 2 span, and 3 spans inside. This is a shortcut that you can use in VS Code. Now I can copy the code from here. So 12 February 2020, and I can basically put it in here. Then we got a span here. Second one, so I can put this pipe character there. And the third one is this design pattern. So I'm going to copy the design pattern here. Can I copy this? No. Can I copy this? Yes. And I can paste it here. So I'm going to copy the same thing here and paste it here. And I can remove the second one here. Okay. So now what we have is in each post item, we have this div, which has these spans. So I'm going to give this div some class. So I'm going to give this a class of meta. Okay. So I'm going to give this class meta, and here I'm going to give this class a meta, and then I'm going to style it. So we are going to copy the styles from here, font style, font weight, font size, and all of these things. And I'm going to go into my CSS and then style it. So I'm going to say posts and then post item, and then we are going to say dot meta, and we are going to style it just like this. So if we do this, let's see what happens. I'm going to save this, check this out. And here we go, we got the styles right here, but these are stuck together as you can see. Now what I want to do is I want to give them some spacing. So what do? First of all, I'm going to go to inspect this element, and this meta, I'm going to give this a display flex. Then I'm going to give this a gap of 26 pixels because we already saw that the space of this element from here and here is about 26 pixels. So I'm going to click here, see 26 pixels. So I'm going to give this a gap of 26 pixel, and now you see that we got this space here which looks super cool. So I'm going to just copy this, and then also I want to also make sure that they are vertically aligned with each other. It seems like they're a bit off, so I'm going to give this also align items center. Alrighty, so I'm going to copy this and then paste it here on the meta, and this ruined for some reason for me. 26 pixel, there we go. Save this, and now we are good. So the second one looks good to me. Now finally, I need to see what is the spacing of this element from here. So it seems like it's something like 20 pixel. So I'm going to give this a margin bottom of 20 pixel. So I can say margin bottom of 20 pixel. Save this, and now we should have some space here. So now you see this space here. I can remove this, and if I remove the margin, previously it looked something like this. Now it looks something like this, and it's quite close to our actual design. So here you can see they're quite the same. Now I'm going to select this text and then see and copy the styles. So font weight, font size, line height, and color. So I'm copying those things. And now we are going to see the content here. So here we got this P tag. So post item P, that is our selector. So I'm going to go ahead and say something like posts and then post item and then P tag. And here I'm going to paste all of these. So we got this just about right. Cool. So here now that we got this, we have this actually exactly like we have in the design. So if I click here and if I kind of move my cursor here, you can see that this is how the design looks and this is how our implementation looks. Can I make the same zoom? So it's quite exactly the same. It's just a matter of the spacing, but this looks good. So now that we have this, the second section is actually completed. And now we can talk about the rest of the section. So we got this featured works, and then we got this final section. We're going to talk about the feature section. So first we need to style all of this. So again, I'm going into my design thinking mode or structural thinking mode on how to distinguish this. So we are going to start with the Epic Pen, and we are going to distinguish between the content here. So first of all, this whole thing is a section that you see. This whole white background stuff, that's a section. Then inside that we got this inner section that we can give a maximum width, and that maximum width will basically make sure that this inner section is intact, just like what we have for our other components. For example, we have an inner section for this section, then we have an inner section for this section. So that's how we have worked out this so far. Then, so we got a section here, then we got another inner section or inner div. Then inside we got this header. So we are talking about another element here. So we got this header, which is an element. So this element is completely here. Like we have one row in which we have just this element. So you could even say that, hey, this is one row in which we have this heading. That's even fine. Once we talk about this in general, and now we are talking about the items. So we have an item here. This is the design dashboard is an item. So here you can see that we got an item. This is going to be a featured item. Inside this featured item, we see two different things. We see two different columns. So one column is this, where we have this image. Second column that we have is this one, this area. That is a second column. And then this second column has multiple rows. We got the first row where we got design dashboard. We got the second row in which we have this 2020 and it says dashboard. And then we got the third row, which is a text, which is a p tag basically. And then this second row also has multiple elements. So this is one element, this is second element. So this is how we structure our data, and we see, hey, how many elements can I distinguish or distribute this whole section with? So we are going to start with the top one. We got a section. Inside that section, we got an inner element. So let's start with the basics. So I'm going to go to my code here, and then we are going to start with a new section, and we are going to call it features section. So section having a class feature section or featured section. If I do this, this will basically create a section for me with a class featured section. Inside here, we are going to have a featured section inner. So we have a div with featured section inner. So we got two things out of the things that we discussed. So if I go back to my program here and open this again, so we got this outer one and then this inner one. Now this inner one basically has this heading, and then we have the item. So we have the three items. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go back to my code and I'm going to add those things. So first of all, we have something called header or featured section header, or can we shorten it? We can maybe shorten it to say something like FS header. So feature section is FS. Let's shorten this, okay? Because why not? So FS header. So we got feature section header. Then we got feature section items, okay? Or we could say something like list, FS list. And then we got this list where we got all the other items. So one item, two item, three item. So first of all, we got the header, then we got the items. And then this list, then we got multiple items. So I'm going to just start with one. I could say something like FS item, and then we are going to further distinguish between. So first of all, in the design that we have right now, it's called featured work. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste this inside the heading. This should be essentially an H3, and we are going to style this later on. So we can say featured works, or we could also make it H2. It really doesn't matter. So we got featured works. Then inside this FS list, we got multiple items. So they're going to be multiple items, but we are going to start with the similar one or simple one. So here we got the first item. The first item, as we discussed, has two columns. So this item basically has two columns, the left one and the right one. The left one is an image container. So here I'm going to go and say something like on the left one, we could say something, or we could also say FS item left. And then we could also have FS item right. Okay. And then in this one, we got an image. Right now, we're not talking about any image, but let's use the image that we have for the hero section, for example, for now, just for now. So I'm going to copy the same image and I'm going to paste it inside here. And then in the right section, we have multiple things. So on the left one, we got only this image. On the right one, we got three different elements or three different rows, heading, the second one, and then the p tag. So we are going to do the same thing here. On the right section, we are going to have a heading. So we can say something like H4 or H3 here. And I'm giving this H3 because we already have a H2 here. So we don't want to confuse that. So here we could say something like, what was the name of it? Designing dashboards. So let's say we call this designing dashboards. Then the second element had multiple things within that. So the multiple things that we have is this badge. And then you could call this a category. Okay. So in this one, we got a div because we have one thing that has multiple things in that. So we got a div here, and inside this div, we got first a badge. So I'm going to say this is going to be a div with class badge. It says 2021 at the moment. And then we also had another badge called category, or a div called category. And now this category could be typography, or was it called designing or dashboard, something like that. So we got dashboard here. So we got a second div here. And finally, we are basically adding the last thing, which is content or text. So here we could call this something like description. Okay. So we say description here, description. And here we got the description, and I can now copy the description from the design. So I can quickly go there, click this thing, copy this, and then paste this in the design. Now we have got the structure ready for this whole items stuff. And you can see that if I go down, you can see that we got this heading, we got the image, we got this designing dashboard, and it looks like, ugh, it looks so ugly. And that is because we don't have CSS. Now guys, do you realize how important CSS is? And without CSS, how ugly HTML looks? So it's super weird. So what we are going to do is we are going to now start assigning things to this. Before I do so, I do want to copy or export the actual images. So I'm going to export all the images. So I'm going to click this, going to export this as PNG. I got that downloaded. I'm going to export now this one, rectangle 32, and then this one, which is rectangle 34. So I've exported all of these. So I'm going to go and quickly copy these files, and then I'm going to go into my code and I'm going to paste them inside images. So I'm going to open this into File Explorer, and once I do so, I can copy them here and I'm going to rename them a bit. Rectangle 30 would be something like fs1.png. This is going to be fs2.png, and this is going to be fs3.png. Right? So we got those files here, as you can see. What does 1x, 2x mean? Well, when we export images in Figma, 1x and 2x means that if you are just using the 1x, that is the original or the smallest possible image, then the 2x is twice the size of it and 3x is thrice the size of it. When you're using a small phone like an iPhone 4, you can use the 1x because the iPhone 4 or iPhone 5 have small pixels or a small resolution, so it doesn't need huge images. It can work with a smaller image. When you use an iPhone 13 that has so many more pixels, has so much higher resolution, then if you use the same image, it would seem so small. Imagine that you have an image by 100 by 100 pixel. If you use it on a 320 pixel by 640 pixel, that is a bit different. But if you use the same image into 2000 pixels multiplied by 180 or whatever the resolution is, then the image becomes so small. So on higher resolution, we use 2x or 3x, so the image looks good. I hope that makes sense. So now that we have the image, I can actually use the fs1 image into my code. So inside of images avatar, I can use fs1 png. Here I can say something like featured image, for example. And now if I do this, I go to my code. Here you can see we got this featured works and we got the real image. Super cool, right? Awesome. So we got this one, and then we got the other things as well. We got the image as well. First of all, we need to make sure the background of this section is good. So the background right now is not good. It's gray. This section should have a background of white. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go and basically copy paste a bit of stuff, especially from the section here. So we got post section, padding 32 pixel 0, and then post section inner with this margin. I do want to check if this is the same. So if I check the padding here, it's basically, I think, the same. So the gap between this one and this one is exactly the same. So what I would want to do here is that instead of copy pasting the styles, I can use the same selector. So I can say something like, hey, this is featured section. So I want to give the background color. Oh no, I cannot do the same thing. Sad. But I can use the featured section inner with this one. So I want to give the inner the same styles as this one. So we are saying the post section inner and the featured section inner both will have a maximum width and the margin here. So right now, if you have a look at this doesn't look like this one, right? But if I save this, now they both look the same because they are using the same styles. The inner element basically has the same maximum width 960 pixels and the margin of 0 auto. This one I cannot give the same styles because this has a different background color. What I could do is I could basically say something like featured section, and I can give another style here. So I could say featured section. I can copy paste the styles from here, but just use the FFF background with padding 32 pixel 0. If I do this, you can see now this background is white instead of gray. And we got this padding as well, just like we have in the design. So we got the featured works. Now the only thing that I see is that this style is not according to the design. You can see this is a bit different. This is a bit different. So this needs to be just like this one. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to first go ahead and copy the font weight, font style, line height, all of those things. So I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to go to see what are the styles here. So we have FS header and then H2. So I'm going to go to featured section styles. Here we got featured section styles. Okay. We got styles here, and then we are going to say featured section and then featured header and H2. And if I do this, did I say right? No, it's FS header. So we're using FS header here, and we have these styles. So I'm going to basically align this correctly. And now this one should not be as bold. Look now this is much better. So I can click this, and if I remove the styles from here, the H2, you will notice that it was a bit different before. It was just like this. Now we have implemented the styles, so this looks like this. It looks like the design that we have. Cool. Now that we have this, we need to understand what is the gap between this first line or this first list from the text. Here you can see that we got 22 pixels of gap. I believe here we used something like 22 pixel if I remember correctly, or 20 pixel, I'm not sure, but let's say we got 22 pixels right now. So that would mean I can give here margin bottom of 22 pixel, which means that now it's going to push the image and all of this a bit down. You can see that now it has pushed down. If I remove the margin, it looked previously like this. Now I would use like this. How would you know that to use 960 pixel in the HTML? I know this because I've developed so many websites, so I have a lot of experience. 960 pixel is an industry standard. If you look at Bootstrap, you will notice that exactly the same thing. Alrighty, now that we've got this, let's style these things really quick. The first thing that we see here is that we got this FS list. Inside that we got this FS item, and we need to style this. What is the first rule that we discussed about aligning items in one line? We got this left, we got this right, but they are both on top of each other. So I need to give the parent a display flex. So I'm going to use display flex. Boom, there we go. We got the flex and we got the styles right. Then we need to understand what is the gap between this image and this heading. You can see that 18 pixel, 18 pixel is the gap. So I can give the gap here and I can say 18 pixels, right? So we got the gap here and it looks like the design now. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to give this style to the FS item. So I'm going to go to my style CSS and here I can say FS list, and then we can say FS item, and here I'm going to give the styles, the display flex and gap 18. So now that we have got this, let's have a look at this again. Cool. I can refresh and confirm. Now we are going to style the heading. So I'm going to copy all of the styles from here, the font weight, style, color, all of that. We need to see what is the class on the heading. So we inside the FS item, we got this, or FS item right, we got this H3. So I can say something like FS item H3, and if I do this, I can give this the style and this would make it look like the design. So I'm going to copy this, save this, and now you can see that we got the design, the heading, just like we have in the design. Previously, it looked something like this. Now it looks something like this. Now we need to see what is the gap between this one and this one. You can see that it says 2 pixels, but I don't really think that is accurate. This is about 16 pixels of gap, as you can see here. So what we need to do is we can give this H3 a margin bottom of 16 pixel. So it gives this a gap of 16 pixel from here to here. Now you see that we got this one. Now that we have this, we can basically align these two in one line. How do we do that? We give their parent a display flex. So here we don't have any class to this element. We need the class of this element. So we are going to go to index.html, and this div we need to give this a class. We can say something like item meta, for example, and I can go here and then give this a style. So fs item meta display flex. Then we are also need to see how much gap there is. So here and here we got 26 pixel of gap. So we are going to give this a gap of 26 pixel, and I'm going to save this. Save this, go here, check it out, and you can see the gap here of 26 pixel. Now we need to style this element, and this is a bit tricky because we got some text, but we also got this outline element that you can see this is a rectangle. So what we need to do here is that we need to give this the background that we have, the border radius that we have, but we will not use the width and height because it could change. Or actually we can use, because it is only 4 characters. So we can use the width, height, background and border radius just like this. If I'm but then we would also have to copy the styles from here. Okay, let's do that. So I'm going to first copy the styles from border and width and height, and I'm going to go and say this element is called badge. So we have something like fs item meta, and we got something called badge. This badge has this width, height. I'm going to remove the left and top. We don't really need that. And then I'm going to copy the styles from this text. So notice that I'm doing two things here. First, I'm selecting the outer rectangle, and then I'm basically giving copying the styles. Then I'm clicking the text here, and then I'm also copying the styles because there are two different elements, but in HTML we have only one. So I'm copying both of those styles and I'm then applying this to one element. So I'm going to go to my code and then apply this as well. So we got font weight, font size, line height, and I can basically cut this, save this, and here we got the badge here. Now we have a problem here because we see a line height. So we are going to remove any unnecessary styles. For example, I need the height, I need the width, I don't probably need the line height. So I'm going to remove the line height and then I'm going to make this text center. So text align center. And there we go. We got this right. So I'm going to copy all of this. I'm going to go to my code, replace all of this with my code. And now we got the badge. Super cool. So we got the badge here. Now I'm going to copy the styles for this guy here, font weight, font style, line height, and color. So I'm going to copy this, go to my code, see what is the class. The class is category. So it's going to be something like FS, item, meta, category. And here we got the style. So I'm going to clean this up just like this, save this. And here we go. We got the dashboard. It looks exactly like our design. Super cool. You can see that they both look quite nice. And now we got this element that we need to style, which is the p tag. So I'm going to copy the styles from here, just like this. Go to my code, see what is the style here. It's called description. So that means we got something like FS item, and then we got description. And here I can basically give these styles. So now that we have got this, the only thing remaining is the spacing. So here you can see that we got the styles correctly, but the spacing is not accurate. So how much space do we have from this top one? We got about 17 pixel. I'm going to give just 16 pixel because we use 16 pixel above as well. So I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to give this description a margin top. And I need to show you one thing to clear things out. If I save this, first of all, the design looks good because now it looks like our design, as you can see here. So it looks like that. The one thing that I want to clear here is that we got first this heading. You can see that the heading has a margin bottom. The orange area that you see is on the heading. So heading is pushing down the content. Then we got the item meta. This doesn't have any margin. So it just stays where it is. But this description has a margin top. So it itself move itself away from the top element, and that's why we have this margin. So if I remove this margin top, you see that they both are very close, but we are giving this so it looks like this. Now that we have got this, we can basically copy paste these three things. So I'm going to copy paste the code here and just change the content. So we got three different items. That is super cool. So I'm going to quickly go here, paste this, and if I paste this, there we go. We got these just like this. Now, the only problem that I see here is that they're very close to each other. That shouldn't be the case. So and we also have this border here that we also need to consider. So what we would want in that case is see where we have this gap. So we have got 31 pixel here, and then we also got this border here. So let's see what is the color of this border. It's like border 1 pixel solid, blah, blah, blah. So we are going to copy this and we are going to give this element this class. So now that we have this, we need to give this FS item itself, the item that we have, each item a border 1 pixel solid. The problem is that we cannot give this a 1 pixel solid border because you see it got towards the all sides. We don't want that. We want our border to be just on the bottom. So I'm going to click the item. First of all, this FS item should not have a border, but it should rather have a border bottom 1 pixel solid and this. Now you see that we got the border right here. You see the border? This is the gray border that we have. The problem is that this is not according to the design. So the design here has the border below, a bit below the image. That's not the case here. You don't see that here. So what I want is to move this a bit below. So I'm going to give this a padding bottom of, let's say, 10 pixel. You see the border went below, and this is where our box model thinking comes in. We talked about margins, borders, and padding. Since we have a padding, that means that this whole element itself, if I mouse over, you see that line, the entire thing is the item. So this padding is basically item or the spacing inside this item. That's why the border gets pushed. If I gave this margin bottom, that would be a different case. If I say something like margin bottom 10 pixel, this would not be the case. You see that the spacing is now from outside this border or the outside this item. So rather than this, we need to give this padding, and then we also need margin for some spacing. So here you can see that the spacing from here to here is 31 pixel. Let's call it 30 pixel. So if I do 30 pixel here, now you will start seeing it looking like the design. So here you see we have some border just like this, then we got some space, and then we get the second item. So some border, then space. I'm actually going to give this a bit more padding because it seems like it's something like 16 pixel. So I'm going to copy all of this, go to my code, and replace this code with that. And I'm going to save this now. So now it looks much more like our design. I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to change the text. So for the second one, we call this something like vibrant, something like this. It's 2018 and it's called illustration. So we are going to copy that. Then we got 36 days of blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to copy that. It's 2018 as well. And then this is called typography. And the rest of the things is exactly the same. So I'm going to save this so we can see these changes. Designing dashboard, vibrant protest, and 36 days. The images are, however, the same. So I'm going to rename the images. So for the first one, we got FS1. The second one will be FS2. And the third one will be FS3. So if I save this now, boom, there we go. We got our final view of all of this, right? Now the fun part here is that if I kind of take it downwards here, you can see that we don't get any scroll, any horizontal scroll whatsoever. Why? And the reason is that because we have not given any fixed width to anything, that's why our application is actually by default mobile responsive. Yay! We just have to do a couple of tweaks, but this is already usable by mobile and you don't need to scroll on your phone. Yes. So as I mentioned before, we were thinking about the mobile design from the start, but we didn't have to code that. So this is mobile responsive. Everything that we have is mobile responsive at this moment. However, they're not completely done at the moment. Or actually, I don't want to cover this. You can basically do this on your own. It's going to be the same thing. You got some elements, you do display flex, you add a gap in between after looking at, what is the size between them, and you do text align and margin 0 auto, all of the stuff that I've already taught you. Okay, so this looks all the same. We have just this remaining. I can give you some hints about mobile responsiveness and you can then do it on your own. I'm just going to give you hints. Maybe we'll not do everything, but we'll just go through the basics of it. Let's start with this guy here. Okay, and I'm gonna go and basically turn this into a mobile inspector. So if you don't know, you can click this mobile phone here and this will basically convert and ask you what phone do we want to use. And we can choose from a phone here. We can say, let's say iPhone XR, iPhone 12 Pro. This is how it would look on iPhone 12 at the moment. And you can see it looks pathetic. So, and that is because we have this image here that's taking a lot of space. We have this text here that is taking a lot of space. So first of all, let's talk about what we consider as mobile responsiveness. So for mobile responsiveness, we need to give some extra stylings on what would happen into a mobile screen. So first of all, let's go to screen here. Then we are going to talk about a media query. So you can use media and let's actually copy from the internet. That's what I do. So media query for mobile, easy peasy. Responsive web design media queries. So here, this is one that we can use. So I'm going to quickly copy this one and we're going to go to our code and paste it there. So when we talk about media query, a media query is basically something that you can tell CSS, do this only when this condition meets. So in this case, we are saying if the maximum width of the screen, so it says only screen, you could also say all, it really doesn't matter. You could say media all and maximum width is 600 pixel. That means that these styles will only be applied when the screen width is less than 600 pixel. Okay, so if I save this now, you will see that here right now, does it show it here? If I refresh, so we have given everything the header. Let's see. Let's say we got this header nav and the background color is white. If I go ahead and say the header nav is going to have a background color of red, if the maximum width is 600 pixel, then if I come back here, you see that this is red, right? But this is red only if the maximum width is 600 pixel. Right now the iPhone's width is 390 pixel. If I remove this, you can see that now it's white again. Why? Because right now we don't have 600 pixel. If I kind of go this downwards, you can see that it comes here only on when this 600 pixel marks reaches. You see? So that is how the media queries work. That's how you can basically show stuff, hide stuff, and also redesign a couple of things. So we are going to use that media query to align those things. First of all, we are going to look at how do we realign these two things. So first of all, let's give this an example of this media red. What we want is this item to be up top and these to be aligned differently. So right now what we want is, as you can see, this hero inner itself is a display flex. We have a left one and a right one. One thing that we could do in this media query situation is that this display flex, we can convert this flex direction to column, right? By default, it's row. And the first thing comes left, which is the left one. So this is the first element, this is the second element. The first one comes left, the second one comes right. If I change this hero inner flex direction to column, then the first one comes top, the second one comes bottom. But if I say this is column reverse, boom, there we go. When we say column reverse, that means the first one comes after and the second one comes before. And if you look at the design here, this is how it looks. You can see that this image comes first. So I can basically use column reverse. This is a really nice shortcut without changing the HTML structure at all for mobile. So here you can see that we got this left, right, column reverse. Now I need to make this centered. This image is already centered. However, there is some spacing required from this top, right? So I'm going to first make it column reverse. So I'm going to go to my code and we are going to find this element here. This was, I think, hero section, hero inner. So I'm going to copy this style. I'm going to go back here and then here we can say something like here. And we only need to just give the styles that are additional. So flex direction, column reverse is all we need in here. And this would basically reflect it right away. Second thing that we need is we need to give this image a bit of margin. So here we could say that, hey, if this one essentially has a margin, for example, this called right. If I wanted to give this a margin bottom of, let's say 30 pixel, it would look something like this. But we only want this inside the media query. So I'm going to remove it completely, but I'm going to put it inside here. So hero section, and then here it's column right, and then the margin bottom is 30 pixels. So if I do this, this will only have this margin bottom right here. So if I mouse over it, do you see the orange line? Yes, that is where the margin bottom is. But if I kind of move it away, first you see that it is now centered. Second, if I mouse over, you don't see that orange line. So there's no margin in that case. So we just centered and gave a bit of margin to this column right. Secondly, you will notice that on mobile, all this text is centered. So we want to do the same thing and the button should be centered as well. So we are going to give this column left actually text center or text align center. And there we go. We got the heading and the text basically centered. So I'm going to align this text align here. So we are going to say something like hero section column left, and then we can basically say text align center. One more thing that you would notice is that in the design here, we got some spacing between the left and the right space. So here you see that we got this 24 pixels gap here from this text. So we also need to do that. So in the column left, where we have this assigned, we are going to say margin and we are going to say something like 0. So top and bottom is 0, but we got 20 pixel of gap from left and right. So if I go on the mobile now, here now you see that gap as well. So if I see column left and if I remove the style that I just added, this is how it looked before. But with this margin, this is how it looks. And it looks exactly like the design. Woohoo! Now we are going to talk about this button here. How do we center this button? So for this button, if I go ahead and see this button, this should be inside the column left. And here we got this action button. And you can see that it has a couple of things here, margin top, but this is not centered. So this column left has text align center that I really need to use. And then we got this button. So this button that we have here, we are just going to give this a margin 0, not 0, but 38 pixel from top, or we could say something like margin left auto and margin right auto. And there we go, we got it centered. So for the media query, we are going to assign the margin left and margin right to auto to this button, and this button has the class action button. So we would have something like hero section and then call left and then action button, and here we say margin left and right auto. And now you see that this is looking exactly like the design that we have. So on desktop looks like this, on mobile it looks like this. So this is just one thing that I explained to you. I'm going to push this code to GitHub and you can basically watch that. You can also use margin 0 auto. No, Hassan, I cannot use margin 0 auto. And that is because I cannot use margin auto 0 because this action button requires a margin top. So when you say margin 0 auto, that means that you're giving margin 0 to the top. That way we would have no spacing from margin top. So I cannot use margin 0 auto. I'm going to definitely add this and push this to GitHub so you can have that. So let's write a really nice message. We're going to start with a rocket. So we're going to say rocket, and we are going to say something like desktop view almost done. So I'm going to commit this, and we are going to push this, and this should deploy this to my dazzling blah blah blah. I will basically use it from here. What is my GitHub URL? It should be here, Ahsan my portfolio. So if I go and click this, you could be able to see it right here. So you can find it from here. So from here, you can see 18 seconds ago, I just pushed my code. So if you go to dazzling dango, blah, blah, blah at netlify.com, whatever we just coded, it's live there right now. You can see how cool this looks. This looks just like the Figma design. Super cool, super responsive. If I open this on a mobile, it would look pathetic because we forgot to remove, or did we not? Oh, yeah, we forgot to remove the red circle. So I'm going to quickly do that and push the code again. But yeah, I'm looking at the code now. So, or actually looking at the questions now. So I'm going to push this code and say something like fix red header on mobile and just push it so we don't see that weird red header everywhere. Cool. This should be pushed now. As I mentioned before, the least you could do is spread the word, share that you have been part of this bootcamp, share this bootcamp URL, share the GitHub if you want, start the GitHub if you want. That's also something that you could do if you go to the GitHub project. There is an option to start it as well. If you want to do that, you do it from here. As I mentioned, I may or may not work on finalizing this, but I hope you learned a lot and you can work on this yourself as well. Try out different media queries. I would highly encourage you to join the Discord. If you have not already, you can go to codewithahsan.dev, see the Discord link, click it, join the Discord. We have our own channel on Discord that is called Web Development Bootcamp. So you can definitely come here and then basically just ask questions and then they would be answered. All right, everyone. So we finished the bootcamp, but we still missed some mobile responsiveness. So this is what we are doing right now. This is an additional video in which we are going to make sure that our portfolio website basically works really well on mobile. So let's get started. Alrighty, so on my left side, we have the app that we were working on before. So you already are familiar with this one. On our right side, we got the code, and we are going to continue coding according to the sections based on the designs. So let's have a look at the design for section 2, which is this one for the recent posts. So on the recent posts, as you can see, all the posts are stacked on top of each other. So all we need to do is make them vertically aligned or vertically stacked on top of each other. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically go and see this section, which is the post section. And here we got this post list. Right now, the post list has this style where we are saying that, hey, this is going to be display flex. So here you can see that we have display flex. What we need to do is to give this a flex column so they're stacked on top of each other. So I'm going to go into our media query here and then I'm going to copy paste the style here, but I'm just going to add the flex direction to column in this case. And if we do so, you can see that now they are stacked on top of one another. But again, this is not aligned with the design but the design in this case has first this recent post centered, and then also it has some margins from the left and right. And you can see right now it is stuck to the left and right places. So if we have a look at the design, you can see that the distance between or the distance around this card is about 11 pixel or 10 pixels. So I'm going to use basically 10 pixels for this one. Then also you see that the view all button does not exist here. It's just recent post. So we are going to do the same thing. So first of all, this is 10 pixel from left and right. And then we also need to center this one. So I'm going to first make sure that this post essentially has a margin, or actually not the margin itself, but if we go inside here, you can see all the posts. Yeah, we can have the post margin. So we can say something like margin, and here we can say 0 and 10 pixels. And if we do so, we should get this spacing from here, as you can see. Now what's left is this view all to be hidden and this recent post to be centered. So what I'm going to do is that here in the post header, we need to hide the anchor tag and then we need to center this one. So I'm going to style this post header right there. So I'm going to go ahead here and then I can say post header, and here first of all we are going to hide the post anchor tag. So here we can basically say on mobile phone it's going to be display none. So that's the first thing. If we save this, you can see that the view all button is gone now. And the second thing that we have is to basically center this. So right now you can see that this post header itself, if I look at the styles for this one, this should be a display flex that we have. So here if I go a bit down here, you can see that this is a display flex and the align item center, and the justify content is space between. So all I need to do is just make this justify content center, and that would be centered then. So I'm going to go down below here and just going to assign this style or copy paste this style, and all I need to add is justify content center in this case, and that would basically center it. So as you can see now, it's recent post, and then we got all of these blog posts or the post items as we see them. And if we look at the margins and the paddings, everything looks good. So I'm going to leave it as it is. Now let's talk about the featured works. Here on the featured works, you can see that we got this first, this title is centered as we saw the other one, for example, this recent post. And then when it comes to featured works, you can see that the image is here on top of the text or of the content. And if we have a look at the desktop one, we have the image on the left and then we have the text on the right. So what we are going to do in this case is just make them vertical, just like this on mobile, and also center this featured work. So let's do that. So first of all, we are going to give this margin as well. So let's see what is the margin here. And I think it's probably the same. No, it's a bit different actually. So I'm going to select this and see what is the margin here. So here it seems like it's 18 pixels. So we are going to use the same dimensions. So from left and right, this is going to take a margin of 18 pixels. So let's go and check this out, actually the section. So here the featured section has this featured inner. So I think what we can do is that we can basically give this featured inner a margin of 18 pixel or 0.18 pixel. So I can say something like featured section inner, and here actually we can give the outer class as well. So for featured section, something like featured section inner, and we could say margin, and here we can say 0.18 pixels. So it is going to get the margin from left and right. As you can see now, we got this margin here. One interesting thing that you would notice that we got a horizontal scroll, and you should never have a horizontal scroll on a responsive website. The reason why we get this is this text here. So we have a fixed size of the image, and here we have some text that's going out of the page, and that's why it's causing the scroll. But when we make it vertical, it's going to be all fine. So now that we have given this margin, we need to first align this text or this heading to center. So here you can see that we got this FS header. So we are going to look at what style there is. So FS header itself doesn't have any styles. So what we could do is actually in the header 2, we can basically copy paste this style, but what we are going to do is just make them text center, and that should be enough. So I'm gonna give this style, and notice that all of the styles that we are adding right now, we are adding them inside this media query. So all of this is basically inside the media query. That's why it only works on the mobile side, because the max width here is 600 pixels. So here we got FS header h2, and all we need to say is text align center. And once we do so, you can see that the feature works now is centered. Pretty cool. Now let's talk about making this vertical. So image on the top and the rest of the things at the bottom. We already know that when we were working on this for the desktop, we kept in mind how to structure this. So it is also possible to basically give this styles on mobile. So here you would see that in FS item, we have the item left and item right. And on the FS item, we have a display flex. So if I go and try to search FS item, you can see that we got display flex. All we need to do is just to make this flex column, and that would basically make this stacked like vertically. So if I go here, paste the style and just add a flex direction column here, you would see that now they are stacked on top of each other. That's pretty cool, but they don't look as the design. So let's look at the design right now. Here, the first thing that you would notice is that the image takes the entire width. So we need to do that. And the rest of the things actually look good. Let's have a look again. Yeah, the rest of the things look good. We just need to make sure that this image takes the full width. So right now, if we inspect this image, you will notice that this FS item left is actually full width, but this image does not have a full width. So what we could do is that we can basically give this image a full width class, and that way it would basically gain full width. So if we just add the style of width 100%, you see that it gets the entire width of this view, and that's potentially what we want. So I'm going to go ahead and do that here. So first of all, let's see what is the class of the image itself. So here we have FS item left, and then we have the image. So I'm basically going to copy this style, and then we can say FS item left, and then the image tag here. And then all we need to do is just say width 100%. And when we do so, you will notice that not only the first image, but all of the images now look exactly like the design. The only thing that I want to confirm is the spacing between these two things, because that's important. So I'm going to go to my design and just have a look at here. So here, if I click this place and then here, you can see that there's a gap of about 17 pixels. And if I go here and check this image out, we can see what is the distance between this image and the text itself. So I'm going to basically do this, and then let's have a look. So this one, and then we got this one. It's about 16 pixel. I think they look pretty good. So I'm not going to change that at all. Now our entire page, as you can see, is mobile responsive because everything looks exactly like the design. So let me quickly show you the site by scrolling it. And now we are going to have a look at the design. So here is how the design looks. You can see it looks exactly like what we just saw. Now the final thing that remaining is all of these icons. So we definitely need all of these icons to be implemented. So I'm going to export all of these icons one by one. So all you need to do is just click these one by one and then export them as SVG. So I'm going to select SVG here and then export the Insta. Then we are going to export the Twitter one as SVG. Then let's export LinkedIn as SVG. Then we got Facebook as an SVG, and that's pretty much it. One of the things to notice is that we have this footer and its height seems to be like 182 pixel, and that is essentially what we want. So first of all, I'm going to copy all my SVGs and I do want to paste that inside my images. So I'm going to just paste it here and I'm going to open this, go into images and then paste here. And now we have all the SVGs that we just discussed. Now we are going to basically lay down the footer styles here. So in the index.html, we are going to create a footer element. So we are going to go after this section, and here we are going to say something like footer, and in the footer per design we have a couple of things. The first thing we have is a row of all these SVGs, and the second thing that we have is just this text. So I'm going to copy this text first, and then we are going to write the HTML for all of these. So first of all, we have a row and we can call this socials, and then we would have basically 4 different images. So I can say image into 4, so image into 4, and then we got 4 images, and we can now give them the source attributes. So we can say images slash, and first one was I think Facebook, then we had the second one as Insta, so we can definitely do that. So this is going to be second image, third image, and the fourth image. So let me quickly give all the sources there. All right, so I've actually pasted all of the sources. One of the things is that this is called group, so I'm going to change this to Twitter. And also for naming convention, I'm going to rename LinkedIn to small l, just so we have sort of consistent naming there. So now that we have this, we can basically replace this group to Twitter, and here this is going to be small l, and now we have all the images. The second thing that we wanted was another row or another div where we could have copyright, and here we already got this copyright div, so I can close this div, but I'm going to essentially go ahead and see what was in the design. So here I'm going to just copy this and paste it here just like this. And now if you look at this very bottom, you can see all of the SVGs and the copyright link here. I can probably zoom in to show you that. So if I go all the way up bottom, you can see all of these SVGs right here. Now we need to lay down the styles for this one. So we're going to start with the mobile first design here. So first of all, we are going to go ahead, and actually I think it really doesn't matter. So we are going to first say footer, and here the footer is supposed to have a height of, I think it was 182 pixel, but let's confirm. So if I move my mouse over here, yeah, it's 182 pixel. Looks like I have a good memory. So I'm going to say something like 182 pixel, and background color is going to be FFF because it was white. So here now if I scroll down, you see this white space here, and you see that the footer is there. Now I do want to make it a display flex, so I can basically style them together. So display of flex. If I do this, then you would see that here it's going to basically make these two things in one line, and that is because that's how display flex works. It basically took the footer, gave that a display flex, and essentially you can see that now both of these things are in one line. So we need to make this flex column or flex direction column, and now they would be on top of each other, as you can see. I'm going to make them a justify, or actually I'm going to make them a line item center. So they are centered, as you can see. So now you can see they are centered very nicely. And I'm also going to give them a justify content center. So they are centered vertically as well. So here you can see that now they're pretty nicely centered, just like this. Now I want to see what is the gap between these two things, so I can basically style them accordingly. So I'm going to go here and click one of the icons, and here let's see. So this is about 35 pixel. Let's see this one. This is about 35 pixel as well. And I think if I'm able to click this one, it's 35 pixel. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to find the socials, and we are going to give that a display flex and the gap of 35 pixel. So we can say something like footer and then socials, and here we are going to make them display flex and gap of 35 pixels. Once we do so, you can see that now this should get the styles. If I didn't mess up, yeah, I messed up. So it should be a footer element and not a class. So if I do this and go down, you can see that we got all the nice gaps just like this and just like how we have in the design. Now I'm going to see what is the distance between this and this one. So it's 26 pixels. So I'm going to go to my code, and for the socials, I will give it a margin bottom of 26 pixels. And if I do so, you will see that we'll get the nice little gap, and this looks good. Now the only thing is that the style that I just did was for desktop. So for desktop, this looks good. This looks probably exactly like how we should have in the Figma design. And here you can see that it looks quite like the design. We have the text, we have all of these things. I do need to copy the styles for this one. So I will basically copy all of these just to make sure that we have everything right. So I'm going to copy this, and then in the code, I'm going to go and say this one, which is copyright. So I can simply say something like footer, and then here we call this copyright. And here we are going to give this a style, and then I can remove the comments from here and save this. And if I have a look at this, you can see that now, even notice that the text where it is starting from, like just after this Facebook logo starts, and then just before this LinkedIn logo ends. And this is actually exactly like the design. So you can see in the design, even it's just like this. So it's almost pixel perfect. Now that we have this, let's have a look at how this looks on mobile actually. So on mobile, if the gap is exactly the same, then we are good. Yeah, 35 pixel of gap, and here we have this. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So if I go back to the design implementation and my code as well, I can basically verify that on desktop, it looks exactly like the design. As you can see, we got the header, we got this layout, we got this and this. And if I kind of move like a mobile version here, you can now see that we got the right margin, we got the right content here as well, all the things that look good. And we also got the footer as well, and we also removed the view all button from this section. So everything looks pretty good to me. The only thing remaining is on mobile, we don't really have these buttons. We have a menu or a hamburger menu. So let's basically do something about it. I'm going to open my design, and here we have this hamburger menu. I do need to select a parent from Figma, and this is how you would export a vector. So here you will see that we have this menu which has these three lines. So we got vector 18, 16, and 17. I'm going to zoom in a bit so you can basically see better. So 18, 16, 17, you can see them highlighted, but I need to click this menu. And if I click menu, I'm selecting all of these three. I can go to export, click plus, and then I can just export them as SVG. So here I can basically say SVG, and once I do so, they should be able to be exported. And now we got this menu SVG copied. So I'm going to copy this, the menu SVG, and we are going to look into the images folder and just going to paste that here. So we can use this on mobile. Now the thing is that we do have some code, but we are right now showing the same header on mobile. So let's fix that. So in my code, I'm going to go and say index.html, and here I'm going to actually resize this a bit so it fits. And now let's talk about the header here. So in the header, we have this nav, we have all these buttons, but in the nav, I'm also going to add another div here, and I'm going to call this, we could say mobile nav, for example. So class, we can say mobile nav, and mobile nav would have this SVG. So I would just have something like, or actually let's call this mobile nav, and we will also have another div here, and we'll call this the hamburger menu. So we could say something like class menu button, and we could have an image inside here. So we could say something like image, and here source, and source would be basically images. So images, and here we have menu dot svg, and then alt menu. Now that we've got this, we can save this, and you will notice that we got this really nice menu right there. And we also have mobile nav. The only thing that I want to stress here is that I'm going to put another UL right inside the mobile nav. But the thing is that this mobile nav is not going to be shown. If I just save this right now, it's going to be a trouble, because now we have two works block contact there. So what we need to do is hide menu button and mobile nav on mobile, or actually on desktop, and show it on the mobile view. So I'm going to go up top here just before the media query, and here we can say something like mobile nav, and the other one was called the menu button. So this menu button, both of them should be just display none. So if I save this, you will see that they are both gone, but I do want to enable them or display them when it's the mobile version. And also I'm going to give this UL a class. So we are going to call this something like desktop links, for example. And here we can, instead of mobile nav, we can actually have just this UL, and we can call this class mobile links. Or actually, let's keep this mobile nav because we would also require a button here. So let's keep just like this, and we got desktop links here. And then we would also have a class here called mobile links. Okay, now that we have this, we are going to basically say that in this case we got the mobile nav and the display menu button display none, but on the mobile side, when we have the media query enabled, in that case it's going to be completely different. So here we are going to say, in this case, the mobile nav and the menu button, they both be display flex in this case. And if I save this, you see them both. But we are also going to say that the desktop links should be hidden. So we are going to hide the desktop links in that case. So we are going to say desktop links display none. Awesome, awesome. Now what we need to do is hide this mobile nav actually, and only show that on mouse over or only when this menu is clicked. So that is the thing where JavaScript comes in. So I'm going to basically just call it for menu button and not mobile nav. So if I just do this, you see the menu button there. Now we need to just resize this to make sure that this looks good. So I'm going to go and see what is the size of this in mobile. So here you can see that we got this, and if I overlook this completely, you can see that it is 30 pixel by 18 pixel. So I think we can give this a size of 30 pixel, and I think that should be good. So if I go there and say that the menu button itself here, or we could say something like the menu button width should be 30 pixel, I think we should be good. So if I save this, you can see that the size is a bit lower now, and I'm going to just zoom out a bit. Now what we need is, if I inspect this, you can see the image here. Oh, because I don't need to say menu button, I need to say menu button image. And if I do this now, yay, there we go. One of the things that we need to make sure is that this is spaced correctly. Right now it doesn't seem like it is spaced correctly. So let's have a look what's going on here. Right now we got this nav, which is right now about height of 50 pixel, and this has a padding towards the right side, so we don't really need that much padding. Let's have a look at the design to see how much spacing it has from the right side. This one has about 18 pixel of spacing from the right side, and if I have a look at the header itself, how long is the header? It's 50 pixel in height, so that's good. So first of all, we are going to say, in this case, the nav that we had, the header nav, if we go to mobile version, then the header nav should not have a padding, right? Or should have basically 18 pixels instead of what it has right now. So if I save this now, you see that it is now looking according to the design. Now the only part that is remaining is showing that particular menu that we just discussed, how to show that on the mobile view. So in order to do so, we are going to introduce some JavaScript. And what I want to do is first create a folder just to keep things clean. So I'm going to call this scripts. And here we are going to say something like main.js. And once we have this main.js, we are going to add an event listener to this particular element, that whenever we click this button, we basically show or hide the menu based on if it's being shown or not. So right now what we can quickly do is, first of all, include this JavaScript into our HTML. So we are going to go into body, and at the very end of the body, we are going to add this script. So we can say this script, the type is going to text JavaScript, and the source is basically going to be scripts slash main.js, main.js. And here I think that's pretty much it. And once we do so, we can start looking at if this script works. So I'm going to go ahead into main.js, and here I'm going to say console.log hello world. And if I save this, you can see that we see the hello world message. So our JavaScript is working now. So we are going to give this element, the menu, a listener that when we click on it, it shows the menu. And when we click on it again, it hides the links basically. So we're going to go ahead and first see what is the class of the menu button. So if I go into the header now, you can see that this is called menu button, and then it has this image. So if I mouse over here, the menu button itself is this one, which seems good to me. So one of the things that we also need to do is to show the cursor pointer when we hover over this menu button, which we don't do right now. So we are going to do that. So this menu button should also have this style of menu button. And if we say hover, then we can simply say opacity to 75% or 0.8 or 0.7. If we do this, then you will notice that as soon as I mouse over it, it kind of removes the opacity. I can probably do this, and now you can see it better. You can see it changes its color because of the opacity. And also the cursor should be pointer, but we can move that here in without the hover because it should always be pointer. Now you see this simple cursor, and now if I mouse over it, you see this pointy little cursor which shows this is a link or you should click this. Now that we have this, we need to get this particular element from the HTML and then add an event listener to it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say something like document, or we can simply create a function first. So main equals, and here we got a function, and then I'm just going to call main at the end. So this function is executed. So this is the description or the definition of the function. This function is not executed at this moment, but here I'm executing this function. So everything inside will be called or executed. So if I go ahead here, I'm going to basically put the console log here as well. And then I'm going to say const menu button. We are creating a button variable for this, and then we can say document.query selector. So we are going to select via the CSS button here. Then we are going to say menu button dot add event listener, and here we are going to basically say something like this. So here we are going to add an event listener of click. So once we click this button, we are going to execute something. For simple cases, we can just do a console log here. So I'm going to just save this. Now if I go to my console, you can see that the hello world is not shown yet because I need to click to do that. So if I click now here, you can see that it is basically showing this and the number of times I've clicked this. So that means our click handler is working. So what we need to do is that once we have clicked this button, we basically need to show the nav link or the mobile link or the mobile nav here. So this needs to be a display flex in that case. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just say when this is clicked, we can simply go ahead and say something like const mobile nav and then document dot query selector, same as what we did for the other thing. So document dot query selector, and here we can say mobile nav, and then what we can do is that we can say something like mobile nav dot style dot display, and here we can make it flex. So when we basically click this, you see that we now see this button, right? Previously, if I refresh this, you can see initially that's not there, but if I click this, then it makes it flex. So that works fine, but we need to style this in a way that this is also closable. So we're going to now style this out of the box. For this, I'm just going to remove this, or actually, let's make this shown by default. So I'm going to make it look available by default. So it would be something like mobile nav, and this is temporary. I'm going to remove this later on. So display flex. Now that we have this, we need to style this in a nicer way. So what we are going to do is we are going to style it here by default, and this should be something like not display flex, but we are going to say something like we are going to say width 100%, height 100%, then we are going to say position fixed, and then we are also going to say something like padding 30 pixel, and then we are going to say top 0, and then left 0, and then background color not exactly white, to be honest, because I'm going to change this. So I'm going to say RGBA, and here we could have, for example, let's use this color here, and then we also need to just save this. So if I do so, you can see that we got this really nice background that we have on top of it. Instead of 0.25, I could say 0.75, but I can also then just say something like 0.00. That is a bit darker. So if I save this now, you can see that we got this really nice background or overlay on this one. And if we scroll, it really doesn't matter. We see the links here. Now that we have this, we need to make sure that the color of the text is white. So we are going to say something like mobile nav, and then we got the UL there. So that UL first needs to be vertical. So what we are going to say is this is supposed to be a display flex, and the flex direction or flex direction is supposed to be column. So if we save this, you can see now it's in column. We need to make sure that the text or the color basically is white. So this should have everything in white, and it doesn't show it right away because we need to style our anchor tag. So we can say something like, not the color here maybe, but we need to say something like this. So UL, LI, and A, and here we can say that the color should be white. So that's one thing. Now, one more thing that we need to do is we need to align them towards the right side. So we can say something like text align right, and you can see that this really doesn't do anything. So let's debug and see what's happening. So this is our mobile nav. That makes sense. We got some sort of padding there. That is good. Okay. I think we don't need the padding on this one, mobile nav. We can have the padding on the UL itself. And then we need to also make sure that this UL itself has, so this is what we have as a mobile nav. We got this as a display flex, and then we got this mobile link UL. This should have a width of 100%. So width of 100%. If I do this, you can see that we got the width of 100% on this mobile links as well. And then what we need to do for this UL is, now that we have this as a column, we can say something like align items flex end, and this would now come towards the right side, as you can see, right? So this is really good. What I want to do further is to add a bit of padding from the top side. So I can say something like 50 pixel, 30 pixel, which means top and bottom 50 and left and right 30. So if I save this now, you can see that we've got some space here. Super cool. So now whenever this menu shows up, we see these links just like this, and that is super cool. Now the final thing that we just want to do is to have, first of all, I'm probably gonna make this a bit darker, so maybe 8.5. So if I do this, we are good. And now what I want to do is to have some sort of cross button. Maybe we could add it towards the left side or towards the right side. Let's make sure that it is on the left side here, so we can add just a cross button there. So I'm going to just add a really simple cross button there. So let's do that. So I'm gonna go ahead inside this mobile nav, and inside here I'm going to say cross button, and we are going to have this X mark just like this. Or we could say something like, let me see if I can search this, HTML cross symbol, something like this. Or let's say cross SVG. All right, so I think I got an SVG that I can use. So I'm going to basically put that inside here, just paste like this. And if I save this, let's see how this looks. So here we got an X SVG. I'm gonna give this a stroke width of 4, for example, just to see how this looks. Actually, let's make this 5, and the stroke is going to be white. So let's quickly do that. And now that we've got this, this looks good. One of the things that we really need to do is to small or to size this accordingly. So it's going to be 30 pixel, 30 pixels. So this looks good. And now I need to just style it. So this cross button is going to be styled. So I'm going to say something like mobile nav here, or we could say mobile nav and then cross button. What we need to do is we need to just displace this towards a bit right and from top. So what we could do is that just say position relative, and then we can say top, let's make it 10 pixel, and we also can do left 10 pixel. All right, so here we go. And we also need to make the cursor pointer here. So we can say cursor pointer, as you can see. So now the cursor is pointer. And also when this hovers over it, we need to give this a bit of opacity. So hover, it's going to be opacity 0.7. So if I do this, now you see that the color changes. So if I do this, you see the color changes. That's super cool. So now that we have this, we need to make sure that when we click this, it hides the mobile nav. So in order to do so, we are going to do the same thing as we did before. We're just going to add another button here. So we are going to say close button, menu button. So close menu button, and then we are going to get this by the class. So we call this cross button. We can actually call this close menu button because it sounds much better. I'm going to update this as well accordingly. So it's close menu button, and then in here we get this close menu button. Awesome. So now that we have got this, I'm saving all of the 3 files, and then I'm going to just copy this and then paste this and then just use close button instead. So when we click the close button, this style from flex should go actually none. So this should be none. So when we do so, I think we should be good. So if I click this, you can see the menu hides. Super cool. So I'm gonna go into this mode where we can see this accordingly. If I click this, you can see that the menu comes up. If I click this, menu goes down. Yay! So we got this really nicely. And I think I can just save this one, close the inspector, and also make sure that by default this is not shown. So in the style CSS, I'm gonna go and say this mobile nav. I think this was the one, so I can remove this. I just added that temporarily. So in this case, if I'm just opening this menu, you can see that we got those links, and then we can close those. I think what we could do is probably just increase some padding and then also kind of increase the size of the text as well. So let's do that. I'm gonna go here and increase the padding from the styles. So here we had a padding of 50 pixel. Let's make it 200 pixel, 30 pixel, something like this. And also we are going to increase the size of this. So maybe we could say mobile nav ULI, we could say font size, and here we could maybe say something like extra large. That really doesn't seem good. So maybe let's do 50 pixel, as you can see here. And now that we have this bit bigger, we can probably make this 150 pixel and then also add a bit of padding to these links. So we could say padding here, and then we could say something like 30 pixel, and on left and right we could have 20 pixel, something like this. It really doesn't seem like we got padding correctly here, so I'm not going to give it to this but rather to the li. So mobile nav ul li, instead of a, I'm giving this to the li, and if I save this, you can see that now we got those links just like this. So works, blog, content. If you want, you could decrease it, for example like 20 pixel. If you see that that's cool, then definitely that. Also, since this is a bit bigger now, I'm going to move this one a bit, the menu button itself. So maybe let's say 30 pixel and 30 pixel, something like this. So it probably feels a bit natural now. Cool. So I could click this menu, click on any of the link, or I could just click the link and then that would be good. Awesome. And that's pretty much it. You can see that we converted all of our site to mobile responsive first, and it works on desktop as well. As you can see, the menu changes its position. And if I go downwards here, you can see that we can use the mobile menu, and we can also scroll down and see that everything looks super cool on both platforms, the desktop one and the mobile one. Alright, so I hope that you liked the video. If you did, press the thumbs up button. Also subscribe to the channel if you have not already, so I can push further content towards you and you will be notified. Also let me know what kind of bootcamp should I be targeting next after this HTML and CSS one. What is it that you would like to learn? And also just type in the comment if you have watched this full video. So you can type I have watched the full video, and that would really make me happy, and I'll just heart the comment that you would post it. And as always, happy coding. I'm gonna see you in the next video.